Dallas. Welcome to Towel Friends over on the Towel YouTube. Good morning. Hello. I am a towel. Let me go ahead and roll the intro.
Hold on. Wait a second. That's it.
That's it?
Yeah, that's the melody to Funky Town.
You're the towel. That's it. There's a melody to Funky Town. Look at me. I'm a towel. Hey, it's me. I'm in my Manchester City jersey. It's from way, way back. It's a Kun Aguero jersey. I don't know why I put this on today. I think I was looking for a collared shirt, and it had a collared shirt. And I was like, wait a minute. I don't see why I can't use this. And I was like, this is from like 2012 or something. So anyway, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. We got a lot of work to do today. I figured we'd start early. I'll go till lunch. I've decided, because first of all, I would just like to say good morning. And I don't really understand why so many of you are reading my feed on X. I'm a little bit overwhelmed and confused. I don't understand. I'm baffled. You have baffled me. Like, I am the one who does the baffling. You are not supposed to baffle me. I baffle you. What are you doing? So anyway, I woke up, like, I made a tweet the other day, like yesterday. All it said was, like, Amber Speaks Up, one of the excellent journalists who's been putting a lot of this together for years, was like, where are the, like, Pulitzer Prize winning journalists from the Post and the Times? And, like, why are they not sorting through this as a team? And I was like, Amber, I think they're all compromised. I was born to do this. Let's do it. And it got like 1.4 thousand likes on X. I was like, what is going on? All I did was write a sentence. I'm very confused. You don't understand. Good morning, Peggy and Bunny and Petty LaBelle and Kim. Keep it moving. It's so good to see all you. Hello, Mr. Monk's understudy. We're gonna read an FBI 302 today. How excited are you all? I'm gonna analyze it for you. It's with this guy named Charles Johnson, who was ostensibly like this right-wing conspiracy theorist, but actually in the CIA. Which, I mean, if you know anything about like Charles William Wiley, like the CIA's got people everywhere, but it's fascinating to read the FBI write a 302 about a call they have with a CIA man. Okay, it's kind of like that time that the FBI was investigating E. Howard Hunt for Watergate, and they called Charles William Wiley, and then in the like church committee files, you find a call where Wiley calls the CIA and tells them that he lied to the FBI. And the CIA is like, good job. That's the kind of stuff we're dealing with. All right. So we got a lot to talk about. We got 302s. Then look what I found. I was just being a little towel. I stayed up till midnight last night because we were explicating the complex domestic geopolitical orientation of Saudi Arabia during the coup between 2017 and 2019. And my grand unifying theory basically is that Epstein sided with MBZ, who was aligned with this very wealthy family called the Khashoggis, who were gun runners and like the early iteration of Epstein back in the 70s and 80s with like sex trafficking of children, horrible things. Viewer discretion advised for the stream. Anyway, so there was this 2017, I have to stay emotionally numb or it gets very overwhelming and then I start yelling. So from 2017 to 2019, there was a coup, like a King Salman in Saudi Arabia was trying to decide between, like he had appointed MBZ, Mohammed bin Zayed or whatever it is, as like the crown prince, which means the next king. Okay, that's how it works in a autocratic monarchy. And it's like a, what is it, progenity? It's like the first son, but it's not actually the firstborn son. It's just like the male line is very important, and the crown prince is the person who's going to become the king. So anyway, MBZ was the crown prince for a while, but King Salman can just be like, well, bro, I want to change to somebody else. Now, it's complicated because MBZ was like Western intelligence's man in Saudi Arabia, and Saudi Arabia was like a bit of like a hostage state to this complex faction of Islam called the Wahhabis. But it wasn't really the Wahhabis. It was more like the Persian Empire. Like we kind of overthrew the Persian Empire in Iran in like 53. It was like kind of a vassal state, and then like the Wahhabi Islamists like took it back, but they didn't want to call themselves the Persian Empire, so they put Ayatollah Khomeini in there. But it's like the money that goes back like earlier than the House of Savoy, earlier than like the Windsors, earlier than the Rothschilds. The Rothschilds only have $170 billion, bro. Like, that's not that much compared to the Persian Empire. I know it all is in context, but Epstein was the banker for the Rothschilds, and he told Bill Gates, or maybe Peter Thiel, that the Rothschilds' portfolio was $170 billion. So pennies compared to some of these Persian dynasties. So anyway, like this pre-Jesus era wealth is like financing the Saudi state and basically holding them hostage. It has to do with a situation in 1979 where when the Iranian Revolution, which is its own complex geopolitical history, happened in 79, and Ayatollah Khomeini overthrew the last Shah, which was, the Shah was not really a Shah. He was actually working for Western intelligence. Complicated situation. I don't have time to explain it. Anyway, when that happened, there was a militant invasion of Mecca in Saudi Arabia in 79. You might be saying, how is this all relevant to Epstein? I'll explain. When there was a militant takeover of the Black Cube in Mecca in 79, it was kind of like a hostage situation with the Saudi state. Osama bin Laden's family, who's not like the only money that was involved in this, he's just like the big money family. It was not just him, it was his whole family. That's why they went to Oxbridge. That's why they knew the Bushes. They had a lot of money. Okay. What happened was they were holding the Saudi state hostage and saying, listen, we're going to overthrow your country like we did to the Iranians unless you assent to having your royal crown princes go to Kandahar in Pakistan and get the blessing of the Wahhabis, represented by the bin Laden family, before they become crown prince. And I think it was King Fayed back then, or it was like, okay, fine. So King Fayed makes the deal. And so like this very extremist, wealthy, call it like a faction of the Persian Empire, like that kind of exists like a dynastic family within the region, takes control of Saudi Arabia. Their point man is Mohammed bin Zayed, okay, MBZ, for a while. Like their original point man was a guy named Adnan Khashoggi, who was an arms dealer. Now, what happened was the queen of like Malaysia or the Philippines stole $160 million worth of paintings in the 80s. That caused her and Adnan Khashoggi to get arrested and extradited to the U.S. In 1975, there was a guy named Miles Connor in Massachusetts who stole a Rembrandt and used it as leverage to get a federal sentence reduced. When this arms trafficker, Adnan Khashoggi, who probably killed Ghislaine Maxwell's dad, he died on the yacht that used to belong to Adnan Khashoggi. This guy's also Jamal Khashoggi's father, the journalist who got cut up in Istanbul with a bone saw at the Saudi consulate by MBS. We'll get there. So anyway, like Mohammed bin Zayed is closely aligned with Western intelligence and Adnan Khashoggi. When Adnan Khashoggi gets arrested in like 92, it's 3 days before the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum heist. The people connected to Khashoggi coordinate the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum heist. They don't do it in 3 days. He was in Switzerland for 3 months before he got extradited to be brought up on charges. Then they robbed the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum and used the paintings to try to get Adnan Khashoggi released because they got the idea from Miles Connor. For a number of reasons, the U.S. government just doesn't play ball, and then Adnan Khashoggi ends up getting found not guilty along with the queen of like Malaysia or whoever the hell she was over this other painting theft. And then for whatever reason, because the paintings were no longer useful for their purpose and no one apparently cared that they belonged to the people of Massachusetts, we just let them go. They're somewhere, I believe, in like Monaco. They were in Monaco at one point, 8 of the 19 that were stolen. And they were in an apartment that used to belong to Adnan Khashoggi. We like someone in the intelligence community. Now, I'm not in the intelligence community. I'm a towel. Trace them down. Okay, so bringing you forward, though. So there's a connection between like U.S. governmental function, like the predecessor of Epstein, who was Adnan Khashoggi, and then the Saudi Wahhabis who were controlling the Saudi state. Now, the reason why this is important to understand is it looks like, from the best that I can understand, beneath all this tradecraft and spying and double language and all of that, Epstein wasn't working for Israel, but he was loyal to them. They didn't like him. I found that he like was using Israel to harm kids, and they didn't like that, so they expelled him and Maxwell in the 90s. He was using kibbutz to do it, which are like a communal farm on the outskirts of Israel. I don't know. I've never been there. I would go. They seem nice. I like Israel. So anyway, I don't think he was working for Israel. I don't think he was working for Putin either. I think Putin was like a vassal state. It looks like Putin is a strongman leader who controls other states. In reality, he's part of a larger sort of faction that was allowed to emerge by some of these people. Okay, so Putin wasn't hiring Epstein. Epstein was Putin's handler, from the best I can understand, which means that Adnan Khashoggi was sort of the center of all of this, and then he trained Epstein in how to do this. Now, the reason why this is relevant to 27 to 2019 is we reviewed messages from Steve Bannon to Jeffrey Epstein yesterday and vice versa, wherein the two of them are talking about how, like in 2018, so the Saudi coup, it's very important to understand, the Wahhabis in Saudi were very anti-American. They may as well be like Iranians, okay? They definitely like did the Cole bombing, did the Nigeria bombing, did the 93 World Trade Center bombing, did the 2001 attack on the World Trade Center. They did all of that. The problem, though, is that I'd say maybe like 1999 to 2001, like Epstein and Khashoggi and this group got their hooks so deep into the American intelligence community that they were able to pitch a deal to Halliburton and Cheney and sort of the military-industrial complex and the intelligence community, wherein Saudi Arabia, to get revenge for the downing of an Iranian flight of civilians by the U.S. Navy in the early 90s, would be allowed to effectuate something originally planned in 99 in Malaysia by like the Hamburg sect of Al-Qaeda, which was actually the like CIA for the Wahhabis who controlled Saudi Arabia. They would be allowed to attack the United States. In return, PNAC, Project for a New American Century, Dick Cheney and Halliburton, and Blackwater and some of those other big contractors, and Raytheon and Boeing and all of them, would intentionally focus the attention on Iraq and Afghanistan. Bush wanted it because he never liked that his dad couldn't take over World War I, but he was a puppet. Cheney was the real power behind the scenes. They negotiated a deal where Saudi Arabia joined us as an ally in an attack against Iraq, and also we went into Afghanistan, that they actually were responsible for. Like, they were very happy, and so was our military-industrial complex, if we just went after Saddam and Afghanistan, and we were happy to do it, apparently. That's scary. So that's kind of the geopolitical orientation of why MBZ, although he was our guy, quote-unquote, the West guy in Saudi Arabia, it was still like we were blackmailed. Like, we didn't own our own country. We were, like, subservient to the interests of the Wahhabis dynasty that controlled Saudi Arabia, Iran, like, etc. So what happened, though, was between 2017 and 2019, there was basically, you can call it a civil war. It's called a soft coup. You can look it up on Wikipedia. There was a soft coup between two factions of the Saudi Arabian princehood. MBZ, Mohammed bin Zayed, the heir apparent for decades by King Salman, MBZ. And on the other side, Mohammed bin Salman, the current ruler of Saudi Arabia, the current crown prince, the current power behind the scenes. Okay? What happened was, MBS was like more, you have to understand Saudi Arabia as a country. Saudi Arabia was kind of like China during the closed off years. Like, for a long time under the Wahhabis, like, you really were not supposed to, like, put Western troops in Saudi Arabia. You weren't supposed to, like, go into Saudi Arabia as what they would call an infidel, but it's really more, like, everyone's getting on, like, Epstein and the Jewish people for calling people goyim. What do you think the term infidel means? It means a non-Muslim person on Muslim land. So, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. They do it, like, everybody does it. I don't want to hear it. So anyway, it was very, like, kind of conservative, but also isolationist to a fault. It didn't need money. It didn't need anything, like, internationally. It was, like, just a closed-off state. And then it slowly emerges. You can kind of think of it as like a corollary to perestroika in the Soviet Union in the 90s, or like the original reopening of China and Japan in the 20th century, 19th century. Like, it reopens its doors, but it's very guarded. It's like a hyper-capitalist, autocratic Muslim monarchy, okay? So it opens up its doors, and it wants to build, like, its vision for, like, Riyadh and, like, the entire, like, Middle East. It's, like, kind of like pan-Arab like unity, but it's more like they think that's very threatening to present it as like an Arab Union. So they present it more as like an economic project akin to the EU. The idea really starts up around like the 80s and 90s. By like 99 to like the early 2000s, Saudi Arabia is literally like trying to simultaneously be like a country that doesn't allow Western troops on their land while also like interconnected with the modern emerging global economy. It inevitably, although the sort of old school kind of like more autocratic rulers like MBZ, whatever, they're like holding on to control of the state, but it's fragile. And it all culminates in 2017 when Mohammed bin Salman like comes onto the scene with this alternative vision, which explains why during the Abrams Accord in 2019, when Mohammed bin Salman took over Saudi Arabia immediately switched from like aligned with like Iran and like Syria and all these hostile countries to Israel to aligned with Israel. Okay, now you have to understand that when Israel emerged in 48, like every Arab country hated Israel. Like until Israel took over like Jordan and like other than Hezbollah's control of southern Lebanon, took over the Lebanese state, like pacified Egypt, like dealt with Iraq, basically dealt with Iran through the Stuxnet virus in 2012. Until Israel like dealt with the Arab world hated Israel. 48, 67, etc., etc., etc. All those attacks were basically like the mullahs. It's not like mullahs. It's more like the dynasties of the Persian Empire were hostile to Israel for like 50 years after its existence. Maybe 60. Finally, in 2017, you get this sect within the sort of like Arab world aligned with MBS that wants to work more closely with Israel. Now do you get why Israel wanted to take out Epstein? Because Epstein was aligned with the Khashoggi family, who was more sympathetic because of money and politics and entrenched old world power, with a vision for Saudi Arabia that was more conservative. Now, MBS literally must be one of the most powerful people in the world, because everything about this whole story, everything, centers around the time period between 2017 and 2019. It appears, to the best of my understanding, that the reason Epstein was arrested was because MBS pulled off the coup and like tortured MBZ and then like imprisoned all the princes that were a threat and then got King Solomon to go along with this. That's the best of my that's the best like I can do with this. Like Epstein got arrested because of MBS like taking power in Saudi Arabia. Khashoggi was killed not because he was a journalist dissident, but because he was part of the old monarchy that ran weapons, his family, weapons and kids, and abused kids, to finance it for decades, and his family trained Epstein. So what happened was Epstein made like a bad bet, basically. In 2018, you have him talking to Bannon, and Epstein is on tilt a little bit. He must have loved the Khashoggi family. He must have owed them everything, because Epstein's on tilt, and he says to Bannon, like, the video that President Erdogan of Turkey, is going to release about where like the Saudis make the Saudi sausage by cutting up Jamal Khashoggi with a bone saw. That's going to be so bad that it will be like the time that Idi Amin's video came out where he was eating the liver of his opponents. Therefore, MBS won't be able to function as a diplomat, so King Solomon will take away his status as the crown prince. It was like, this happened. 2017. Yeah, this was the start of the coup. Okay, so to the best of my understanding, what ties this all together is that like Epstein was protected by U.S. intelligence because U.S. intelligence was basically a vassal for, and the political system was a vassal for wealth that went back to like Adnan Khashoggi and the earlier like dynasties of Europe. It was like Europe kind of, but mostly like Persia, I think. That's the real money here. It doesn't look like it in the files, but all the people that Epstein was talking to in the files, like what he was doing was screening like new money into the old money. So a lot of what you're seeing, like his clients, aren't really the people who he owed everything to. He owed everything to the Khashoggi family. So anyway, Epstein, you can see it in his emotional state. Like he makes a bad play. Like he tells Bannon outright, like, listen, MBS is not going to be able to get through this Khashoggi video. Bro, MBS got through that Khashoggi video, and then he took over Saudi Arabia, and then basically immediately Epstein and Bannon and anyone aligned with MBZ got arrested. by the U.S. government, by other governments. You don't understand. Like, this is all happening because our domestic political intelligence and otherwise and police apparatus was captured by a very, very intense network of well-funded human and arms and children traffickers dating back to like the 70s. And Epstein was just kind of the second generation that was handed this project. And MBS, somebody struck a deal where we were liberated as a country. And I think the price of the deal, I don't really understand the geopolitical fallout, but the price of the deal seems to be that Saudi Arabia is going to admit to 9/11. They're going to say that MBZ and Khashoggi and Epstein and the intelligence community did 9/11. Then they're going to pay the victims a lot of money. Then they're going to pay Epstein victims a lot of money. And then I think we're going to move forward with a Muslim Israeli, like a Saudi Israeli US kind of axis, which is very weird. Because Saudi, you would think would be more sympathetic towards the BRICS, like Brazil, Russia, India, China. But really, I think that's what the difference was. MBZ wanted to side with Russia and China and India and Pakistan or whatever. And MBS came in and was like, no, bro. I think we can do it with the West. And MBZ wasn't actually working for the West. He was trying to control the West so that the BRICS would be able to emerge as the sort of modern multipolar hegemon. That's why the Belt and Road was happening. That's why the petrodollar was going to be abandoned. It was actually because MBZ and the rest of... And we're getting some latency, 7 years on these disclosures. But it's actually because the entire Arab bloc shifted around as a result of MBS taking power in Saudi Arabia, and in turn all of the people who were secretly really in power in the world started falling because MBS was opposed to how they were siding with the emergence of sort of the new sort of international order. Wow, that's incredible. It's an incredible amount of power. It's also an incredible series of developments, and it's exactly what Epstein deserved. And all the people he was involved with deserve. But anyway, that's what we were doing yesterday. Then we tied Epstein to Connecticut, a boarding school called the Rumsey Hall School. Then we tied it to this network of billionaires that touches every major company. Then we did some more research, and then I was showing you how to research the Epstein files. Then, to bring you to today, I haven't looked at your comments yet. Sorry, I'm just trying to relay all this from memory. Anyway, then overnight, we went till midnight because we were diving deep into the sort of networks that facilitated, the Saudi Arabian, I'm calling it Saudi, but it was actually the Wahhabists and the Persian Empire and the mullahs, doing 9/11. We had to trace the financial networks. It basically has to do with this, old Saudi ideology under MBZ of what's called, it's not really Saudi, it's more like a militant Muslim ideology called Jizya, Jiyzah. It's sending militant Islam around the world under the auspices of cultural tolerance, and then getting in countries and taking their government, and turning it into militant Islamic autocracy. So anyway, and they use the Saudi Ministry of Islamic Affairs to do it. It explains a lot of the spies, especially that I found when looking into the juror from the second Karen Reed trial's father-in-law and his ties to the University of Nebraska, and a patent that would become the Boeing Warrior X system that was linked to a guy who used a fake middle initial on the patent, then went back to Saudi Arabia and now works at the King Fayed School of University of Petroleum and Minerals. Definitely Saudi intel. Anyway, he founded some giant company, the biggest internet commerce site in Saudi Arabia in 1998. I don't even want to tell you about the technology. But the point is, so we watched this very interesting Dartmouth University lecture by a very high-ranking lawyer. It was kind of a limited hangout. My analysis of his lecture was he was telling 50%. He helps victims' families, but he does it in a political way. He told the Saudi responsibility for it, he has tracked down. What he's not willing to say is it was MBZ through Epstein and Khashoggi and that family making a deal with U.S. intelligence and Halliburton and Cheney to let Saudi Arabia, in retaliation for the civilian airliner attack, bomb the trade centers, and then Project for a New American Century and Halliburton and the rest of the military-industrial complex would invade Iraq and Afghanistan with Saudi support. Like, that's what he won't say. No one wants to say that. I will say that because that's what happened. But that's what we're dealing with. This, like, child abuse network was one part of a larger geopolitical war. It was like a soft power war that manifested in a coup for the Saudi state between 2017 and 2019. And when MBS won, he took out, like, around the world via his new connections, everyone who worked with MBZ, and that culminated in the Epstein files release. Boom. How you like that? Is that an efficient summary from memory? Hello, everyone who's joining in. I hope that was helpful. It's kind of interesting to just be able to relay all that. It's really fun. I was talking to someone, and they were like, how do you remember all this? And I was like, I'm just in my mind map. Imagine a computer. So computers are frustrating to me. They're wonderful. I love them for accessing stuff I don't know yet, but they're so slow. Like, they're fast. I don't want to insult Towel Computer. Oh, no. Speaking of Towel Computer, I just spilled something on it. It wasn't anything serious, but, oh, no. I insulted Towel Computer, and then I knocked over my cup. See what I mean? Like, that was fake. So, anyway, there wasn't anything in the cup. But anyway, the point is, I insulted the computer. I immediately paid for it. The point is, like, computers are slow compared to my mind. Like, I don't want to click through folders. Bro, I don't need to go to a bunch of different tabs. Like, it has a limited random access memory. It slows down when you do too much. I need something that's instantly accessible all the time without having to click through it. So that's what my brain's like. All the files are just up there and stored. And it's like, instead of having to actually scroll through them, I just think about a document and it appears, and then I start reading it. And then I'm thinking like 6 documents ahead. So I have everything I want to reference. Like, I'm already reading it before I'm saying it. And then I'm just saying the facts in a cohesive sentence after I've read the documents to make sure that what I'm going to say is aligned with what I need to explain related to the historical record based on the primary sources. So I'm just constantly doing that in like a loop. Like, I'm reading a few documents ahead in my brain, and then I'm telling you about the documents, and then I'm linking them all together and explaining what they mean and trying to keep it sort of in the context of a larger thematic geopolitical chessboard a la Zygmunt Brzezinski. Okay? So that's why I like my brain. I don't want to change anything about it. I like it. I'm protective of it because it functions exactly as I want it to function. I need the information, I go find it. I don't have it, I know either where to find it or what to do to start looking for it. And I want it instantly accessible with no latency, and I never want to run into a buffer, and I never want to run out of space. And as long as I continue to train those neural networks to do exactly that, I just get better and better and better at it. So, who do I think is in charge of this project now? I think it's done. You can't run a project when every CIA agent involved is exposed, when all the politicians are exposed, when they're going to have hearings about the CIA. It's over. It's like saying who was the next generation of the plumbers. Well, it took a long time before they could even have plumbers again. They were the Watergate burglars. So, I don't know. I don't know what the establishment is going to do. We're going to talk about this 302. I just had to give you all that context or you want to understand what this this is a boss 302. The FBI is pissed about these people. They're going to take them all down. I think some people in the FBI were compromised, as was the U.S. Attorney's Office, as was the CIA, NDIA, and NSA. Like, everyone was compromised, every institution, but like some people within the institutions were like, we're going to burn this all down by creating a record, and although we know it's secret, we know it's going to come out eventually. This was a hell of a project to get these documents out. So anyway, if you take a look at this, right? If you take a look at this, it's a 302. We're going to listen to the whole thing, but look what else I found. Dude, I don't think that I should, from the Epstein files, be able to get the violent criminal threat branch of whatever the hell this is. It looks like the FBI. I don't think I should have their significant weekly report from July 3rd of 2020. Like, I don't know if, like, we have to have, like, a talk about this. I don't know where it's just in the Epstein files. It's EFTA 00174120. So I'm just being a little towel. I didn't know what I was going to find. Hello, Nancy from the 508. Hello, Abby. I am a towel. Abby's probably sleeping. It's cold. Abby's a little doggo. Anyway, so look at this. Hello, Laura. Look at this. Are we sure that I should have this? Are we sure the public should have this? Because, okay, so it starts with, oh, wow, did you know the FBI Boston arrested Ghislaine Maxwell? It starts with, like, what the reason is for this being in the Epstein files, okay, which is just on July 7, 2020, FBI NY and FBI Boston arrested Maxwell in Bradbury, New Hampshire. She'll make her initial appearance in the District of New Hampshire. She was indicted in SDNY on 6/29/20, enticing minors to engage in illegal sex acts, transportation, 2 conspiracy, and 2 counts of perjury. She helped Jeffrey Epstein recruit, groom, and ultimately abuse multiple girls as young as 14 years old. Okay, that seems like it should be in there. I don't think this other stuff should be in there, bro. Like, I don't think I should be learning about this. I'm telling you, I'm not really sure these things should be in there. Because, first of all, why didn't anyone redact this stuff? Like, why am I learning about how they, like, do warrants? Like, and, like, what the kick name was? And, like, why do they have these chats, like, the names of the chats uncensored? Why are they giving away sources and methods for going after, like, Preds? I don't understand. Same thing with this. Like, why are you, like, putting this? Why is this public? I don't get it. All right? Like, and then why is all this stuff up there? Like, why am I learning about, like, what happens when they need to find, like, someone who is, like, look at what they do when they track someone, right? They get, like, an arrest warrant on them for Hobbs Act robbery, okay? Then they, like, tell this, like, task force they want to arrest the guy on 7/8/2020. Then they'll, like, watch your house, you know, like the 2 addresses in Mount Vernon where him and his crew sell marijuana, and then they have guns. So during the surveillance, they stopped and arrested one buyer, and then they arrested 2 buyers on another time. Then they're going to do more surveillance. They're going to get more evidence. Then they're going to use the evidence from the surveillance and arrest to obtain search warrants on 2 addresses to be executed on July 8th. Then they talk about how on March 20th there was a gunpoint home invasion involving, like, these people, and then they cut power to the apartment, and then they went in and they pistol whipped the people, and then one of them got stabbed while trying to pistol whip the people and rob them. Okay, then we find out about this complex situation involving, like, people who were, trafficked by the Bloods. Like, in recent, this means, like, street gangs are trafficking children. I'm very upset about this. Okay, children trafficked by the Bloods who get put in a child center, then they keep escaping, going back to the Bloods, then the FBI goes out and gets the kids, arrests the Bloods, takes them back. Like, this has been, like, this is bad. This is really bad. And then it talks about, like, there's a child abduction with no ransom, and then they talk about how, like, somebody, like, got kidnapped, and, like, when they got found, because somebody shot someone, they ran away, their parents reported them, they got caught, then they confessed to abusing a child, like, hurting a child. Okay, then there's this one, which is just, like, how they investigate things. Okay, now I want to show you the most interesting one, which is about this Trey Nine's blood member named Spencer Jean. Now, you go read the news articles. Bro, there is nothing about this in the news articles. Hello, Fearless Fangirl. Well, your username is relevant. There's nothing about this stuff. If you read about Spencer Jean, you're going to read that he got, like, bopped. He, like, went to jail, federal prison for 30. He's in jail for 35 years. He's never getting out. He was part of the Trey Nines. Now, if you know anything about the Trey Nines, they kind of were, like, operating, but they were working with Tekashi 6ix9ine, and then Tekashi 6ix9ine, like, shot a gun at, like, some building in Times Square, and it had to do with O-Block. Strangely, like, okay, I don't really understand what happened, but, like, the Trey Nines, there's a distinction between, it's not like Bloods versus Crips. It's more like GDs versus BDs. Like, I don't know a lot about this, but, like, I studied some of the files. It's like gangster disciples versus black disciples. Like, they are like, you can have Bloods and Crips that are both GDs, and you can have Bloods and Crips that are both BDs. And they, like, so you can have 2 sets of the same gang that don't like each other because one of them are BDs and one of them are GDs. The Tekashi 6ix9ine and Trey 9 Blood situation has to do with like New York street gangs that got into a fight with like Chief Keef and like Chicago street gangs. And they're all linked because the Chicago street gangs, on like a block by block basis, like O Block versus Tukaville, whatever, they're aligned like GD BD, basically. And that's like I'm speaking very broadly. They're like GD BD. And then like the Trey 9 Bloods are linked with like a set in Chicago who didn't like O Block. So like Chief Keef, I don't remember if it was Quando Rondo or Chief Keef or King Von or Tekashi 6ix9ine, but somebody was feuding with somebody. So Tekashi 6ix9ine goes to O Block at like 2 a.m. and films a video to troll them, which is not a good idea. So then they come to New York and like they're saying they're going to come like light up the Trey 9s. I'm talking about like O Block. And they come to New York and they're saying they're going to light up the Trey 9s. So the Trey 9s with Tekashi 6ix9ine in the car like go down to the middle of Times Square. This is where it like got too much. Like you could tell the Hip Hop Task Force, which is different than some of the other stuff we're talking about, like didn't want this stuff going on. Because Tekashi 6ix9ine and the Trey 9s go into the middle of New York City, literally Times Square, and just shoot bullets at O Block. And this causes like the Trey 9s to get raided, which in turn leads to Tekashi 6ix9ine becoming a cooperating informant. Okay? Now, that's the context for like what the 9 Treys are. So this guy's a 9 Trey, and there's this write-up about how they find out he got a phone in prison. They don't do anything. They let him keep the phone. Then they run a tap on it. Then they find out that he's threatening to murder witnesses in his own trial, and then they use it against him when he gets brought to trial and forced to plead guilty. Don't fuck with these people. They're monsters, and they're really good at what they do, but they cannot be co-opted by international pedophile trafficking rings. I think that's like the lesson of all this. We have a great like law enforcement system and a great intelligence community. They just can't be working for like mullahs and sex traffickers. I mean, it's a like relatively obvious principle, but like we've really just got to like make that as a baseline. All right, like if they don't do that, everything else works just fine. All right, like the system works. I'm showing you it works. It just can't be weaponized to like enslave child victims of sex trafficking for life. Like what? Why were you doing that? Don't do that. That's bad. Very bad. I'm disappointed and angry. Anyway. So, I don't know why this is in there. Does anyone have an explanation? Does anyone, like, understand why I have a full, like, unredacted VCT branch weekly report? Like, are we sure the public should have this? Are we all just, like, comfortable with this? There's 33 Title III warrant. There was 33 active Title III warrants in the district at that time. There was one Group 1, there was 2 Group 2s, there was 11 GPS monitors, there was 124 pen registrars. They had made 384 arrests. They got 113 convictions. They got 14 informations, which is different than an indictment. They got 231 indictments, and they got they disrupted and dismantled. I told you, disrupt, disorganize, destroy. They disrupted, dismantled 79 gangs. Brah. This is a machine. You are looking you're looking behind the curtain at the machine. These are the Epstein files. We're on document EFTA 00141742120. We're doing this at my pace, by the way. We're just doing this in segments. We have to process this one thing at a time. We have to just address what each thing is, talk about it. Everything is unique. Everything is individualized. That's the only way to process the Epstein files. What else did I find? Oh, yeah. All right. These are all redacted. But I was trying to figure out what this was. In 2007, the FBI was investigating Epstein, obviously, before they arrested him. And I'm, like, trying to figure out why someone's MySpace page is, like, in an FBI record. All right, well, it turns out if you're a witness and the FBI wants to interview you, they literally do this thing which I'm not really sure what this is. I'll show you what it's called. Like, they put the actual name of whatever the hell this is somewhere. Oh, yeah, it's called a National Comprehensive Report. Now, it's kind of freaky. Like, I'm not kidding you. Like, you don't understand what these people can look up about you. Like, when they want to find you, like, this is what they do. Like, they have you want to talk about, like, our civilian search tools? Bro, they have everything on your whole life. Now, this is not Jeffrey Epstein. This is someone they want to interview about Jeffrey Epstein. They knew everything about her. They knew everything. They knew where she had lived. They knew whether, like, the house she was in, like, had a mortgage, when the mortgage changed, when they had to pay, like, certain amounts, when they, like, what cars her family had, what car she had, when they sold the car, when they got a new car, what the title was the VIN available, what was the model type, how was the engine, was it fuel injected, was it a different kind of car, where was the car from, how much did it cost when it was purchased, how much did they sell it for, everything. And then I guess they wanted to find out how to get to her home to interview her, so they printed MapQuest directions. This was 2007. And then they do the interview. That's how they prep for a 302. Bro, you get investigated or interviewed by the FBI, they know everything about you. And then they do the interview. Okay, it was only like a 2-page 302. They did like 40 hours of work. And then they show all the, like, notes, like, about all the stuff she learned about Epstein. This was a victim who was very seriously traumatized. She went there. Her friend told her she could make $300 to take her shirt off and do, content warning, and do massages for him. And then he, like, sexually assaulted her multiple times. And this is what so if you are not a target, if you are just helping them, this is what they know. They know everything and more about your entire life. Lie to them at your peril. Oh my God, they even have the Palm Beach police report. Epstein did stop and no more. Epstein would ask her on occasion if she would have blank with him, but she always denied. He offered her money for blank, but she declined. Blank said Epstein told her she should be a model and he would help her become a model. Blank said Epstein told her he could not wait until she turned 18 years of age so he could fly her to Paris. Blank said she had a last contact with Epstein or his assistant in 2005. Said she told two friends about what she did at Epstein's home. These two friends, blank, 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 WF Doe, blank, and blank, WF DOB, blank, both agreed to meet with Epstein and provide massages. Blank said she told both girls that they would have to massage this man and possibly get undressed. Blank told both girls they would receive approximately $200 for these massages. Blank said she is unaware of how many times blank or blank went to Epstein's house. Blank advised she did not tell blank, blank, or blank she was reporting these actions to the police. Blank had in her possession 2 tabs of Bath and Body Works lotion. No, the lotion! Oh, no. Oh, no, the Diddy lotion was a thing. Diddy was a mini Epstein. Oh, no, the lotion. It puts the lotion on the skin. Oh, my God, the Silence of Lambs was trying to tell us something. Apparently someone knows I'm a big towel now. Who knows I'm a big towel? Kyle? What is wrong with you, Kyle? Good to see you, my friend. I'm a towel. I think they do know. I think the vengeful librarians have figured out that I was both a librarian and I'm now a big towel. Bath and Body Works was owned by Lex Wexner? Oh, no. Oh, this is bad. Blank said she did not. Do you understand that what they were doing was they had these girls recruiting other girls? They turned them into pimps. Blank said she did not remember when she got these lotions from Epstein's home, but she said she no longer wanted to possess them. She brought the lotions to the cops! This girl's a G. All right, so the best I can understand is some of these girls were broken mentally. Some got forced addicted to drugs. Some, like, just literally couldn't make it and died. Some they killed. And then other, like, some of these girls were just bosses. This girl must have been, like, 20 when she reported this. And she was just such a boss, like, so mentally, like, with it, that she was just like, charge the motherfucker. I love this girl. She's my hero. I don't know who she is. She's a boss. She just went down there and was like, here's the lotion. She made it impossible for them to not charge him. I love this girl. Oh my God, she's a boss. She was like 20. She even realized that they used her as a pimp. This girl's incredible. It's a girl. What a girl boss. You want to talk about girl bosses? That's incredible. I don't know unless the... So here's my policy. I want to just lay this... We should have some ground rules. One, no being discriminatory, no being derogatory, no sea lying, no trolling, etc. No sea lining, no trolling, etc. Number two. If a victim... I follow the AP's policy. If a victim themselves has identified themselves by name in any news article by consent, I will use their name and look into it. If they have not, I will not. That's just my policy. It's the AP's policy. I think it's the fairest policy because it really puts the decision it puts the autonomy in the hands of the person who was victimized. So that's my general policy on that. I'm not like that's what I'd prefer we uphold in the comments. If the victim has come into public and said on social media or in the media, I am this person, this is my name, then I will look into more about them. But if they are not saying anything, if their name was just accidentally revealed, if someone said it without their permission, then I won't attach a name to it. And that's just to respect them. And every victim has that choice, at least in terms of my coverage. I don't know how other channels do it. Now, there's some stuff I can't help. Like the DOJ did make mistakes. So I want to put a disclaimer that, like, I'm going through these files and researching them. You are seeing me see some of these for the first time because we can't do research. I can do the starting point research, but a lot of these documents are cross-referenced. I just can't tell you what's going to come up on the screen. But that doesn't mean I'm going to dive into it unless that person, the victim in particular, has spoken to me or one of my colleagues or the media. And I need to know that they are comfortable having done that. Okay. No, don't worry about it, Spacey118. Don't worry about it at all. You were doing good things. We're all trying to help people. And you may find, Spacey118, that this victim has come out in public and talked or is in the news, or in which case nothing against. We'll look into it. We'll find more. However, if they're alive, we have to do the due diligence. We can all do it together if you want. We won't do it on stream to make sure that they want to talk and they want to be identified. Now, we don't have to talk to them directly if they've been in the news, but yeah, like that's going to be a general rule for anything we look into. If there's a victim and nobody did anything wrong, because look, even the DOJ, whatever, if you find a victim who is in the news by name consensually, you just say it. That's the best way for us to do it. Likewise, if you find a victim who is not in the news but might be named, tell me as well, maybe in a DM or email, so we can email the DOJ because they want people to email them. It says it right on the website if you find those kind of names unredacted. So I think this is actually good. So your Spacey118 is very important for multiple reasons. Like whether the person has talked in public or hasn't, that's the kind of thing that we're going to be keeping an eye on. Okay, so there was a motion to refer to victims as survivors. Yes, we will do that, but I'm happy to call them survivors of victimization. However, it's important to understand you're going to see the word victim as a legal term of art in a lot of these documents. It's not pejorative. Victim is a status in the criminal process. So, like, I absolutely get where you're coming from. The people who survived this, the people who survived the torment and the victimization, I absolutely am on board with that language. Language is important. They're not underage women, they're children. That's another thing that's important to remember. And so, yes, but also when you see the term victim, don't think that the people writing the reports are trying to denigrate the people who are testifying. They're doing it to give them the status of victim, which is different than a witness. All right, that's all that is. It's just a legal term of art. Yo, absolutely. The term survivors, I think, is preferred. I will use it. In particular, I'll make a reminder. But just remember, in the files, that term is used as a legal term of art, especially if you're reading something like a 302. Yeah, I don't know if we saw. I think we did see it in here, actually, at a certain point. And it's just important to remember. I personally am okay and will use survivors. But, yeah, when we're reading through and you hear it, it's a distinction between someone who's a named victim and a named witness. That's why they use the term victim. It entitles you to restitution. I'm not a lawyer. There's not legal advice. It entitles you to restitution federally. It increases, like, your standing, kind of. It's a complex distinction, but it's not a distinction without a difference. It is a real difference, that word victim. A survivor of victimization, if we want to use that term. But when the court is using the word victim, it's using it to ascribe a certain status to a person in the legal sense. We are all learning. All right, let me write this up. I don't want to do a video. Yeah, it's a very legal term. Definitely a legal term. Like, in the way that we see it in the 302s, it's utilized legally. Which, I mean, isn't really... It's neither here nor there as to how we talk about it, which is the insight. That's the important insight. But it is important because there's 5.1 million of these documents. We're going to see that term a lot. So. All right, let me get the ID. Let me write this up. Give me 1 second. I'm not going to make any guesses as to the victim's identity, obviously, but I'm going to write this up. That's what I like to do during these streams. Oh, wow. Wow. The DOJ had an 86-page memo into conspirators of Epstein, and they pulled it from the DOJ website when Julie K. Brown, the journalist, found it. Look at this. We're going to take a look at this as well. But I was just going on the Twitter because I wanted to make a post about what we just did. And look what I found right at the top of my Twitter. Look at that. Breaking. DOJ's 86-page prosecution memo listing possible co-conspirators in the Epstein case and the victim's allegations against those possible co-conspirators disappeared from their website after the Miami Herald questioned them about the list. Oh, boy. Oh, goodness. Now, as for us, let's do a post. What's this? A survivor of victimization in the Jeffrey Epstein case turned in 2 bottles of body lotion from Epstein's Epstein associate Lex Wexner's company to the Palm Beach Police Department when reporting Epstein for SA in 2007, and the FBI had the report since 20 as well. Yeah, I would say that's a good way to explain that. That's probably the only way to explain it, and that's how you spell palm. That's how you spell reporting. All right, there you go. So let me add that picture. Give me 1 second. All right, hold on a second. Nope, wrong one. Right one. Wow, that was interesting. That was pretty scary. That was not what I even intended to read. All I wanted to show you was what it looks like when the FBI does like a background check on someone before they interview them, and then we ended up down an incredible rabbit hole that I didn't even notice. Like, I didn't know that Palm Beach Police Department report was in there. You know what I'm saying? And let me get the file ID. All right. Source. Nope, that's not the right one. That's not the right one. This is the right one. Source, page 62 of 78. You got to always put the page on the long one. Source, page 62 of 78. And done. I'm a towel. All right, let me just download that. I always when I find a file, I rip the PDF as well from the website. Oh no, you can't do it if it does that. Hold on, I gotta reload. It's always a good idea when you're looking at these documents. Don't just trust they're gonna stay up on the DOJ website. Click the download button and leave the file name as the ETF ID. Don't change it because that's how they're indexed. If you want to add a denotation as to what the ETF ID is, do that. But don't change the ETF ID in the PDF when you save it. Like, try to keep a accurate record of what the file is you're downloading, because otherwise it gets really complicated. All right, so let us go to our next thing. We're going to listen to this now. I'm going to help you understand this. I'm going to annotate it. This will take us through everything that you really need to know about what happened, because this guy was in the middle of everything, and I think he kind of got a little freaked out when he saw what it all was. Once Epstein went down and Maxwell was about to go down, I think this guy figured it out, and so he kind of spills his guts. Then we're going to listen to it. So let me have it read out because I want to save my voice. Then I'll take a lunch. Maybe we'll come back after. When we first of all, I want you to let's take a little intermission. Let me talk about this. Processing these documents is a lot. You have to be almost like an interdisciplinary expert in geopolitics and tradecraft of intelligence, and how government on the state, local, and federal level investigates people, how politics can influence prosecutorial discretion, and you have to know how rich people think, and how the CIA thinks, and the FBI, and the intelligence community as an apparatus, and you have to understand all of its history. It doesn't exist in a vacuum. Everything that is done is a part of a larger sort of tradition. And that's why it's a lot of nepotism, because you have to know it. You have to live it. You cannot be taught, you can be taught this and work as a field agent. You cannot run this stuff unless you are born into it and live it your whole life. Because it's it's who's who. It's not just who you know, but it's who they knew and where they're from and who their family is and who they might know, and you can never be wrong. Piss off the wrong person once and it's over, and that's what happened with Epstein and MBZ. So that's why it's so hard to process this. It's an incredible emotional load. I mean, I'm happy. I want to live. I'm fine. But it's also an incredible demand on cognitive load. It's an incredible cognitive load compared to what I normally present to you. This is on a different level. The Reed case, the John O'Keefe case, Birchmore case, the Turboy case, the Lindsay case, all that stuff. That's kind of how do I explain this? It's like lifting a 2-pound weight. This is like lifting a 500-pound weight. It's pushing. I'm maxing out when I'm repping sets of this. That's the best way I can explain it by analogy. That other stuff, I don't mean to denigrate it, but it's just not that many facts. It's 40 people over 3 years. Okay, it's a lot to know 40 lives over 3 years and all the details and the facts and the records, but come on, bro. I know, I'm not trying to denigrate, but that's easy lifting. Really. I can just walk around with that dumbbell and do other stuff. This is going onto a bench to do a bench press at your max all the time. It's maxing every single time when you're repping sets of this stuff, because it's all so connected. There's no downtime. There's no oh yeah, we'll just quickly cycle through these facts. You want to talk about this, you have to know it, and it's a different level of knowing it, and it does wear on me physically, not emotionally, not mentally, physically. Because to be able to have my brain, my synapses firing at that level, at constantly digesting it, interpreting it, researching it, relaying it to you, I have to take it in segments. That's how I've decided we're going to do this. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to like research as if I were doing this on my own while talking to you. And then I'm going to take breaks and we're going to do it in parts. This series likely will go to like part like 60, maybe part like 100. It's just going to keep going. We're going to use Roman numerals because I want to learn new Roman numerals. I know I'm a little bit like that. It's just going to keep going and going and going and going because I'm not going to stop until I understand the whole picture. I pretty much got it, but there's gold in them there hills. And the gold in this situation is revitalizing human autonomy and faith in a better world and not abusing children. So anyway, we're going to do that. We're going to do it at my pace. We're going to do it in the way I feel most comfortable with. We're going to find things together. There'll be moments of eureka. There'll be moments of horror. There'll be moments of joy, moments of sadness, moments of laughter. And none of it is to take any of this lightly. All right? To be able to do this, you must be able to maintain yourself and your happiness. You are the vehicle, and I am the vehicle, and we are the vehicle upon which change will be built, which means we must be able to continue day to day processing it. To do that, it requires a little bit of levity, moments of levity you may have heard over the years while watching this channel. It requires a little bit of education. It requires a little bit of information. Educate, inform, entertain. All right? We do 80% educate and inform, 20% entertain. Give your mind a little break every now and again. If you're wondering, was he doing all of this on purpose? Yes. Like I do everything on purpose so that your brain, while watching, is able to process the information without either like having to run the other way or break down or lose the thread or get overwhelmed to the point where the connections aren't registering as a insight about the larger systemic issue at play. I'm doing that so you can understand what's going on. All right? It's a very specific model of learning. It's like if Epstein were benevolent. Instead of a jerk. Like the worst human of all time. All right? Like I understand generally how your brains function. You're all unique in your own ways. But like I understand generally how the brain works. And you can either like help brains function in a way that makes them happy and learn things, or you can traumatize them and break them. I don't do the trauma thing. Nope. I don't believe in that. I think that's a form of control that's abhorrent. I'm much more about autonomy, you being happy, not all the time gratuitously, that would be mania, but you being happy enough to realize that like you are in charge. Okay, the world is okay, things are going to be like all right. But at the same time, that comes with not abdicating your duty in the civic arena. So like intense cognitive burdens to understand the interplay of the various forces that are involved in your government so that you, in your individual role as a participant in that democracy, can help make sure it doesn't get run by people who abuse children. That's the point. But your brain has to be able to process that, or you'll just break down. Because what are you supposed to do with all of this information and all of these files? Like, literally, what are you supposed to do? Like, how are you supposed to process all this? Especially if you don't understand a lot of it. Like, reading just parts of it can break your psyche. Especially if you start, like, I'm very, very, very capable of doing this. But when I saw the video of Epstein with, like, a passed-out, benzoed 8-year-old girl, like, with he had a herpes sore, like, open on his lips, and he's, like, forcing her to make out with him in, like, a leopard print chair. Bro, it's the most disgusting thing I've ever seen in my entire life. It literally traumatized me. It's hard to traumatize me at this point. It traumatized me. If you see it in a silo, your brain will have a break. So you won't understand. And you'll be so despondent from what you're looking at, like the evil, that you won't be able to take in the larger picture. So that's why I'm doing this, okay? I'm going to teach you how I do it. Maybe it works for you, maybe it doesn't, all right? But that's how I'm able to segment and compartmentalize it. Like, I see the full picture, but I'm intentionally compartmentalizing it so that it doesn't emotionally overwhelm me. Here are some tricks. If I'm scrolling through files and I see, like, a beheading, I learned this from moderating on Reddit, actually. And I also think Epstein and Maxwell were using Reddit to, like, get CSAM and stuff. It's really fucked up. But, like, when you mod on Reddit, it's really fucked up. Like, you gotta report stuff to, like, the admins that's, like, really bad. Like, I've seen, like, people's heads get cut off and shit. And, you gotta, like, tell law enforcement. Like, you gotta, like, know what you're doing when you're moderating some of those subreddits. Or you, like, could very easily, like, inadvertently enable really bad stuff. And so, like, while moderating, like, Reddit's pretty good. It has, like, a pretty good filter. Like, if you don't know how Reddit works, like, moderators are in charge. They can remove your comments. Like, they have a lot of power. But it's not the same as being an admin. And then the Reddit also has, like, an automated filter, which will put something in your mod queue in, like, all red. And that, like, flags it as, like, being site-wide, like, banned. Now, there's something called, like, a site-wide hard filter that you can never approve the content from. Like, InfoWars was on there. Like, you can never get an InfoWars link up there unless you use a workaround, because InfoWars is on the hard filter. The soft, and, like a lot of other bad stuff's on the hard filter, like, really bad stuff. The soft filter, it goes into your mod queue by Reddit as, like a company, an automated action as read, but you can override the system. And just thinking about, like, what Maxwell, or what Ghislaine Maxwell and Epstein might have actually been doing, really disturbs me. It disturbs me incredibly. And also, I want to play back my own video here because I want to remember what I was just talking about. There's the cognitive load. Okay, so when I was doing this kind of stuff, like, I did as a public service. Like, I just wanted... Like, I was like an editor, like, very benevolent. Like, I was the same way I am now. Like, no mistreating people. Like, just talk about the facts. Like, just don't be a jerk. And, like, don't hurt children. So, like, I was very, very on the ball. But, like, you scroll, and there's, like, a dude being beheaded, okay? If I had not developed a strategy of saying, like, oh... in my own brain, immediately after seeing it, saying, oh, that was just fake, I don't think I could have done it. Like, I had to develop on my own coping strategies over a decade to just be able to do that, okay? To be able to inadvertently come across, like, a beheading video. The first one I ever saw was by accident, like, on LimeWire when I was, like, 12. Because it was that American journalist that the Taliban beheaded. It was such a sad story. And, like, they would, like, put it on LimeWire for kids as, like, you know, the Ja Rule newest song, and you'd click it, and then it was just a dude in an orange jumpsuit getting his head cut off with a black knife. I still remember, I'm pretty sure, like, some of the trauma I got was inadvertent because it just was on the internet without anyone monitoring me, which is a lesson to you parents. Like, don't let your kids do that. It's really bad. But yeah, like, just opening up a video when you're 12 and there's a serrated knife cutting a dude's head off, like, you have to learn, if you're going to make it through that stuff and actually want to help people, that's, like, probably what agents who have to look at this stuff do. You have to learn to have a strategy to tell your brain what to do when you're processing it. I don't think it's a good idea when we're reading the Epstein files for you to just immediately say everything's fake. Like, that's only really good if you, like, inadvertently see a beheading video. Like, I think the better approach here is to deal with it through compartmentalization. Think of everything you're seeing. Like, don't necessarily just look at the evil act. Think about the wider picture and why the evil act was committed and who enabled it. And that will help your brain digest some of the evil. Otherwise, it will just seem like everything you see is the most evil thing you've ever seen. Which is true. But that's not helpful to processing what's going on. You have to actually be able to take in the information in chunks, rest your brain while doing it, stay okay, and be the human you are. We need love right now. So if this is impacting you to the point where you're having, like, dark reactions and being mean to people in your life and you don't know why, like, take more breaks, okay? Because, like, if your reaction to this is anything other than, like, I want to hug my loved ones, you just need a little more training before you can process the material. Trust me, people are doing it, but, like, you are going to have trouble. And so that's why I'm talking you through this before our next segment. That's how I do it. I'm different than you, you're different than me, but you have to have strategies. This is sensitive material. It would be wrong if we ignored it, but it would be wrong if I didn't talk to you about the impact it can have on your psyche, your physical health, your mental well-being, or otherwise. Now, I'm fine. I want to live. I'm happy. I'm not blind to what's going on. In fact, I'm acutely aware, perhaps more so than most other people, of exactly what's going on. Okay? But I have to stay strong for a number of reasons. One, those girls didn't get a choice, and boys. They did not get a choice. Two, they killed our people. They definitely killed 3,000 Americans on 9/11. Not okay. Even if we did shoot down your passenger plane, I'm sorry, bro. Can't we, like, make it up? Can we, like, apologize? Like, we'll write a letter. I'll come to Iran, shake hands with the Ayatollah, give you an endowment. Like, did you really have to bomb the World Trade Center with a plane and thermite and kill 3,000 civilians? That was, like, bro, 300 civilians, 3,000. First of all, you can't kill civilians because somebody else by accidentally killed civilians. Second of all, like, what the fuck? So my point is, see how it can easily become emotionally overwhelming? Even when you're just trying to talk about the larger picture, it can become quickly emotionally overwhelming because they did really bad things for decades. But it is not helpful to react emotionally. There's not going to be a revolution. We're not marching in the streets. We're going to fix this the same way that a reasonable person would, which is juridical oversight, legislative reform, and cogent sort of checks and balances. The founders gave us the greatest form of government possible. It was the manifestation of everything the Enlightenment worked towards. Literally, why do you think they were reading Locke and Hobbes and Montesquieu and Robespierre, and maybe not Robespierre, and Hegel? Hegel might not have been. Yeah, Hegel was actually around right as the U.S. And French Revolution was happening. I think Hegel was born in the year Marie Antoinette got her head cut off, actually. Very interesting. Kant was alive, though. Kant was, like, literally writing. The reason why we have representative democracy is, like, Immanuel Kant, John Locke, and Hobbes inadvertently. Like, it goes back to Machiavelli, but he was really writing an apology for the de Medicis who ran Venice. And then Hobbes, Hobbes wasn't even, like, writing political philosophy. He was just kind of trying to stay alive during the English Civil War by being like, yay, king, like, I'm okay, you know, like, yeah, the Leviathan, you're the sovereign, let me back into England, I don't like France. And then, like, Locke and Locke was more of, like, a contractual theorist. Like, if you read Locke as, like, a social contract theorist, his, like, convoluted, like, explications make a lot more sense. Like, Locke as just a dry political philosopher is boring, but Locke as, like, a Hegel-style contract theorist, like state of nature theorist, is fascinating. So they were all just kind of thinking about, like, it's all embodied in, like, the Rousseauian versus the Hobbesian conception of nature, with Rousseau representing more like the Lockean faction. And basically, like, Hobbes had this concept, Thomas Hobbes, the guy who wrote the Leviathan, he had this concept of the state of nature being like omnia contra omnis, like the war of all against all. Life is poor, nasty, brutish, and short. And so Hobbes's idea was like, if life in the state of nature is poor, nasty, brutish, and short, then the purpose of the state is to curtail the worst inclinations of mankind. Get it? That's like the Hobbesian view. The Rousseauian view, as embodied in the first or second discourse, I think it's the first discourse is on the origin of inequality. Second discourse is a response to an essay contest by the Academy of Arts and Sciences in Paris in 1798 or something. And the story that Rousseau writes in the Confessions about, or it might have been, I think it was in the Confessions, it wasn't in Emile, but the story that Rousseau writes in the Confessions about going to visit Diderot in a mental hospital. Diderot's like in a mental hospital. And Rousseau's like, I was walking down the boulevard to visit Diderot in a mental hospital, and I sat beneath the tree on the Grand Boulevard, and I was thinking to myself about the promulgation from the Academy of Arts and Letters. This dude wrote like this about his own life. He was a little pompous. And he was like, and I thought, you know, whether progress in the arts and sciences tends to corrupt or purify morals. Now, the second discourse on that specific question, it tends to actually be a really good microcosm of the Rousseauian perspective on the state of nature, which is to say that Rousseau had like the opposite of the Hobbesian vision. Rousseau thought like life in the state of nature was like wonderful. Like we all loved each other. Nobody was evil. Everybody was happy. And we all just hugged. That was like the Rousseauian conception. And when I say the state of nature, like this is a thought experiment in like Western philosophy where you think about before we had civil society, like what life was like. It's just like a thought experiment. It's a vehicle to talk about the evolution of the modern nation state, basically. So if you think about the Rousseauian vision, okay, if you think we're free in the state of nature, then when government comes along, all it really does is put you in chains. And then, as Rousseau says, progress in the arts and sciences becomes garlands of flowers upon which the chains are hidden from us. Okay, bread and circuses by other means. He was kind of a G in his thoughts. He was just a pompous, like, asshole, Rousseau. If you read his stuff, like, he's smart as hell, but he's just a pompous dick. That's why I don't like reading him. Like, I'll take the insights from some of his work. It's good, but it's more like just like someone who like believed his own bullshit. Like, I don't like that. He was like Hemingway. That's why Hemingway ate his shotgun. Anyway, so if you think about like, if you think about the Hobbesian versus Rousseauian conceptions of the state of nature, then all of this makes so much more sense, okay? Like the evolution of the state. And the reason I was explaining this is that our version of representative democracy is Lockean, okay? It takes its inspiration more from like social contract theory, like in the style of like we're working collectively to do both. Preserve the happiness of the state of nature while also warding off a fall to like evil. Like Jefferson was like a Kantian mixed with like a Lockean mixed with like a secular humanist who liked Jesus. That's the best way I can describe Thomas Jefferson. And so what he did was he built like a government that was meant to be a vassal, like a vessel for overlapping consensus. A really good way to understand like why this gift of the American Republic, like it was like the Enlightenment's version of the European cathedrals. Like it's what they gave the world as a gift in the form of a living, breathing form of government. The problem is, like, who was it? Not Epstein. Ben Franklin, or, like, Jefferson or Adams. Whoever said, like, I think it was Adams writing to Jefferson, like, we have given them, like, an incredible gift if they can keep it. Like, that's what they were talking about. It's not a self-perpetuating sui generis is the Latin term, or autopoietic in the Greek. It's not like a self-generating entity. It is preserved by virtue of a symbiotic relationship between the cogency of discourse and the polity and the governmental apparatus. That symbiosis is mediated through the public consciousness. So if there's sort of an alienation of the public will in the larger overall sort of media ecosystem, you can see government fall from grace, in particular like representative democracy, because it's no longer beholden to the symbiotic check and balance that defined its emergence onto the world scene. So in that context, this American Republic is very important. It's at a precarious place right now because a lot of its institutions were corrupted. Thinking by analogy, it's kind of what Jesus was talking about in the Bible, like the Canaanites and all those other like weird sort of groups of all different persuasions were like bashing babies' heads on the walls, like eating them, doing all sorts of stuff, okay? You want to talk about what they found in Constantinople, all right? Like, I don't want to talk about it. It was bad. All right, like they burned, like when it was so bad that when the Christians would go to like some of these places, they would find the bones and like the kids' bones, and then they would just burn the whole city down. I'm not kidding you. Like they would go conquer it, siege it during the Crusades. They'd get there would be babies dead. They would burn the city down and all the people in it. like the tradition at that time, I'm not kidding you, was like conscript the able-bodied men, if they were willing, kill the ones who weren't, and leave the women and children under a new ruler. That's like what Alexander the Great did. That was the style, okay? It got so bad, that like these groups, and we're talking early history, like Canaanites, like I don't know how to explain it. They were like religious, they were like pagan religious sects that had a lot of power under like the old gods of the Roman Empire. That's the best way I can explain it. They're not, the Roman gods came from like the Greek gods, which came from the Egyptian gods, but it was like this old pre-Jesus like religion, like kind of like the Mayans, where like they thought, like, this is being very generous, they thought like bad things happened unless you killed like babies and like ate them on top of temples. That's being very, very generous. I don't think that was the primary reason. I think they just were really sick in the head, like Epstein and his people. But this was like the prehistoric version of Epstein. Okay, like there was an early version of society. You can look this up. I don't know why they were into this. They like all worshipped like Saturn. I don't really understand like why that plays such a big role. And then their god is like Baal. Obviously, you saw that in the Epstein files. But it's not just that. It's like this kind of, I wouldn't just call it pagan. I'd call it like demonic. And I don't mean that gratuitously. Like their belief system was around before Jesus. Jesus kind of like purified the earth like for a little bit from these people. I'm telling you, you can research it. Like you read the Bible and Jesus talks a lot about like what some of these like people were doing. When he talks about like the extent of sin in Judea or whatever it was called in like his time, he's talking about like cults that like were worshiping like Roman gods, like pagan Roman gods, and then like killing babies. That's like the least that they were doing, a lot worse than that. And then like running society with no checks and balances. That's basically what he was talking about. Now do you understand? Like, have you ever read what happened at the end of Jesus's life according to the Bible? Like he's just walking into Jerusalem, right? Like he stops along the way to like talk to his followers. I think he was wanted. He was like under investigation or something by the prelates of Jerusalem. And so he's just like, I'm just going to go there. And I think he was mad about something. Something calls him to like go to Jerusalem. And so he has like a donkey. I think he asked like Ishmael and Isaac or something, like if he can borrow a donkey. And they're like, Jesus, we don't have a donkey. And he's like, yeah, but like there's a donkey over in the field over there. And they're like, yeah, but that's not our donkey. And he's like, yeah, I just want you to go get it for me. I'm going to borrow it and ride it into Jerusalem, and then you bring it back. And they're like, can we do that, Jesus? And he was like, yeah. And then they're like, okay, cool. So they go get the donkey. He gets the donkey. He like, it takes him like 2 days for some reason to get from where he gets the donkey to Jerusalem. I think he like meets some people like in a crowd or something on the way into Jerusalem. Anyway, so he goes into Jerusalem, and like I think this is in Matthew. It's in the same book as it's in Matthew 25 or Matthew 10. It's in the book of Matthew, between book 1 and book 35. Good luck. But the point is, he's like the very end. So I want to say it's like Matthew 35. He's like 25. He's like walking in to Jerusalem, and he gets to the temple. Like Jesus didn't just like turn the tables over in the temple. He's like at the end of his life, and he's about to like go try to like deal with these charges that the prelates of Jerusalem, which by the way, they weren't like Roman really. They more were like pagan. They were Roman, like it was a Roman kind of like, what's the word? Like vassal state. I don't know what to call it. It was not really a country. It was like a city state. So the prelates of Jerusalem are like persecuting Jesus, but not just because of the Romans, because he's like opposed to paganism, basically. Like he thinks they're evil. So they're trying to get him. He goes in to the temple in the middle of Jerusalem. I'm pretty sure on the Temple Mount.
And he gets into the temple, and there's like, this is like a sacred temple to him. He had like preached there earlier. I don't remember the exact context of why that temple was so important. It was like the temple. Might have been Solomon's temple, or that came later. It was like the temple. And he gets there, and he finds that, like, instead of it being used to worship, which is really such a fucking good analogy for what's happening right now, instead of being used for worship, there's like money traders, like lending people money at interest, like set up in the temple, which is, it really is a very important story about what Jesus then does. He doesn't physically hurt anyone. He might actually, I think he actually whips a few people. He doesn't like kill them, but he like has a whip. He takes the tables of the money changers and just flips the fucking things. He's just like, fuck it. Just like flips them over. And then he takes like a 3-tailed whip, might have been a 9-tailed whip, and just starts whipping them and makes them leave the temple. That's the only time he ever did anything like that. Jesus ever did anything like that in the whole Bible. It's at the end of his life too. And then immediately after that, he gets arrested. That's like the last act that Jesus does. There's like 1 or 2 more acts. I think he goes to like a garden or something. Like it's a very special garden that's still around in Jerusalem. But like he like does that and then gets arrested and then they kill him. That's the last thing he does. And like that's the message. Like this society, like he was around telling people that like you just had to be good and like treat others like as ends and not means, and try to love other people and just not do evil things. It's not that hard to like not abuse children, bash their heads on walls, kill them, enslave people for life. These are just not things that are hard to not do if you're a good person. Like, as long as you are okay with just having enough to get by, and you don't need more than you need, you don't take more than you need, you'll be fine. That was what he was trying to say. All right, like that. You read like all of the Bible. That's the message. And he was just heartbroken, clearly, that he did all this work his whole life. He just wanted people to be nice to each other and live by these codes he was trying to encode into cultural myths. And he comes back to Jerusalem, and they're literally like lending people money at interest in his temple. And he's like, are you kidding me? Like, did you not get it at all? Like, did you not, like, this is the embodiment of everything I told you not to do. Why are you doing this? You're hurting people. And then got really mad, and then they killed him. It's a very important story. Because not only do I think it actually happened, and probably not the way they encoded it, John, Paul, and Luke, and Matthew, not the way they encoded it into a myth, but I do think that was basically what was going on. He was like this guy in Judea who was like, I don't like this pagan cult stuff. It's really dangerous. They're hurting children. They're treating other people horribly. They're enslaving people. It's very brutal. And he rose up against it. The Roman Empire was its vessel, but it's not. The Roman Empire was just a front for like some of these like very entrenched like cults. And they're not cults. They're like, how do I explain it? They're like families. They're like dynastic families from before we had countries. They call themselves like, what the fuck do they call themselves? Like Rosicrucians and Canaanites and all this shit. They're kind of like, they hide well in plain sight. But Jesus clearly didn't like them. And Jesus represented like a shift in the age. Like the reason why Jesus is represented by the fish and 2 fish so often is like he's a symbolic embodiment of the emergence of the age of Pisces. Like they talk about this like grand year and whatnot. It's complicated. You can look into it. But it has to do with like the movements of the planets. And Jesus, the symbology, this is how I know a lot of this is interrelated. The symbology in the Bible of Jesus is always about fish. But there are a few points in the Bible where they tip their hand, the writers of the myth, and they reveal that like every time Jesus leaves somewhere, the person that comes to replace him is a water bearer. Like every time. Like if you watch, like if you look carefully enough, you'll see like Jesus like in a store and he'll leave and then a water bearer will come in. Like, Jesus will be, like, giving fish and bread to people. He'll leave. There will be a water bearer that will come. It's always the water bearer, because Aquarius, which is the age after the age of Pisces, which is basically happening right now, is represented by the water bearer. And I think it's not just, like, the way the planets interface with our religious sort of structures and belief, because obviously a lot of religion is astrology by other means. It's more how those religious beliefs are encoded into systems of control. You can either have a system like Jesus wanted, where there is no control, but there's a lot of love, or you can have a system like these like pagan cults wanted, where there's no love, a lot of control, like order from chaos. And I think people looked at Jesus like then as someone who was willing to forsake all of sort of the control that these evil cults had built up in order to just like facilitate people being free and happy. And they hated it. And they killed him for it. And then those same cults just took over his religion eventually and painted him white and then used it to control people. And now we're going through a similar rebirth. That's my best. And I'm religious. You don't have to be Catholic like me. I'm Catholic. But that's my best spiritual breakdown of all this. I wouldn't say that's like all tied to the factual record. A lot of that stuff is in the Bible. You can find it. But it's not really like me analyzing documents. I'm just telling you how I feel spiritually about all this, which you can't really be right or wrong about. It's just a spiritual belief. That's just how I feel. I always hope that, though. I hope that was helpful, though. I do read the Bible a lot. I don't know. I haven't been reading it as much recently because I've been under so much stress. Maybe that's a sign I should read it some more. Let's listen to this 302. It's 9 pages. I'll explicate it for you. We'll take our afternoon break, and then we'll see if I come back. It's cold out there. It's snowing, but I want to get some food. All right. Here we go. This is a user-supported public information service, by the way. So if you're thinking to yourself, okay, so this man doesn't work for anyone. I'm in a political campaign now. Apparently, that was done because you can't really like spy on political campaigns, and if you mess with me now, it's a national security issue. I didn't know that. Okay, I know that now. But anyway, I'm not doing it for money yet. It's gonna take a little time. So if you're thinking, wow, this man is like great. Okay, I'm thrilled. I think you're great. I think you're all wonderful. I love you all dearly. But yeah, I don't answer to anyone. I was able to build this on my own. I did this by myself. I have no sponsors. The only ads that run are the ones through YouTube. I literally get by on your donations. I'm not kidding. There's no one who's going to pay me to bring down the entire establishment. Sorry. Like, they don't want to do that. They would rather I go bankrupt. That's why they made me get a job for no money and then took my car away and cut the brake lines. Like, my mother's losing her mind. Little worried about my mother and my brother. I think he had a psychotic break. She put him on some medication, for C. diff. I'm a little worried she has Munchausen by proxy. I got to talk to people about this, people who are smarter than me. She put him on some medication for C. diff, and then if you have renal failure, that medication, specifically, can induce psychosis, and then he had a psychotic break, and now I'm scared. Worried about her judgment, worried about why this medication does that. What the fuck's it called? That's some weird name. Starts with a Z or something. Let me check my history. I don't think I have it. I'm going to try to remember. It had a really odd name that I'd never heard before. With a V? I don't know. Let's see if it will come to me. It was a Vaco or something? Vico? I don't know. It's some kind of ostensibly antibacterial, but for someone with renal failure, it can induce psychosis. So I'm worried. And especially because this is not an opportune time for anyone to not be well mentally. And I don't know if my mother can handle this. And I have to think about my role in all this. And what duties of care I have, which I've been thinking a lot about. I'm worried about them. I'd rather just say it publicly to keep myself safe as well, because then if anything happens,
you'll all be like, well, okay, that wasn't a coincidence. But yeah, so just a lot of stuff on my mind. I'm going to try to keep you all just abreast of it, because that way, like, it will be hard for anything to happen. You know, like, if I just constantly tell you what's happening, then weird things won't happen. That's my best, like, operational security based judgment. Okay? That's my towel judgment. Right. So I was saying, though, like, I do this for nothing. They tried to bankrupt me. I'm pretty sure they got to my own mother. Like, my mother was not just around, like, the most wealthy and famous people in the world by accident. I think she was in this network. Look at all the lawyers for the victims who are turning out to actually have been working for Epstein. I can't prove directly that my mother was in correspondence with him yet, but, like, I'm going through the phone records. I know my home phone number. I know her cell phone. I know our fax line. I'm going to find it, okay? Once I find it, I think people are going to be a lot more helpful, in the sense of, like, people are then starting to coming out of the woodwork and being like, yes, Grant, that was all tied to that. I'm like, yeah, I know, bro. I know. Don't you think I realized when my mother would put me on conference calls with people who know the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, I'd be like, what the hell is going on here? This is not possible. That's exactly how I reacted. I never said shit. But I was like, what the fuck am I, sorry for cussing, what am I around? Why? Same thing with, like, Bill O. Like, Bill O'Reilly, when you really look into him, dude, he almost solved the Kennedy assassination. I got to talk to him about, like, he basically found that Oswald was approached by the FBI in early November of 1963, and then Oswald went to the FBI and threatened James Hosty, and no one did anything about it. Oswald went, like, 2 weeks before the assassination, threatened the FBI in Dallas, no one did anything, because he was CIA. And then O'Reilly just, like, gets involved in the media establishment, shoots to the stars, right? Just like my mother. And then, like, come on. My mother's on, like, Power of Attorney in the 90s, on CNN all the time. She, like, got what they offer as, like, the deal, bro. Fame, influence, wealth, access. I can't prove it yet, but I'm close. And if I'm willing to do that, then I'm willing to do anything for anyone to protect those survivors of victimization. All right? So, all of that said, like, if I am right about this, then I was inadvertently close to this network against my will, because I was born into it. I was punished dearly for 3 years for getting even close to this. And I rely on you all, whoever you may be. So, much like a PBS, right, or any type of public information service, it's not gratuitous. Like, your donations would allow me to have the security to do this every day. I don't have a security blanket, and I don't want one. Because if I did not live among the people I were trying to help, and I don't mean that literally, I'm blessed to have the access to a house, although my mother wants to throw me out of that too, as a disabled person who can barely function physically. I want to live and I'm happy. I have to keep repeating that, because it's true, but I'm supposed to repeat it all the time. So, I wouldn't have been able to do it without you, because there's no institution that would have paid for it. Look at the Washington Post and the Times. Everyone right now is quiet about this. I'm able to do this because I built this platform on my own. It was ready when all these files dropped, and by the grace of God, I'm still here with you and able to do it. They really did try to bankrupt me. They tried to take away my existence. My mother didn't pay my last tuition bill at school, so I never got my JD. They really tried to make sure that because I was a class traitor to them and positioned with these gifts to tell you all about this, could not make it. But I did. Because my single focus the entire time was safety, country, God, family, in that order, with academics thrown in there for good measure. And I truly believed I just constantly acted from a place of trying to help the vulnerable and authentically tell people what was happening, then it would change. I didn't care what the cost was. I overrode my survival instinct, and I just said, I'll suffer. I'll go through whatever it takes. I'll incur any loss. I'll take on whatever debt I must. I don't care. Because those survivors of victimization did not get a choice. They were children.
They were enslaved for life, and they didn't get a choice. So why should I even have a choice? I don't. I will do this. And that's how I did this. I was so unwavering that I never stopped. But the toll was incredible. The pressure to not accept donations. Like, they were all around me. You don't understand. They, like, infiltrated my friend groups. They were, like, approaching me. Like, and now they can't because I'm in a political campaign. It would literally be a Watergate if they tried to spy on me right now. But they were everywhere. The pressure to not accept money, the pressure to be destitute, the pressure to always be, like, on the verge of survival, always at $0 or negative dollars in the bank account. It was incredible. They ran a complex operation because of the platform I have, which, of course, bro, 150 million plus a year. Yeah, I'm big. I'm 150 times bigger than Juris per year. I'm single-handedly bigger than most publications regionally. I have a bigger active readership per day than the Boston Globe has circulation. And I did it on my own. I answer to no one. I'm being very honest with you. It's me and God. That's it. There's nobody above me. There's no fixer. There's a lot of traps they lay for me, but no fixer. No hierarchy. No boss. It's me. You're looking at it. This was me alone. Yes, I had a lot of help. I listened to everybody. I couldn't have done this without a number of people. I might not have done this if certain people had accomplished what they were trying to. But that's why you got this. Raw, unfiltered, absolutely independent, supported only by you, unapologetic, dedicated, somehow able to get through trauma and become more intelligent, and an unwavering commitment to principle over survival. I feel like Lil Wayne. Remember when he was doing that intro and was like, feel big right now. Not big as in, large, but big as in colossal. Not physically big. That's what I feel like. It's effortless. I don't have to try. I feel like I'm in command. And someone had to step up and fill the void, so I did, and then it happened. Cool. I live to serve. Thank you for the opportunity. God is good. And anyone who tells you otherwise is a lethargic devil. What was the point of all that? Oh, right. Okay, so every institution like this, I am a one-man institution, supported by you all, your compassion, your kindness, your love, needs support. And what are we, like 2 hours in. If you want to support this stream before we read our next 302, I just talked a lot about Jesus. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to proselytize you. I really didn't. I just really like Jesus. I'm sorry, I really do. I can't lie. I love Jesus. I love the Bible. It's a really, really good work of art. James Joyce, eat your heart out. Sorry, you can't touch it. It's better than you. James Joyce was good. The Bible's better. Sorry. But anyway, I didn't mean to proselytize you. I just like Jesus. What are you going to do? So anyway, unrelated to my proselytizing, unintentional though it may have been, the whole point of that was I wanted to just tell you about why this is a public information service, and I would love your support. Yes, I do think people with ADHD and on the spectrum have excellent pattern recognition. But yes, I was saying all that because I was saying, listen, it's a public information service. It wouldn't exist without you. I wouldn't be here without you. And as much as I like this society. I'm a capitalist. Pete Bunnytowel hates commies, all right? But I want you all to do whatever it is that makes you happy, okay? I want you to not be wage slaves. I want you to have a great work-life balance. I want you to have families. I want you to do all those good things. No going to brothels, no hurting children. Remember, those are the baselines. No going to brothels, no hurting children. Okay? Baseline. 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 It's like the clawback rule that the O'Keefe's attorney didn't really understand or is going to get in trouble about because he did understand and ignored. Those are the baseline obligations under the ethical rules, counselor. Baseline. Couldn't do it without you all, though. And my point with all that is there's no one that's going to want to fund this. The people that were doing bad things did not want to see this succeed. The people who benefit from this, I'm very grateful for. Okay? We're going to hopefully be able to use this platform. Like, before, I would like try to not talk about the extent of my platform because I thought like the reach I had was big, and it was only like, I don't know, 100,000 a day or something. Like, it was like 100 million a year. It was a lot. Bro, we're in another stratosphere right now. Oh, God bless you, Phil Caesar. You are a super towel. I'm going to leave a comment for you. Hold on. Phil Caesar left with super chat. God bless you. Phil, you are a super towel, and I am grateful. What was I going on? A soliloquy. Everyone should own at least one goat. All right, Kyle. Kyle, you may have 42 goats. You must be nice to the goats. You shall. Now, Kyle, I think you today should read Matthew 25:31 through 46. Okay? The parable of the sheep and the goats. Kyle, would you mind if I read Matthew 25:31 through 46 for the class before? Oh, no, I'm actually going to read the Bible. I have to. I feel called. It's about goats. All right, before we do our 302, a few things. And I'm also going to read a section of the Bible just because Kyle talked about goats, okay? You all can thank Kyle after I leave. Kyle likes goats. I want to read my favorite parable. What are you going to do about it? It's about goats and sheep. All right, now, let me recenter our Zen. If you want to support this stream, if you think that whatever this is helpful and is leading to more people being informed participants in our democracy and therein helping us preserve the legacy of the Enlightenment, protect the vulnerable, build a government that works, okay, I need your support. All right, literally, I don't have anyone. I'm not kidding. I have no family. I have no structure. Like, the family that I do have, they're struggling. I know it sounds weird. My father just passed away. My grandfather just passed away. Like, I'm telling you, it's just me. The reason I do this work is I don't answer to anyone. I just do what I think is right. So therefore, your support matters. The Cash App, # Grant Smith Ellis. The Venmo, @Grant-E1. You'll know it's me because there's an Elmo. My friend was in the service. We called him Elmo. He called himself Elmo. Well, actually, he got that name from his buddy for reasons I will redact. And then he just started calling himself Elmo. He actually said no more L. And then they were like, no, you're Elmo. Because, like, let's just say he was a good guy. The point is, I took a picture of that inflatable Elmo. He was in the service. He was out of the service by the time I met him. Passed away, unfortunately. I might look more into that now that I'm apparently so politically connected. Anyway, the point is, missed that guy. And I took that picture of an inflatable Elmo in, like, the winter, like 2 months before he died. And he was traveling or something. And when he came back, I was going to send him a picture and be like, and look at this inflatable Elmo. He died before I got to do it. So every time someone asks me, is that you? I get to say, yes, it's me with the inflatable Elmo. His name is never going to be said for a last time. And I don't have to say his full name out of respect, but Elmo is good enough. You know what I'm saying? People die twice, okay? When they pass away and when their name is said for a last time. If I know you and I love you and I care about you, I will make sure your name is never said for the last time. I'll encode it in the history books. I'll put it on the Senate record. I'll get it 5 million views on a post on social media. I'll get it stored on the Internet Archive. I will make sure your name exists forever because that's what it means to love, at least for me. All right, so that's me. I'm a towel. And you all are having such wonderful chats. I'm sorry I haven't been able to keep up with the whole chat the whole day. I'm having a bit of a towel moment. All right, Kyle, we are reading a section of the Bible. You're going to get a towel read of the Bible. I don't do this very often. I might have done this once before. This is my favorite. This is my favorite part of the Bible. I think I just have it in my... Probably just have it in my search history. Yeah, of course I do. I just wanted to show you this. Listen, I have not clicked this yet. I just want to prove to you, like, just by searching it, I'm telling you, I read this verse of the Bible all the time. It's already purple. I'm telling you, I read it all the time. I love this verse. I don't read it out loud to an audience. I'm a little bit baffled by this. Think I can do this? Okay. I'm not sure. This is a very weighty moment. I'm not sure I'm ready for this. Like, I'm ready to do it. Like, I know I can do it. But I'm just telling you, like, right now, like, this is a big moment for me. Like, you only do this for the first time once. Also, I'm not a priest. I just want to be clear. I am not. I'm just a towel. I wanted to be a priest, but I'm not a priest. Are we all on the same page?
Am I allowed to smoke while I'm doing this? No, I should probably be not. I can smoke before I start, but no smoking while reading. I think that's probably for the best. I don't even think they had smoking. Maybe they did. I wonder if Jesus smoked. Well, did they? They had fire, I imagine. Did they have tobacco? I don't think tobacco was invented until like the 1700s or something. You should have seen how they invented tobacco. They would like hang like the plant above like porta potties, basically. Yep, that was the Virginia Tobacco Company. UK tobacconists used American state names because they thought it sounded exotic. Kind of like how Haagen-Dazs is made in New Jersey. Yeah, okay, you know what? Well, I think Jesus did drink wine. So, like, I don't drink wine, okay? I can't condone, like, you can do it if you want, but I don't drink wine. I don't drink anything, liquor-wise. I completely abstain from liquor and all GABAergics and sex. However, I drink great Gatorade. But, like, I do smoke. So I think, like, I have to make it a rule that you can smoke. Like, if that helps you, you could do it. I don't care. I'm totally cool with it. I still think I should respect the Holy Scripture, so I'm not going to smoke while I'm reading. I'm going to finish smoking, and then I'm going to read. But you can smoke. I'm not encouraging it, though. I'm just saying, like, I can't ban it. I just don't think that makes sense. You can't take everything away. And if you're not going to have sex, and purposefully, because of the like way you want your brain to function, and if you're not going to drink, and you're not going to do GABAergics, then you can smoke. Like, how are you supposed to... Like, the body is just a vessel. Like, you just have to keep it quiet, like, or it's going to interfere with your cognition. So whatever you need to do to shut the body up, just do. Just try not to get yourself hooked on anything you can't control. Because then your body will override your mind. The most important thing is that your mind be in charge if you want to do this work. If you want to just live, that's fine. Do whatever you want. But if you want to actually do important work, yeah, you have to, your cognition has to be in charge of your body. So whatever you need to do to shut your body up, do it. But don't get hooked. Because if you get hooked on something that you can't control and you can't satiate that physical urge, I don't care how much stamina you have or willpower, like, you better be the most, if you can't cold turkey heroin, don't get hooked on something that will impact your cognition if you have to quit. If your body gets so addicted that when you stop something, you have physical withdrawals that override your cognition, don't do that. Don't do that drug. If you can quit heroin after doing it for 5 years, cold turkey, and your willpower is so strong you don't give a shit, all right, I'm not encouraging you, but that's a little different. Still, try to avoid it, all right? Smoking is a little better. I'm not encouraging it, but, like, out of all the vices, like, whatever you need to do, it's not a vice to keep your body quiet if you're trying to make your mind more effective. That's my advice. Yeah, it's all about control. I'm very strong-willed mentally. So, like, it doesn't matter, bro. Like, 8 hours in court with nothing, I don't give a shit. I don't even notice, bro. I'm so into, like, my brain chemicals, I can just fire at will. So if I'm just, like, in court for 8 hours and I want to be happy, I just fire the chemicals. I don't need external stimuli to do that. I can be happy wherever I am. With smoke, without smoke. Like, whatever. It doesn't matter. I don't care. Like, as long as your brain is really strong, like, whatever. Like, I can't override, like, an LSD trip or something, like, without a benzo. By the way, you can shut off an LSD trip with a benzo. But that's research. I've never done that. I looked up medical literature about that. The point is, you can be strong-willed mentally to a point where literally you can override every physical urge. Like, I don't really want to test it. Like, if like, I shouldn't test it, and I don't want to. But, like, I probably could, like, do something that's highly addictive, get myself hooked, and go through withdrawal just to show you that if you just have a strong brain, I'm not talking about a normal strong brain, But if you're so strong-willed that you control your synaptic firing, you can override like even withdrawal. You can't stop vomiting. You can't stop like some of it. You just got to deal with that. But if you're that strong-willed mentally, nothing matters. It really doesn't. It's weird, but it doesn't. So I don't know what to tell you. It's just how my brain works. You just got to, I think it's like what I was talking to Will about the other night, the glare. If you understand how the synaptic neuron, like how your synapses fire and how different regions of the brain work based on external stimuli and also like learned information and also what you're putting in your body, it doesn't really matter. Like I'm sure food impacts it, but like what I'm really talking about is like drug wise. If you just know exactly what regions of your brain to not suppress and which regions of your brain to complement, you can really do whatever you want. That's why a lot of those like pagan religions were all about mastery of mind-body duality. And I'm sure that part isn't really bad. It's the people who master it and then use it for control that's a problem. You know, so maybe Jesus was one of those people who just mastered all that stuff and then said, well, it's much better to use it benevolently. Why would we ever put these powers towards evil? All right, here's my favorite section of the Bible. I have a few, but I like this one. This is Matthew 25, 31 through 46. I'm reading this in honor of Kyle, who absolutely loves goats. And yes, before we begin, hydration is important. We shall consume the non-holy Gatorade. That's the modern world for you, folks. Me, a towel, with encyclopedic knowledge of all of geopolitics, reading you the Bible, smoking cigars, and drinking Gatorade. That, I don't know what to tell you. That's the new age made manifest. All right, here we go for Kyle. In honor of Kyle and his goats, and Dee Dee, and Laura, and the people of Canada, who we will forgive for invading Detroit and raising their flag in 1812 because of this passage. Okay? This is Towel, reading Matthew 25 through 46. When the Son of Man comes in his glory, and all the angels, then the righteous will answer him, Lord, when did we see you hungry and feed you, or thirsty and give you something to drink? When did we see you a stranger and invite you in, or needing clothes and clothe you? When did we see you sick or in prison and go to visit you? The king will reply, Truly I tell you, whatever you did for the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me. Then he will say to those on his left, Depart from me, you who are cursed, into the eternal fire prepared for the devil and his angels. For I was hungry, and you gave me nothing to eat. I was thirsty, and you gave me nothing to drink. I was a stranger, and you did not invite me in. I needed clothes, and you did not clothe me. I was sick and in prison, and you did not look after me. They will also answer, Lord, when did we see you hungry or thirsty or a stranger or needing clothes or sick or in prison and did not help you? He will reply, Truly, I tell you, whatever you did not do for one of the least of these, you did not do for me. Then they will go away to eternal punishment, but the righteous to eternal life. Amen. Beautiful parable. Now, let me explain to you a few of the things I think about this parable. One, the most interesting part for me is the part where where the scripture is talking about we are not defined by like what nation we're in. That is important. That is where we live. Those are our peoples. But at the same time, like Jesus is saying, like when God comes and judges you, he's not going to be looking at where you live. He's looking at like whether you were a good or a bad person. That's the insight. There's some other stuff I really like about this parable, which is like it forces you to think about good and bad in a different way. Are you good or bad because you're in prison? No. Are you good or bad because you need to eat? No. Are you good or bad because you're thirsty and need something to eat or need something to drink? No. Are you good or bad because you need clothes? No. You're good or bad based on how you respond when someone else needs you to help them. Like that's the beauty of it. And then the other thing is, and so it forces us to like not judge people based on what like happens to them, but instead based on how we respond to help, like the need to help them. I love it. And then the other thing is it talks about like the devil and his angels.
which is important for people to understand. Like, not just God has angels in the Bible. The devil also has angels, which is why they say the better angels of our nature. Like, that concept is basically like the people who have these skills and weaponize them for evil, like, walk with, like, the forces of Baal. That's like what Epstein was doing. The people who are good, like, they're just going to be helping people. Okay? It doesn't talk about, like, any angels. You're just going to be helping people, and you're going to inherit the earth. Because there is no Baal or, like, devil's angel messing with you. You're just doing what's right. So, like, the language is interesting. The position juxtaposition. The thoughts about, like, moving beyond this idea, not to a supranational state, but, like, we live in states. They're important. Sovereignty matters. These are our people. But what really defines us is how we treat people in need. That's wonderful. It's my favorite part of the Bible. I love this. It doesn't need to be political. It doesn't need to be weaponized or polemical. It's just a pure, wonderful message encoded into a lovely cultural mythos, which is the whole point of what I'm trying to teach you all. If you want to actually make a difference, it's that kind of thing, encoding moral lessons into stories that help people make decisions on a day-to-day basis that are in the betterment, for the betterment of the world, that actually changes things. It's not one choice, one decision, one law, one election. It's a way of thinking. Maybe I should be a priest. I like doing that. I love that. I've read that passage hundreds of times. All right, so what should we do? Do I want to go eat? I'm trying to think. Yeah, I think we can do a little bit more. Just a little bit more. I'm kind of hungry, though. I think I'll eat after this. All right, let's listen to this 9-page PDF, and then I'll go eat. All right? Everybody happy with that? Let me see if my headphones will turn back on. Oh, they did. All right, I'm going to pause for a second. And I'm not actually going to pause, but when I switch the head, then, of course, I had to pay money back to Cash App because I used their new borrow feature. God bless you, though, for all of your support. Tao appreciates every one of you. Someone sent a Venmo. God bless you for that as well. And someone sent a PayPal. I am very grateful, and I will go get lunch after this 3:02. All right? I want to listen to it. So, hold on a second. I have to make the 3:02 actually be read. I'm not reading 9 pages of an FBI 3:02. Oh, it's dinner time in the Netherlands. S. Oliveira, please tell me, have you ever had bitterballen? Bitterballen is my favorite snack in the Netherlands. I like to go to the W Hotel. I like to go up to the roof. It has a very nice view, and it's right near Gray area. And I like to just sit there. And I like the coffee shop down the road opens at 7. But I like to and then it's really weird, but they will make it for me there. I eat bitterballen on the rooftop, okay, at the little bar at 7 in the morning, and I get really baked, okay? I get baked bread, all right? And then, I really think the Netherlands is a wonderful country. One time when I was visiting your country in 2017, I wanted to go see Ian Robin's last game when he was playing in the World Cup qualifiers against Sweden. And you needed to win by 5 goals to qualify in your group, and you only won 3-1. But I swear, I went to the hotel guy and I was like, listen, I want to go to the Amsterdam Arena to see Ian Robin's last game. This dude calls some dude at the Dutch lottery, and all of a sudden I got 5th row tickets. It was more 12th row tickets in the middle of the pitch to watch Ian Robin's last game. I have pictures. I have a scarf. Wait a minute. Let me show you the scarf. Where is it? Hold on. I had to get it out of a box. Hold on. Where is our dear friend from Amsterdam? S. Oliveira. I can prove it. Look at it. It was October 10th, 2017. There's me holding my scarf. Okay? Holland versus Sweden. Okay? I got this at the Amsterdam Arena.
I guess I'll wear it. Okay, I'll wear it in honor of our Dutch friend. Okay? Now, you see, when you go to a soccer match in Europe, it's very important that you get your scarf, right? And then you put your scarf on, and then you got one side, right, like this. And then you got the other side with the Dutch, you know, see the Dutch fighting lion there? All right, am I officially European now? Am I doing it right? All the Europeans are like, oh my God, he really has gone everywhere. What is he doing with that scarf? You got to admit, I am hilarious. I'm the only person who pulls out an iPod from 20 years ago and then a random scarf from Ian Robbins' last game at the Amsterdam Arena because he's talking about how he likes beachballing. Oh, futsal. I love the sport of futsal. Now, futsal's hard. The goal's very small. All right. Anyway, let's read this PDF. I'm having the time of my life right now. I'm not sure that that's a good thing or a bad thing. I think it's just more a testament to the fact that I've processed difficult material for like a week and I know how to continue doing it. All right, let's listen to this. Can you read this, please? Hold on, I got to upload the PDF. Sorry about that. Sometimes, and it's not just lawyers that do this, but sometimes PDF files are uploaded in a way where you can read them. Sometimes they're not. This is an example of one that is not. So I'm going to grab it, I'm going to upload it, and then I'm going to try to have it read. If it won't do it, then what I'm going to have to do is download the PDF, convert it to text, upload the text file, and then I'll just have the text file read. But I would prefer not to do that because it puts a lot of stress on my cognitive load, and I'd rather not take on more of that. So can we just like have this work? Why are these not OCR scannable? I don't understand. I also complain about a lot of things, so you just got to go with it sometimes. Like, I just complain. So, is it this one? I think it's this one. 11:44. No, that doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem right. I just downloaded the damn thing. Can't be 27. What is the file number? Ending 927. So why aren't you showing up on my list? I'm offended. Got to get it again. This is the last thing we're going to do before the lunch break. So if you've been watching, thank you very much for tuning in. Been a lot of information today, folks. I think that's fair to say. I already got it. Let's see if it'll work now. You want to work for us? You going to work? Nope. No, I clicked the wrong one. Oh, it's going to get mad at me now. Sorry. Oh, it worked. No. Wait, it might have worked. Hold on. No promises. Hold on.
FD 302, Reverend the 5th of August 10. -1 of 9, OPPICIAL annum. R. SZCRET, Meravat Federal Bureau of Investigation. Date of entry 0512912020, U, FOUO, on April 28, 2020 from approximately 2:31 am to 5:27 pm, Charles, Chuck, Johnson, Social Security account number, SSN. Telephone number was interviewed over the phone, by Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, Special Agents, SA. And after being advised of the identity of the interviewing agents and the nature of the voluntary interview, Johnson provided the following information. U, FOUO, at the beginning of the interview, Johnson expressed concern about what the agents were interested in. Johnson said he wanted to be helpful, but did not want to get tricked into being arrested. He said he may have made mistakes in the past related to Bitcoin, supporting the financing of marijuana businesses, and his taxes, but now did want to jeopardize his own businesses because they work with the US government, USG. Johnson also indicated that he had an attorney and his attorney would be shocked that he was willing to talk to the FBI. Agents said the call was voluntary and he did not need to talk with the agents. Johnson understood and continued to talk to the agents. U, FOUO, Johnson lived in Houston, Texas, for the past 3 years. Johnson owned property in Los Angeles, California, where his ex-wife and daughter stayed. Johnson often traveled to Los Angeles and to Washington, D.C., for business. Prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, Johnson hosted dinners in D.C., referred to as the rumor mill. U, FOUO, Johnson was involved with the company's OTHRAM, which dealt reason, 1.4, b. Derived from FBI NSICCG declassify on 20,451,231 secret, Amaware investigation on April 28, 2020 at Washington, District of Columbia, United States, phone File 50D, NY 3027571, date title the 5th of April 2020. By this document contains neither recommendations nor conclusions of the FBI. It is the potpourri of the FBI and is loaned to your agency, in its country not to be distributed outside your agency.
Okay, this was supposed to be declassified in 2045. This was supposed to be declassified on December 31st, 2045. That's wild. And we got it 20 years early.
It is the potpourri of the FBI and is loaned to your agency, in its country not to be distributed outside your agency. EFTA 00259527. Secret, BNOFORN, FOU 0, interview of Charles Johnson, continuation of FD 302 of, aka, Chuck Johnson, on April 28, 2020, PME 2 of 9 with Genetics and Clearview, which focused on facial recognition. Johnson's facial recognition company partnered with the FBI investigating criminal cases. Johnson worked with the National Security Council, NSC, to identify Chinese companies practicing unethical tactics, honeypots, bribes, and blackmail. Johnson provided the name of retired FBI SA as a reference. Johnson also said he has worked with the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA. FOUO, Steve Bannon, Michael Cernovich, Ezra Cohen-Watnick, the National Security Council, and media leaks. FOUO, agents presented Johnson with an article he wrote titled, Why Steve Bannon Had to Go from Breitbart, written on January 9, 2018, on gotnews.com. Johnson recalled writing it and receiving phone calls to take it down but refused to do so. Johnson was friends with Bannon and they used to work together. Johnson maintained a friendship with Steve Bannon for a long time but has since cut ties. Johnson was paid by Bannon to do research prior to the 2016 presidential election. Johnson took the Make America Great Again, MAGA, personally and helped establish relationships with alt-right groups prior to the election in order to support Donald Trump's campaign. After the election, Johnson worked to bring down the groups and returned the money he received from Bannon. Johnson held mixed views on the actions he took to get Trump elected. Johnson was angered by the things he wrote in the past and was remorseful. For example, he recognized that on the internet he looked like a neo-Nazi, but said he studied racists but was not a racist. He said his attorney was Jewish. He said his online persona was not who he really was. FOUO, Johnson has not talked to Bannon in over a year, but received approximately 2 to 3 text messages from Bannon since. Johnson did not believe Bannon had as close of a relationship with the President of the United States, POTUS, as he bragged about. FOUO, agents read the following statement from Johnson's article to Johnson, Bannon leaks all the time. I know he leaked from the White House because he leaked to me and you better believe I will testify if asked. Johnson recalled Alexandra Priet, who is an associate of Bannon's, Secret, Mom. Secret, FOUO, interview of Charles Johnson, continuation of FD 302 of A Car. Chuck Johnson, on April 28, 2020, page 3 of 9, contacting him after he posted this article. Johnson had hundreds of conversations with Bannon, but did not recall specific topics Bannon leaked to him. Bannon would call Johnsson on the phone and tell him things, then hang up the phone. With respect to White House matters, Johnson recalled Bannon shared that Gary Cohn and Dina Powell, who are both former White House officials, were having an affair. Folio, Bannon spent a lot of time with the press while serving at the White House, WH. Bannon worked closely with Michael Cernovich during his time at the WH, agent note. Johnson said Cernovich's phone number was. Johnson did not believe Bannon respected the oath he took while serving at the WH. Johnson believed Bannon portrayed bad character for violating the terms of the Non-Disclosure Agreement, NDA, signed while at the WH. Folio, Johnson said Bannon and Cernovich targeted Powell and other WH staffers. Johnson did not recall Bannon providing him information Johnson believed was sensitive and/or classified USG information. He did not recall Bannon ever hinting that information was sensitive and/or classified. Johnson described Bannon as a bullshitter and to discount about 50% of what he says. Johnson believed Bannon may have been compromised and his ego led him to leak classified information. Folio, Bannon talked with multiple media outlets constantly and was sloppy on how he conducted business. He described Bannon's leaking to the press as systematic. Johnson recalled seeing a picture with a whiteboard in the background with writing on it describing projects Bannon was working on. FOUO, Bannon shared with Johnson that Maggie Haberman with the New York Times was one of Bannon's media contacts he leaked information to. Besides being a source of Cernovich and Haberman, Johnson said Bannon was also a source for the New York Post and Daily Mail newspapers. Johnson said he would sign an affidavit attesting to his description of Bannon. Folio. Johnson did not believe Bannon did a good job vetting the people around him. Bannon was not organized and did not take the necessary precautions for someone in public office. Johnson always knew he's secret. Secret, ammo, UFOUO. Interview of Charles Johnson Colfollian of FD 402 of, aka, Chuck Johnson.on April 28, 2020 PQP 4 of 9 would get a phone call about Bannon, and was surprised it took so long for the FBI to reach out. Johnson said Bannon was for sale, and was promised money after he left the UFOUO. Johnson recalled being present when CERNOVICH received a phone call from Bannon in regards to some National Security Council, NSC, material. Johnson questioned if it was appropriate for Bannon to be sharing NSC material with CERNOVICH. Cernovich disregarded Johnson's concern. Bannon talked with CERNOVICH and other media about the unmasking issue, but Johnson did not recall how he knew that. Cernovich never discussed how information was passed to him from Bannon, e.g. encrypted application or other means. UFOUO, Johnson.
Okay, so this requires a little context. Unmasking is a term of art in the context of 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act of like 2003 or something. And it means like you are allowed as the FBI with the FISA court's approval to unmask the names of U.S. citizens collected on international wiretaps via something called Project Echelon and Project Data Upstream. Both of those are code word classified programs which allow the Five Eyes Intelligence Network, Australia, New Zealand, UK, Canada, and the US, I think. I might have added Canada when they're not in there. It allows those 5 countries to capture everything on the internet backbone. So every piece of web traffic, every piece of cell phone traffic, it's all captured. And then what you need to do if you're the U.S. is you can't collect data on American citizens. So you give access to Project Echelon and Project Data Upstream to the Australians or the UK. Then you go to either like that weird place in the UK that has like the white radar domes, which is GCHQ. Or you go to this like weird place in Australia that has the white domes as well, and you ask them, and they give you data on American citizens, but it has the names of the citizens actually masked. To get them unmasked, you have to go back to the FISA court, say you have the records, but you want permission to unmask. That's what he means by the unmasking issue, which of course is talking about Carter Page's name, the man who worked for the CIA and was working for the Trump campaign. And what happened was, the FBI under Obama wanted to investigate President Trump's campaign, so they went to the FISA court and said, hey, Carter Page is talking to the Russians. So the FISA court, of course, asked if the FBI talked to the CIA, because if Carter Page was CIA, he'd have a reason to talk to the Russians. Well, the FBI it was Lisa Page and Peter Strzok. The 2 agents, the lovebirds. They had gone to the CIA, and they asked if Carter Page was a CIA agent. The CIA got back to the FBI and said yes. The 2 agents from the FBI manipulated the CIA's response, so it looked like the CIA said no. And then the FBI told the FISA court that Carter Page wasn't in the CIA, and so therefore Carter Page talking to Russians was suspicious, and therefore the FBI under Obama could spy on the Trump campaign. That's the unmasking issue. I'm a G. Yeah, I'm that good. Yeah, I know, right? Sometimes I just say things, I'm like, wow, I know a lot of things. Where did that come from? All right, let's continue. And that was just the one. Do you see what I mean? Now it's like code. Like 302s are like code. Like when they want to hide something, they just don't talk about it. But like the unmasking issue, I know what that means. But no one else who's reading this, not 50 years from now, not 99.9% of the American polity now, could read that and understand what that means. I know exactly what it means because I'm like Jim Jordan, you know, I'm a little towel. I'm a big towel. I was told by Kyle that I'm a big towel. That terrifies me. Oh no, they know I'm a big towel. And what do you do when someone becomes a big towel? I think you're just like, oh God, we're just going to watch the show now. He's in charge. He'll figure it out. Hopefully he's nice to us.
All right, let's keep listening. Oh, you want to know what's weird? So they're about to talk about Sheldon Adelson. Did you know my mom somehow got my aunt and her kids like on Sheldon Adelson's yacht? And I always thought it was so weird because I was like, why is my aunt from Dedham and her kids, like, how did, like, those people, they're just like regular people in Dedham, how did they get on Sheldon Adelson's yacht? And now I'm realizing, like, oh no. Oh, I actually think I did realize this last night, and then I was pissed, and then I started crying a little bit. I probably shouldn't have just started talking about this, but the point is, yeah, when I was reading this the first time, I was like, wait a minute. Like, my aunt is just from Dedham. Like, why was her son and their family on Sheldon Adelson's yacht, and why did my mom make it? Oh, fuck. And then I was like, wait, I don't really know what to do with that information. That's very traumatizing. And then I was like, oh, I'm just not going to think about this. And then I didn't think about it until now. Now I'm kind of upset. You don't understand. You don't understand. You don't understand. Maybe you do understand. I'm mad. Now I'm really mad. There is no reason whatsoever that those children from Dedham should have been on Sheldon Adelson's yacht. Bro, it raised so many fucking questions for me at the time. And I was just like, oh, rich people shit. Like, maybe mom knew somebody who... No, bro. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. I'm going to find out when that yacht trip was. I have a distinct memory of my mom and my aunt telling me, I know the child that went, that one of those kids from Dedham, who was just a regular lower middle class kid, basically impoverished, went on Sheldon Adelson's yacht. I know it happened. Motherfuckers, I know it happened. Oh, you monsters. Oh, you monsters. This might have to be investigated. It's the worst moment in my life. It's both incredibly heartbreaking and liberating at the same time. It made no sense. Dude, I was so I remember being like, because I remember going, when they said the name, like, she wanted to brag about it, my aunt. And I was like, bro, what? Let me go look. I thought he was like a casino magnate. So I went and looked him up. And I remember having this, like, gut instinct. Like, I didn't know what was wrong. But I just remember being like, why is my cousin on a yacht with him? Like, this kid was a child. Like, a teenager, but a child. And now I know. Because Adelson's not just in this 302. He's all over the Epstein files. I think he's dead. Yeah, he's dead. This has been hard for me. Are you all starting to realize now? Like, first of all, I'm not misrepresenting any of this. The reason all these coincidences keep happening is like, what if they knew Wendy Murphy, bro? Not just knew, like, what if they knew Wendy Murphy? All right, dude, they didn't just approach me on Reddit. They were fucking watching me. What was I, one of their, like, fucking bread experiments? My mom was a Patriots cheerleader in the 80s. Mary, I believe that, Mary P, 100%. This is a lot. Why me? What was I, like some special project? What, does that mean I am still? Did just nobody ever tell me? Would have been nice to tell me. Or maybe, like, support me or something. Like, did I go rogue so they were like, fuck him? Did you? I am so confused right now. And I get it. Like, a lot of you who are listening understand the connection I made because of the Adelson thing. It was prompted by me recalling that I had remembered that while reading this last night. But I'm telling you right now, I'm really worried that I've been around these people my whole life and I didn't even know. And it was my mom. And then I'm wondering, like, is the reason I am the way I am, not just because I made it through the trauma and everything of my life, but literally, like, I was a part of this from birth without knowing. Am I, like, one of them? Like, no, I'm not saying I would not play ball, clearly. But, like, was I supposed to be one of them? Is that why it feels so, like, I feel so out of place? Like, I have all these skills and knowledge, but, like, I didn't sell out, so it's just, like, random and completely unsupported, except for you all wonderful people. I'm definitely not going to be a Truman. I would never sign the Federal Reserve Act. Are you kidding me? I would have been the bull moose, and I would have told Williams Jennings Bryant not to run. And then I would have won. Yeah, there's something about my morality. I don't know. I think I was just... There's something that just doesn't make sense. Well, it all makes sense in hindsight, but there's something just, like, why it's me. Like, it shouldn't be. It's too
It couldn't just be random. Like what's happening is you're seeing me figure it all out. And the reason why it all links up is because I was just around all these people without knowing, because they never told me. They either didn't trust me or they got the vibe I just wouldn't do it, or that I was just very pure, which is true. Even the Globe, like, guys back in the day, like when I was younger, used to be like, Grant, you're a purist. I was like, yeah. The last of the fucking old journalists. They fucking sit around their hats and like, they all like this. They're like, you're a fucking purist, kid. Yeah, I really do worry that and it's not just me, but I do not want you all to think that I'm some unique example. I think there's a lot of us out there that either like developed these abilities, or they induced them, or they like found people who were traumatized and cultivated the abilities. I think like there was a breeding program. But it wasn't for like racial eugenics, although I'm pretty sure they were racist. They used racial slurs. They really did not like black people, which makes me so upset. Have you ever hung out with black people? Like all the black people I know are fucking amazing. They're wonderful. I just don't understand why they were so racist. I guess I do. They're racist. But it wasn't like racial eugenics. It was like intellectual eugenics. It was like phrenology on steroids, basically. But instead of the size of the brain, it was like they mapped the brain. And then they tried to manipulate it. And they paid the ultimate price for it. Dude. We are not experiments. What the fuck? You're telling me this is worse than Tuskegee? This is worse than like what they were doing in those the state hospitals in Pennsylvania. Like this is worse than the Stanford prison experiment. This is worse than Pavlov's dogs. This is like the worst this is the worst thing possible. And we're all still like human? I'm a little confused. Like, what did they do? What did they do to us? It's a very complex thing to understand. Like, them thinking about the genetic and makeup of the brain as a like canvas to paint a new generation. They really fucked up. Of course it got out of control. How the fuck did you think you can't play God? How did they think that was going to work? Of course some of us were just going to be like, fuck you. That's great. The internet played a big part in it. Oh, S. Oliveira. I will look up that name. Yeah, I think they created not just survivors. They inadvertently, probably through the divine intervention of fate, created like an entire generation who were smarter than them. Oh my goodness. S. Oliveira. Oh my goodness. You're not kidding. You're one of us. Oh my goodness. We need to make a club. Wait a minute. Are you telling me that it's possible that like we're all meeting because of this coverage in this channel, and that there's like a lot of us out there who are close to power that they did this to? We got to have a club. We got to have meetings. What do we talk about? Do we take over the world in a benevolent way? Do we just hug each other? I'm not really sure what we're supposed to do. I think we have to have a club. I call them oh my God, we really are star children. We're calling ourselves star children. No one's going to stop me. I'm having a lot of insights right now. Everything makes so much sense. And there's multiple of us out there. We can form like a club. We can do what they were doing, but be benevolent and be public and transparent. We can have like
Oh my goodness, you don't understand. We have to have a club. I can't confirm it. I really can't. I need a much larger sample size. Like, we just have to, like, go get all these, like, children and powerful people, like the children who didn't sell out, and then put them in a room, and we all just need to talk for, like, 5 days. Like, let's go to a hotel. We'll have a nice, like, no sex, unless you're married. But let's go to a hotel. We're not restarting the problem. Let's go to love is fine. Let's go to a hotel and have a conference. I don't know exactly how this is going to work, but we all need to just talk. Like, all the children of privilege need to just talk and find out what happened. Like no one who sold out can come. I get to vet the guest list. I'm the new Gloria Vanderbilt. I think we do find each other. All right, so don't leave. You know how to find me. Twitter, Grant Smith Ellis. Instagram, YouTube, my email, grantsmithellis@gmail.com. Even if I can't read all your emails and get back to you, just don't leave. Whatever you do, just stay in this orbit, and then we'll have a conference. All right? We gotta like screen people, so you actually have to be who you say you are, and you have to be the child of privilege or somehow involved in this, and then we'll have a conference. We'll have speakers, we'll have panels, we'll have like, dude, Kyle will bring a goat. I'm not really sure Kyle gets to come. I have to screen him. I'm a little on the fence. I think Kyle's considering like joining this like orbit, which I'm totally about. But like, Kyle, we got to talk. All right, we got to talk a little bit. You scare me a little bit. The point, in a loving way. The point is, we're gonna have a conference. It can be in Detroit. Just want to flex on the Canadians. I'll show you who owns Detroit, you damn Canadians. And we're all going to talk. And then we're going to figure out if we all, like, went through the same shit. And we're going to figure out if they, like, abused us. Like, my mom kind of hinted that what they would do is, like, dose the kids with benzos so they wouldn't remember what happened. So, like, I kind of feel like that's what happened to me as a child. And it would also explain why I had anxiety for 15 years. Because I was withdrawing from benzos and probably had bad things. But I can't prove that. I cannot. I have no memory, like, of as a kid being, like, hurt. I just don't. I don't have a lot of memories of being a kid, but I don't have any memories of being hurt. Like, I cannot tell you, like, I distinctly remember being hurt. I remember being traumatized a little bit, like, locked in my room, like, some stuff that was just off, but I don't ever remember being hurt. Maybe that was the point. I wasn't supposed to remember, but I don't know. I can't tell you. I just do not know. I also don't have a memory of, like, a lot of stuff that happened, like, before kindergarten. I have one memory of being at a hotel, a motel that my uncle got in bankruptcy down the Cape. Like, a very distinct memory of being there on July 4th and getting, like, a plastic fireworks set with a sparkler I could turn on. I was, like, 4. So, I don't know. There's a lot. We got to, like, have a meeting. It's bigger than just me. But I'm really now thinking, the thing that freaked me out, you're going to see it on the screen, is they talk about this guy, Sheldon Adelson, throughout the Epstein files. And I just had, like, I've been convinced. I mean, I know I'm right. I don't have the smoking gun, but I know I'm right that Wendy Murphy was in this network, the Epstein network. I just know. Like, in my heart, I've never known anything with as much conviction as I am telling you that within like a week, I will prove it. That Wendy Murphy was not just in this network, but was actively complicit with them. And I will testify against her. It's just so clear to me. And the Sheldon Adelson thing, listen, no one would know this, okay? No one would know that my cousin from Dedham, who's just like a random lower class dude, I love him. He's like a good kid. But like, I've known him my whole life, bro. He lived in Dedham his whole life. And there is no way, he didn't like work his way up. He didn't have a powerful position. He didn't like even go to college. There is no reason he should have been on Sheldon Adelson's yacht. And I can give you the exact date. I can't actually. It's going to be fucking hard. It was, was it in college? Come on, Grant. Come on. It was in the kitchen. Mom was sitting on the chair to the left. Auntie was sitting to the right. It was when she was coming over a lot, which stopped probably like 2019. I was only visiting. So
So it didn't live there. So it had to be before 2014. So I want to say probably like 2011 to 2014 is when we're talking. We're looking for a yacht trip with Sheldon Adelson. I have a very specific name that I know was on the yacht. So if I can track down that yacht trip, if I can isolate when it happened, if I can put him on the manifest, like the person I know was on that boat, and then if I can ask my aunt about it, like I think she'll admit it. I don't think my aunt did it. I think she needed money, but I think that's the smoking gun. What I want is like my mother's phone number, our home phone, or the fax phone from back in the day. I know both numbers by heart. I want those numbers in the phone logs. That would like really make me, I'd be ready to just deal with this. But like right now, it's the Sheldon Adelson thing and my cousin going on his yacht in probably 2011 to 2014. Maybe push that a little bit later, but that's pushing it, like right around that window. If I can find that kid on that yacht, which means he was young, motherfucker, like I'm talking like 16. If I can put that kid on that yacht and I can find that trip and ask my aunt, that should do it. That I need to, for my own sense of who I am as a person. I need to know. I need you all to know I need to know. Because if she did this, if my mother did this, first of all, I don't have any loyalty to her. Do you know what tattoo I have? Look at the tattoo I got when I was 18. Do you think maybe it's possible I figured this out? Hold on one sec. Hold on. Do you think, like, I got this on the day I turned 18. Do you think maybe, like, my body was telling me something? Do you see what that is? I mean, it's like a baller tattoo for what it is. But, like, I was 18. I went to Redemption on Mass Ave. Like, I knew exactly what was going on. My body, my mind, my soul was trying to tell me, like, she's evil. But I couldn't prove it. She was really good at hiding it. Like, too good for her own good. But yeah, you can see it's fading a little bit. I should get a touch-up. But it's like, what is it? No, I got this tattoo in... Oh my God, I got this in 2007. It's 20 years old. And it's still got some color. It's a sun that says mom above it. And then the banner with mom is holding a knife and stabbing through the sun. So, I don't know what to tell you, you know. Like I don't even think about it. But it was the first ever tattoo I got. I got another one on my back. I don't know if I can show you that one. It says F the haters. I got it in Bath as a tribute to Jane Austen. And then I have my initials on my skull. I have a skull tat. I know, right? You'd never know. You kind of could tell, though. What was Mom's reaction? She said, oh, you can get that covered up. And I said, why would I do that? And then we never talked about it again. So, yeah. They might have actually picked him up on a yacht around here because it's Boston. It's a port. And it's better if they just put him on the yacht rather than putting him on a flight. No manifest. Only the yacht's manifest would prove it. But I can still get it. You'd be surprised. The internet's a big place. People log a lot of shit. Yeah, it was pretty. Yeah, I'm 99. I don't have the smoking gun. I pretty much do. I need the records. Like, I know the facts that will get me the smoking gun on Wendy. That will be her name. if she did this, she just can be Wendy. Sorry. Like, it's one thing for me to suspect it, but if I can prove it, she's just Wendy. Because it would mean everything she was doing to me was like on purpose. Like, it was on purpose. She was tormenting me on purpose. And then when I wouldn't play ball, she was hurting me, trying to use the courts. Bro, like, that's outrageous. Way over the line. I can't forgive that. I mean, I'm not going to do anything to her other than testify against her if asked. But, like, I can't forgive that. I'll never move on from that. Like, it is what it is. She can't be my mother if she did that. It would explain a lot. A lot. I can understand, S. Oliviera, how your life goes into the survivor mode. I think I was in that mode for a long time. I don't know how I broke out of it. I really don't know. I feel like I've never been free until this moment. I had free will, I could think, but I feel like I was not free until this moment. So, like, all that stuff about, like, what I should be when I grow up and, like, all, like, it was all just, like, trying to, like, mold me. Which is why I never really felt like I should do any of that. When I was in 6th grade, my mother wanted me to go to Belmont Hill School, and I didn't want to go. I just felt like, in my gut, I felt it was dangerous. I don't know what Belmont Hill School is. They might be great. They might be bad. They might have people there that are a problem. I don't know. People should look into it, see if it's in the Epstein files. It's called Belmont Hill School. I don't know. If it is, I'm going to have a problem. I'm going to be mad. But I also knew, as a 6th grader, I was like, I don't want to go there. And she was forcing me for months, guilting me. She eventually bribed me by buying like 4 WWF pay-per-views. They were $29.95 each back then. That was more money than I'd ever heard of. She was like, I'll buy you 4 in a row if you go do the exam. So I go up to this like ladies' private house on Belmont Hill with like 5 other kids. We go in a basement. I blow the test away. She was like, you got to do good on it. So I blow it away, like highest marks in the group. And they're like, okay, we want to admit you to Belmont Hill. And my mom's like, Grant, this is very important. Like, she's like begging me to do it. I'm like, no, Mom, I don't want to do it. I like the friends I have now. I'm only going to get one shot at having this like social experience. Like, I like where I am. I'm perfectly happy. I don't want to lose my friend group. I don't have a good feeling about Belmont Hill. I don't want to go. She was like, no, you have to. I'm forcing. She was like crying, like she made me go to the interview. Thank God, although I don't think Belmont Hill School realized they were doing it for this reason, but thank God after the tour, where I had to do my one-on-one, they sensed my mother was forcing me. So they separated me from her and brought me in with a very high-level administrator for not like a bad thing. It was not bad. This guy must have been like the headmaster of the school, and he said to me, like, I get the sense you don't really want to go here. And I was like, yeah, I'm being forced to. Like, I do not want to go here. And he was like, oh. That was it. He walked out the door. He said, thank you. We left. And then that was the end of it. But, like, I had to intervene as a 6th grader, and she still fought me on it, manipulated me, cried, screamed, bribed me. but for the grace of God, I didn't end up there. And it was not just the grace of God. It was my resilience and wherewithal as a 12-year-old. Mind you, the same 12-year-old who the year before had been reading Black Mass before school and then went to Dick Layer's house and got his autograph because I was so enthralled by the idea of the FBI and the state prosecutor spying on Whitey or the Angelos at 95 Prince Street. So I wasn't a regular kid, but also, like, that takes balls. It really, looking back, like, little me was just a machine. Like, people were, like, they used to be, like, both offended and awed that I'd just be like, respect me, mother effers. Like, no choice. Like, I will tell you how it is, and you will do it. And this guy, the headmaster, it must have been the headmaster, was just like, okay. Huh. I felt decades of guilt over that. Like, I knew it was the right thing to do, but I would go to bed just randomly and be like, oh, I feel so guilty that I didn't do that for her. I could have been in the world of privilege. But that was me turning them down. For the rest of my life, I was just a rogue out there they had to monitor because I wouldn't go to Belmont Hill School. Hello, Chris. It's good to see you. Yeah, it's snowing here, too. I'm thinking about getting some lunch soon. I might not want to go out. I don't want to drive on these roads. Maybe I'll get a cheeseburger or something delivered. Your parents put you in a covenant. Oh, goodness. Yeah, my parents definitely, they didn't want to just, like, put me away. Like, it wasn't my dad. So here's how I know my dad wasn't in on it. Like, when I was like, Dad, I really don't want to go. Like, my mother screamed at him for, like, 2 weeks. She abused him so bad. I feel so bad for that guy. I made a bad decision at the end. I did reconcile with him, but I sided with my mother because I didn't really know what was going on. I was very manipulated. I'm almost like programmed by her. Anyway, the point, which is scary, she's like a mastermind. I'm telling you, like the most manipulative person you've ever met in your life. And she's so good at faking it too in public. Very well trained actor. But yeah, just a substantial amount of things make a lot more sense. And my dad wasn't in on it. I know he wasn't, because when I said, Dad, I do not want to go to Belmont Hill, he was like, okay, that's your choice. Like, and my mother was screaming at him for weeks. And he gave me cover. He really did. And he said no. And she controlled him and abused him, but she could not override him on money. Like, that was the thing. Like, he would let her spend money, whatever she wanted, take her word, bring us places, whatever we needed, whatever she needed, she got. But, like, if he made a decision about money like that, he could not be overruled. Like, he was the final, he was like, the buck stopped with him on stuff like that. And I remember the day at the big table, he was like, he liked to watch his TV, like, it was like a projector, and stand after work, like on his piano. Like, he would lean on the piano, he would drink like a beer. He only drank beer. He liked Budweiser. He would have like 3 of them after work, sometimes more if it was a tough day. Always the same beer, always the same pose, always the same channel. He watched Chronicle every night, 7 o'clock, 7:30. So he would like stand there. And I remember that day he was doing his taxes at his big like table, his wooden oak table or something. And I go over to him, and he was always balancing his checkbook. He loved checks. He just loved doing the books. So I go over to him and like, Dad, I don't want to do this. And I remember him being like, your mother like really wants you to do this. And I was like, Dad, I remember I couldn't express it, but I was like, I don't want to go to Belmont Hill. Like, I like my friends. I remember the argument that I kept making was like, I like my friends. What I was really saying was, I'm scared of Belmont Hill. But I was saying to my father, I like my friends. And he was like, after like 10 minutes, he finally just took this deep sigh, and he stood up at that point. And like, I was like crying, I think. And he just took a deep sigh, and I could tell like he knew he was going to get shit for it. And he was just like, okay, you don't have to go. And that changed my life. If he had said, you have to go, I would have had to go. Like, I couldn't get, like, I loved him and respected him so much that even though I wouldn't have wanted to, even though I was firm on not doing it, if he had said in that moment, Listen, I've thought about it, but you have to go. I would have gone, but he said I didn't have to go. He was a great man. But yeah, I think we're going to get this smoking gun. And trust me, when we do, we're going to do a stream and I'm going to yell. I've kept myself very composed about almost everything we've done for those girls and the survivors of the victimization and the boys. If I find out my mother was involved with them, we're going to do a stream where you may actually have to turn the volume down because I'm just going to yell things. It won't be coherent. It might be coherent. It's going to be a lot of yelling. Just a lot of yelling. I'm getting ready for it. You don't understand. I'm ready. There will be a lot of yelling. Let me just say, if that gets proven. All right, let's get through this 302, then I'll explain it to you. Then I'm taking a break for lunch. Maybe I'll come back later. Maybe we'll do tomorrow. We'll see. I like to keep them guessing, you know what I'm saying? Otherwise, Kyle might pick up on my routine. We don't want that, dude. Kyle will send the goats after me. Kyle, you keep those damn goats in Canada unless we have a conference in Detroit. And you cannot bring the Canadian flag, Kyle. You bring the Canadian flag to Detroit. I'm telling you, I'll respect it, but we're not playing the Canadian national anthem, and you cannot raise that flag. Raise that flag at your peril.
Fuo Johnson said Bannon was close to the Zionist Organization of America, ZOA, and Sheldon Adelson, who supports the group. Johnson described ZOA as sketchy. He said Arthur Schwartz was also involved in leaks and may be connected to ZOA. Agent note, Johnson said Schwartz's phone number was. He said Schwartz leaked to the New York Post and worked hand in glove with Bannon. Schwartz was close to Israeli donors and ingratiated himself to NSC staffers, Donald Trump, Jr., and Bannon. Schwartz was not a fan of POTUS during the election, but often attended events after the election. Schwartz was an Israeli activist and public relations expert and maybe an Israeli intelligence source. Schwartz had friends on the NSC and often had lunch with WH interns. Schwartz was known to have had ties with New York Post reporter Arthur Hinaglow, phonetic. UFOO, Johnson said ZOA wanted H.R. McMaster removed as National Security Advisor with support from affiliates in the administration. Johnson said it was a concerted effort to smear and remove McMaster because of policy disagreements about Iran. UFOUO, Johnson told agents to look at the Rosie Gray story in The Atlantic in which Ezra Cohen Watnick, Cohen, is mentioned. Johnson said Cohen leaked to the media. He said Schwartz bragged to Johnson that Cohen provided him information. Johnson assumed Schwartz only talked to Cohen and Bannon because of their relationships, but Schwartz never told him those are secret, Argums. Secret, Twertner. UFOUO, interview of Charles Johnson Confuelian of FD 402 of, a.k.a. Chuck Johnson, A4 April 28, 2020 PQR 5 of 9, the only two people he talked to. Johnson said Cohen worked closely with Bannon and was fired from the NSC for leaking material. Johnson said Schwartz also got information from another NSC staffer, Josh S., who was Jewish. Johnson also said that Emily Smith told him that the McMaster, getting drunk, story was made up and she got it from Schwartz. UF000, Johnson said it was interesting that SAFRA Katz, who is the CEO of Oracle, was once considered for a senior national security position in the administration, was referenced in the drunk story. UF000, CERNOVICH launched an article directed toward former National Security Advisor H.R. McMaster, comparing him to a puppet and close to General David Petraeus. Johnson did not speak out against the plot to fire McMaster. Johnson supported the U.S. efforts in Iraq, but he did not agree with McMaster's Middle East policy. Folio. In April 2017, around the time of the U.S. airstrike in Syria, Johnson said on or about April 14, 2017, the Daily Beast reported that CERNOVICH planned to drop the motherlode if Bannon was fired from the White House. Johnson said the story described how Cernovich planned to release new information if Bannon was removed. Johnson said, if you put a gun to my head, Bannon provided Cernovich the Syria airstrike information. Johnson recalled POTUS announcing the 2017 airstrikes in front of a Chinese delegation in Mar-a-Lago, Florida. Johnson recommended agents contact Michael Anton in regards to leaks of classified information, agent note. Johnson said Anton's phone numbers were and said they were friends, but asked that agents not use Johnson's name with Anton. Johnson believed Anton would state Bannon or Cohen leaked information. UFOUO, Johnson said Bannon used PREATE to communicate to the press. Bannon also used Schwartz. Johnson said he was not sure who Schwartz worked for. Folio, Johnson said it was widely known among journalists that Bannon was CERNOVICH's source. Folio, Johnson recalled receiving false harassment material on secret, AMIMMO. Secret, widow, UFOUO, interview of Charles Johnson Colfwellian of FD 402 of, aka, Chuck Johnson, on April 28, 2020 PQR 6 of 9 Senator Chuck Schumer, but could not remember if it was from Bannon or CERNOVICH. UFOOO, Johnson provided these additional individuals who may have insight on Bannon. Michael Wolff. Brian Kennedy. Johnson said agents can use his name with Kennedy. He said Kennedy worked for the Committee on Present Danger. Matty and Kathy Beckerman. Johnson said the BECKERMANs made a movie with Bannon and claimed Bannon stole money from them. Rebecca Mercer. Johnson said Bannon stole money from her. Johnson said Mercer hates Johnson and was disappointed she felt that way about him. Folio, Bannon and Guo Wengui. Folio, Johnson said Bannon maintained relationships with a lot of foreign nationals. In particular, Bannon had a business relationship with Guo Wengui, agent note, also known as Miles Kwok, who is a Chinese oligarch, agent note. Johnson said WENGUI's phone number was. Bannon was paid $1 million from WENGUI, according to Axios reporting. Johnson believed WENGUI was a spy for the Chinese government. Johnson said Bannon was first close to the Mercers and then became close to WENGUI. Johnson believed that Sam Nunberg may have introduced Bannon to WENGUI. Johnson recommended that agents speak with Carl Bass, who has met with WENGUI, agent note. Johnson said Bass' phone number was Folio. Johnson met with WENGUI in New York approximately 1 to 2 years ago. Johnson relayed the information from the meeting to the CIA. Johnson had an informal relationship with the CIA on non-US PERs. Johnson was not comfortable discussing the details of his meetings with the CIA. Johnson said members of his family served in the CIA and military and believed he came from a line of service. In part, that was why he wanted to help the FBI. UFOOO, Bannon was a guest speaker at various conferences hosted by Israeli and Chinese affiliated groups. Johnson recalled that Bannon gave a secret, amens. Secret, JOIS, UFOUO, interview of Charles Johnson Colfwellian of FD 402 of, aka, Chuck Johnson. On April 28, 2020 PME 7 of 9 speech in Hong Kong in 2017. Johnson believed Bannon profited from his contacts after departing from the WH. UFOUO, Johnson said Bannon lived in an apartment building owned by a foreigner. He believed a look into Bannon's finances would identify foreign governments he was involved with. Johnson advised people in Congress to avoid Bannon. UFOUO, Johnson moved on from the relationship he previously held with Bannon. Bannon was aggressive towards Johnson and threatened him on multiple occasions. Johnson described Bannon as dishonest and untrustworthy person. Bannon used information Johnson shared in confidence regarding issues within his marriage against him. Bannon lied about relationships with intelligence agencies and constantly changed the story. UFOUO, Johnson directed agents to talk with Michael Waller from the Center for Security Policy concerning Bannon's relationship with WENGUI and potential leaks of classified information. Johnson described Waller as a patriot and good friend. Agent note, Johnson provided Waller's phone number as. Johnson said WENGUI sued Waller. UFOUO, Johnson also told agents to review a September 2017 New York Times article about the next stop for the Bannon insurgency, which discussed China and Hong Kong. UFOUO, Johnson added that Jeffrey Warnick, phonetic, was pro-China and had connections to Airbnb. Folio, Bannon and Jeffrey Epstein. UFOUO, Johnson expressed concern that Jeffrey Epstein was an Israeli spy. He and Bannon may have had a business relationship and Epstein paid Bannon with money from the Israelis. Johnson referenced a news story about Israel and Stingray equipment found around the WH. Bannon may have utilized the technology to get information out of the WH. He said Bannon was close to Epstein and that troubled Johnson as a father of young girl. He said Bannon met Epstein at his New York home, and Johnson referred agents to a New York Post article from 2018. Secret, UFOUO, interview of Charles Johnson Colfwellian of FD 402 of, aka, Chuck Johnson, Folio, Julian Assange. On April 28, 2020 PME 8 of 9, UFOUO, in August 2017, Johnson met Julian Assange at the Embassy of Ecuador in London, United Kingdom. Johnson attended the meeting with California Congressman Dana Rohrabacher to see what was going on. Johnson said he attended the meeting on behalf of the CIA. Assange stated the Russians did not provide the leaked information to him. Johnson believed it was the Israelis, but then said he did not know and was speculating. Folio, James Wolfe. UFOUO. Johnson said he had contact with the former Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, SSCI, Director of Security James Wolfe. Johnson said Wolfe often met with a Vanity Fair reporter in the office 2 to 3 times a week and leaked to other journalists, not just the one he was prosecuted for. Johnson said he was upset the FBI only charged Wolfe for false statements. Johnson believed Wolfe leaked classified information. Johnson was pressured by Wolfe to testify in support of the Russia probe. Johnson communicated with Wolfe a number of times and recorded the phone conversations and believed some of those conversations included classified information related to the Russia investigation. Folio, Other Foreign Matters. UFOUO. Johnson said a woman runs a revenue fund out of Los Angeles and San Francisco for Vladimir Putin. UFOUO. He said if he could assist the FBI's San Francisco office, they would catch a Chinese spy a week. He knows a woman who runs money for the Chinese government. Johnson said a Chinese woman, who contacted him about his facial recognition software and claimed to be working for Google, was actually looking to find a Taiwanese spy. UFOUO. Johnson said agents can ask Clemente, who had connections to the FBI's San Francisco office about Chinese espionage and a program called Sequoia. Agent note, provided CLEMENTE's phone number as 5169. Secret, F0MM. F110, interview of Charles Johnson Conformian of FD 402 of, aka, Chuck Johnson, on April 28, 2020 PNC 9 of 9, UFOO. Johnson believed he was targeted by the Russian, Chinese, and Israeli governments. Johnson believed this was due to his previous work with Bannon and also the various USG projects he worked on. Johnson received weird phone calls and believed he was being monitored. For instance, Johnson said over a year ago, he believed he met with individuals associated with the Russian mob, who were posing as FBI. He said he called the incident into the FBI. Folio. Additional background information. UFOO. Johnson advised agents that he was pro-law enforcement and wants to be of service to the country. In the past, Johnson complained about how government agencies conducted its work, but now wants to help. He said he was willing to be a source and even wear a wire or record his calls with Bannon. He said he would also risk his life for the FBI. Johnson preferred agents contact him on the encrypted application Signal. He said he answered this phone call because he was expecting a call from the White House and assumed the 202 number was the White House. UFOUO. Johnson's daughter and ex-wife were important to him and offered to assist the FBI as long as they both stay safe. Johnson last saw them in February 2020 and planned to see him on or about May 15, 2020. He said his ex-wife worked for a nurse uniform company. UFOUO. Johnson received backlash from the media for helping U.S. companies. Johnson hoped his prior involvement providing assistance to marijuana businesses in California or history with Bitcoin would not hinder his ability to work with the FBI. UFOUO. Johnson said his brother had a security clearance and worked for Raytheon. Secret, APSIMRA.
Wow. Okay.
Let me just tell you right now, I cannot believe we're reading this. I don't know if maybe the Congress knew. I know they knew what they were doing, but I don't think we were supposed to see this for a long time. I mean, I've now read this 3 times. This, first of all, this is definitely true. Somebody pulled this guy's contracts already for just some of them. He definitely was working with the U.S. government. He definitely was informally contracted by the CIA. I can't believe this. Hello, folks. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Another day. It's 1:58 p.m. on Saturday, February 7, 2026. I'm continuing to go through the Jeffrey Epstein files. I'm now reviewing a document specifically EFTA 00259-527. This document is an FBI 302 of a man by the name of Charles Chuck Johnson. You're going to find contained within this FBI 302 a litany of shocking allegations. First, the FBI documents that Mr. Johnson, who ostensibly appeared to be a conspiracy theorist who was pro-President Trump, was in fact not pro-President Trump. In fact, this man was working with a number of companies, basically on behalf of the CIA. And in fact, Johnson worked with the National Security Council to identify Chinese companies practicing unethical tactics, and also worked with the CIA. The 302 basically accuses Steve Bannon of trying to burn down President Trump's White House, not literally, but figuratively, during the first term after Bannon was removed from office with the help of Mike Cernovich. It also appears that there was, throughout these emails, there's shocking allegations that people were having affairs in the White House, that Bannon and Mike Cernovich were basically coordinating punishment for President Trump because Bannon was removed, that Bannon was leaking classified information. And then what's interesting is Chuck Johnson thinks Bannon's a bullshitter. But if you look at some of the Bannon and Jeffrey Epstein conversations, Bannon was a heavy hitter who had connections above the intelligence agencies. Also talks about Bannon leaking. It specifically, this 302 alleges that Bannon was a source for Maggie Haberman, the anti-Trump journalist at the New York Times, who became more pro-Trump over time, but like she's anti-Trump. And then also it talks about Bannon being a source for the New York Post and the Daily Mail. And this is a 302, by the way. It says Bannon doesn't do a good job of vetting people around him. It talks about how Bannon, how Cernovich received a phone call from Bannon when Johnson was present, where Bannon was revealing NSC information to Cernovich. And specifically, Bannon talked with Cernovich and other media about the unmasking issue. That has to do with Carter Page from President Trump's campaign, who was a member of the CIA. The FBI, during the Russiagate probe, asked the CIA if Carter Page was talking to Russians because he was in the CIA. The CIA came back and said yes. The FBI, 2 agents, Peter Strzok, Lisa Page, edited the CIA's response to say that Carter Page was not in the CIA. Then Peter Strzok and Lisa Page went to the FISA court, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court, a secret ex parte court used to spy on Americans by having foreign governments like Australia and the UK use technology that we created called Data Upstream or Project Echelon to copy everything on the internet backbone from your cell phone and computer and otherwise that goes onto the internet. That allows it to then be searched if the government in the United States goes to the FISA court for an ex parte proceeding and says, we'd like to unmask the names of U.S. persons caught up in this surveillance. Okay. To do that, you have to argue that they're engaged in something that's like talking to foreign governments without permission. These 2 FBI agents trying to get President Trump went to the FISA court and said Carter Page wasn't in the CIA, and so therefore Carter Page talking to Russians was espionage in essence. They lied, they got caught, they abused the 702 program. That's the unmasking issue that is at issue here. I'm thinking the actual Russiagate probe was not the Democrats, it was fucking Steve Bannon. Are you telling me that Steve Bannon was behind the Russiagate probe? That's crazy. Okay, so in any event, you also find out that Sheldon Adelson and Arthur Schwartz, according to Chuck Johnson, were intimately involved with Bannon's plan to take down President Trump. And they also, this group wanted H.R. McMaster removed from the National Security Council. And then there was a number of other, you'll continue, if you keep going, okay, you're going to find out that the leak about President Trump talking about the airstrike on Syria at Mar-a-Lago came as punishment from Cernovich and Bannon because Bannon was removed from the White House. All right, Bannon was like trying to stay in there no matter what. You find out that there's a bunch of other sources who Bannon screwed over that were pro-President Trump. Basically, these guys like tried to destroy President Trump from the inside, like Bannon and the people around him. That's what this alleges. You then find out that like Bannon has connections like to like Chinese spies. Okay. Then you find out that Johnson was relaying the information about Bannon being in contact with Chinese spies to the CIA. And that Johnson's informal relationship with the CIA is only for non-U.S. persons, non-U.S. PERS, non-U.S. persons, okay? The CIA is trying to say that it doesn't spy domestically. It's trying to, like, the FBI is trying to give the CIA cover, or the CIA agent, Johnson, who's like a contract employee, is trying to give the CIA cover by saying, like, hey, we only spy on non-U.S. persons. Yeah, right. Johnson was not comfortable discussing the details of his meeting with the CIA. Johnson said members of his family served in the CIA and military and believed he came from a line of service. That's why he wanted to help the FBI. Okay, then talks about Bannon being involved with various foreign intelligence services. This guy, Johnson, didn't really know who Bannon was working for. The Epstein files make clear it was Epstein. Epstein was actually working for, he was like the second generation of a transnational arms trafficking organization that was funded by like the vestiges of the Persian Empire that are older than the House of Savoy and the family that rules England, and the Rothschilds. Like, they're the oldest money around. They were funding this guy named Adnan Khashoggi, who was the father of Jamal Khashoggi, the journalist who got murdered by MBS. There was this big international like war that no one knew about when MBS and another guy named MBZ fought over who would be the successor, called the Crown Prince, to King Salman in Saudi Arabia between 2017 and 2019. That battle like played out within the Trump White House, and everyone who sided, like a lot of people tried to pressure President Trump to side with MBZ, the existing regime in Saudi Arabia, but those people had like attacked us during 9/11. They were funded by Wahhabi extremists in Pakistan, run by the Bin Laden family. It has to do with the 1979 Iranian Cultural Revolution, which was funded by these like Wahhabist like Muslims from the Persian Empire who were mad we overthrew them in 53 when we installed the Shah. Then they threatened Saudi Arabia, got control of that country, ran it by proxy for like 40 years, and they used this guy named Adnan Khashoggi in the 70s and 80s to run an early version of what Jeffrey Epstein was doing to like basically control intelligence agencies and have control of countries through like honey pots, child sexual exploitation, brothels, blackmail, murder, anything you can imagine. That was passed down after Khashoggi like ended his career in service. Ghislaine Maxwell's father was murdered on Khashoggi's old yacht, and then the business kind of got handed down to Epstein. Epstein was coordinating a lot of this, okay? But the problem is it all came to a head and Epstein got arrested because the network that was backing him tied to Adnan Khashoggi and MBZ fell out of power when Mohammed bin Salman took over Saudi Arabia and became the crown prince between 2017 and 2019. Boom. And what you're seeing here is the fallout from that, which is Bannon and Epstein were allied with MBZ, and then when MBS took over, everything fell apart. And this battle took place within the Trump White House. And I also think the Vegas shooting with Stephen Paddock was an assassination attempt on MBS, and that's why immediately after that, MBS got the hell out of there and went back to Saudi Arabia, and then immediately imprisoned all those people in the Four Seasons in Riyadh, and then tortured MBZ because he escaped alive. How you like them apples? So anyway, we continue along in this 302, which basically tells you, like, this is crazy. This should not be public. I can't believe it's public in the Epstein files. It says, make some allegations. This guy thinks Epstein was an Israeli spy. He wasn't. The Israelis actually tried to reveal Epstein because what happened was this faction of radical Islamists within Saudi Arabia tied to the Wahhabi extremists in Kandahar who had a lot of money because they were basically the Persian Empire made manifest and still going. They were actually against Israel for a long time. And so Israel was trying to stop Epstein because Israel didn't like Saudi Arabia back then. Now, post-2019, as is probably not a coincidence, as you're going to realize, after MBS got into power, he signed the Abrams Accord. Now Saudi Arabia and Israel are allies. The scary thing is that it's likely that 9/11 happened because the Wahhabist extremists wanted revenge on America for the downing of Iranian Flight 355 by the U.S. Navy, which killed like 300 civilians from Iran. So the Wahhabists made a deal with Halliburton and the Project for a New American Century to allow Al-Qaeda to attack the World Trade Centers, kill 3,000 Americans, and then Halliburton and Saudi Arabia, with the help of President Bush, blamed Iraq and Afghanistan and invaded, and Saudi Arabia was able to kind of skate. Now there's this new regime in Saudi Arabia, and all these files are coming out because that old power structure is gone. They're just going to blame it on them, pay the victims a lot of money, and apologize. That's basically what's going on. And we are now looking back to an interview from 2020 where Charles Johnson, a CIA guy, is describing how there was fallout in the Trump White House between 2017 and 2019 involving Steve Bannon, who was actually working with Epstein to protect the interests of MBZ and the Wahhabi Saudis. Everybody on the same page? Clear. It's clear as day. You know, you just got to remember some shit. Talks about how the CIA set up the interview between the discussion between Julian Assange and Dana Rohrabacher at the Ecuadorian embassy, and that Johnson went on behalf of the CIA. It's very interesting there. You find out that Assange says that the Russians didn't leak Hillary Clinton's emails. Johnson thinks is the Israelis. No, I think it was Bannon and Epstein and Saudi and MBZ, and they were just blaming it on the Russians. and Assange. And then you can see like the former Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, the people who oversee the CIA. This guy was leaking, and he was part of the deep state, alleges Charles Johnson, James Wolfe. James Wolfe was pressuring Johnson, according to Johnson's 302, to testify against President Trump as part of the Russia probe. It seems that Wolfe and Bannon and all the news media worked together to try to protect MBZ and Epstein by pushing the Russia probe. That's the insight. And then it talks about like there's some scary stuff about like Putin having some money rings in San Francisco and LA. Then there's some very specific information about a Chinese espionage ring operating out of the San Francisco area near the FBI field office called Sequoia. So I'm worried that this is true and that the Chinese are spying on us and that this guy was right about this. And then there's some background information that goes on to explain sort of how Johnson works as a source, why he's so connected. It looks like his conspiracy theorist thing was a front, and he was really a CIA guy. And his brother has clearance for Raytheon, which is a DoD company. So, in short, I have just taken you through why this 302 is explosive, why I think all of this, the Epstein files being released, all of this being exposed, actually has to do with the changing of the guard in Saudi Arabia, tied to the Wahhabist faction in Kandahar, run by the Bin Ladens, financed by Khashoggi, Adnan Khashoggi, and passed down to Epstein. Voila, my name's Grant Smith-Ellis. That's how you read an FBI 302 that I'm not really sure why is public. The ID again, just if you want to reference that, I'll give you the source ID one more time. It is going to be EFTA 002595527. There you go. That taken about. Donate to my efforts. This is an independent news service. I don't work for anyone. I'm just trying to help. Trying to make this world a better place. Money sign Grant Smith Ellis. Venmo at Grant-E1. PayPal.me/Grant Ellis. Feed me. Help me get cheeseburgers. Help me keep going. I do this for you. I'm trying to help. God bless all of you. YouTube.com/@Grant Ellis if you want to join the chat. X.com/Grant Smith Ellis if you just want to watch. I'm a towel. How was that for a video? That was a good video. Wasn't that a good video? Yeah, you definitely want to read this document like 6 times. Let me get you the link, and then we'll do a post about it. I'm not sure if that is an acronym, Spacey. I am not sure. Maybe in England it's an acronym. All right, let's do a post. I'll show you all how I like to do this. Okay. New. After further reviewing an FBI 302 from CIA man Charles Chuck Johnson in 2022, I am now convinced that Steve Bannon, Jeffrey Epstein, that's how you spell Jeffrey Epstein, MBZ from Saudi Arabia, what else did I spell wrong? Oh, Saudi. MBZ from Saudi Arabia. Who else was involved? Steve Bannon, Jeffrey Epstein, MBZ from Saudi Arabia. Oh, yes. The Khashoggi family, which is a hard thing to spell. Then I have to, oh, God. And you have to actually, like, spell it right because it's not in Google. Khashoggi is not an easy name to spell. I got it kind of right yesterday. I did not get it right today. Oh, someone sent a donation on Cash App for pizza. Thank you very much. God bless you. I'm a little towel. Okay. No, that is not Khashoggi. I want to know how to spell. Oh, yes. Khashoggi. I was only one letter off. No, I had an extra H in there. I was close, man. It's Khacha. Oh, I forgot an H. I was 2 letters off. I'm getting better every day. Khashoggi. So it's Cash Ogi with 2 G's. Cash. Khash, like Cash Patel, and then Ogi, like the audio format. Cash Ogi with 2 G's. Okay, Cash Ogi. I think I can get that. Cash, like Cash Patel with a H. Cash Patel, 2 H's. So like K-hash OG. All right, I can do this. Okay. And just encode it once, I'll be able to do it. I'm not convinced that Steve Bannon, Jeffrey Epstein, MVZ from Saudi Arabia, the Khashoggi family, and the Democrats in control of the Intelligence Committee tried to take out President Trump with a fake Russia hoax. I can't believe this is true. I can't believe it was Bannon. Oh, Mr. President, I feel so bad for you. They tried to do you worse than Nixon. You don't do that to President Trump. He was nice to Towel Grampy. You don't go trying to take out President Trump. Oh, my goodness, Steve Bannon. Oh, my goodness. I'm offended. I am offended. I'm offended. You have offended me. You don't do that. That is wrong. It is the FBI 302 from Johnson also alleges Bannon leaked classified National Security Council information to Mike Cernovich. That does not seem ideal. What else was in there that I talked about? No, I think it's not council. It's like an actual council. What else did he say in there? He said some crazy shit in there. Which was all probably true. He had the dude's phone numbers. CERNOVICH. What's his Twitter? I'm just going to tag him. Like, just Mike Cernovich, if you did this or didn't do this, can you just tell us? He's got 1.4 million followers. His username is @Cernovich. I'd like him to just, like, tell us if he did this. Like, did Bannon really call you and tell you national security information? I hope to get more information in the short term. What else did he say in there? Also, of note, Johnson alleges that the Chinese Communist Party, probably with help from the Democrats, with the damn Democrats, are running an espionage operation in San Francisco called Sequoia. I hope someone is looking into that. I'm just shocked that MBS has such a big impact on our country. Like, he's a impressive dude. I mean, I'm a little terrified, but also a little impressed. The game recognized game, you know what I'm saying? CRNOVICH. That does not seem ideal. Okay, what else did he say in there? He said a lot of crazy shit in there. Let me think. All right, let's go back over here. All right. Oh, yes. Johnson also told the FBI he comes from a long line of CIA men and women in his family, and that his brother has a security clearance for Raytheon. Is the entire, like, defense intelligence establishment just collapsing right now because they're all in the files? You know, I'm just saying, if I find Zona Eagle in those damn files, I've just been dominating him. I just troll him now. That little punk. My point is, if I find him in those files, I'm going to find out who he is. And then I'm going to find out if he's in the Epstein files. Damn Zona Eagle. At this point, Jen McCabe could be in the Epstein files and be like, yeah, sounds about, you know, nothing would shock me anymore. I looked, she's not. At least not under that name. I'm also going to do some research and find out where all these people met. Like, I just have some feeling that, like, Kate Peter is not a good person. Don't think that even as I keep going up on the trajectory I'm on, I'm going to forget about what Kate Peter did. I don't know exactly what she is. Like, she would make a terrible madam. Like, you want to, like, no. I think she's more like an enforcer, which is freaky, bro. That freaks me the fuck out. But anyway, I got to really look into this. I got to figure out where all these people met. I want to say it was like a dance club, like putting it lightly. Like, I think wherever Twisted took that picture, I think either that or somewhere related to that is going to give me the answer I want. I don't really care. Like, it's their business. I don't give a shit. I'm not going to ask questions. I don't want to know. I don't care. It's not my business. Never looked into it. But, like, now I feel like I've been lied to by a lot of people for a long time. So I need some answers. And, like, I need to figure out just a little bit more about why all that was happening. What was the relevance of that to the 302? There was no real relevance. Oh, yeah. I'm just baffled. I'm baffled by some of the things, like, around here. So nothing would surprise me. You know what I'm saying? Like, nothing would surprise me. But yeah, I'm very interested. I'm very interested in, like, I just want answers now. Like, there's just some stuff I just want to know. I guess there's some stuff I don't need to know. But some stuff I want to know. I want to know, like, how long Kate was involved with some of those girls and what she was doing with them and why. And, like, when she first met them. Like, how long she's actually known some of these cops, what she was doing for the cops. I worried she was part of this. Like, that part, I don't think I'm ever going to be able to really prove. I just have a theory. Like, that she was, like, kind of like an enforcer. Low level. Kind of like a hanger-on. But like a hanger-on who would do wet work if you needed to. Joe Warren, too. Like, they had hitters, man. They weren't, like, traditional hitters. They definitely had hitters. A lot of internet hitters, because they were fucking nerds. And they thought the internet was very powerful, which it is. But, like, hitters on the internet and, like, enforcers, like, it's just weird. The whole thing is weird. It's surreal and weird. But money makes anyone... You could freaking buy and sell people for what those people... The money we were talking about. What they piss on in the morning, you could, like, sell entire cities. Just percolated everywhere. It's just shocking. Yeah, I'm willing to look at everyone. It's not a question of almost everyone who had any kind of power anywhere was involved with these people. It's what did they do when they figured it out? Like, did they have a code? Did they have rules? Did they, like, try to do something? Were they scared? Were they threatened? Were they blackmailed? Like, were their kids threatened? Like, were their kids victimized or survivors? I can't pass judgment. Like, some people I can tell right away. Woody Allen, Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell. Some of these other people I can tell right away. They didn't have any loyalty to anyone. But other people, you got to really dive. Like, the worst thing to do is make an assumption about the motivation of a political actor, because it's oftentimes, like, especially someone like President Nixon or President Trump, it's not what you think. It's never what you think. He's always, like, those type of guys are always playing ahead. Like, they're like me, but, like, they are more human, I guess. Like, they have more sex, like, drink. Like, I bet he doesn't drink. That's why he's the way he is. But, like, they know it's a trap. Like, you are trained, like, President Trump's dad was CIA, definitely. You are trained, like, from the day you were born, do not fall into those traps. You can have fun, just know the rules. So I'm telling you, there's a difference between the people who were, like, playing Epstein. And I don't know who's in this group. I've looked at all the files. I still don't know. The people who were playing him, and then the people that he was controlling, and then the people that he was working for. Like, three different things. Who fits where? I don't know.
Like, some people were clearly blackmailed. I don't think President Trump was blackmailed. I think he's like a state unto himself. And he maneuvered through the political waters and suffered for it. And no one suffered in this situation unless they did something right at some point. So that's my feeling about President Trump. Why would he be targeted with Russiagate by his own people? Because he made a call. He made a call that what MBZ did was wrong. And what Khashoggi did was wrong. And that takes balls. Because those people blackmailed everyone. If I really, do you know, is it now starting to make more sense? When President Trump said he was literally going to take on the deep state, he did it. I think he was responsible. I think that fight with MTG and Lauren Boebert might have been fake. I think he got the Dems to release this by getting them to support the discharge petition by pretending like he didn't want it. I don't think he likes that there's a chance they're going to impeach him by winning the midterms. But I think this was a move to win the midterms for the Republicans. It's worse for Democrats. I'm telling you, these pricks were liberal. Maxwell and Epstein, I'm telling you they were. I talked to them for 5 years. I didn't know it was them. They were liberal, hyper-liberal. They hated President Trump. You can see Epstein hated President Trump. So that's my read on it all. Like, President Trump played them hard. Now, I really think that President Trump knew that it was a honeypot. So if you know it's a honeypot, like, you play it differently. I think he never... I don't know why he likes women like that. Like, it's great. I'm glad that it makes him happy. But, like, when you chase women that are younger, it's inevitable that they're going to try to get you. So, like, until I see evidence otherwise, no, I'm not putting him in that bucket. Have I seen evidence that he was hated by Epstein? Yes. Do I know why? Yeah, it was over a land deal. It had nothing to do with the girls at Mar-a-Lago, nothing to do with, like, Epstein trying to blackmail him. It was a pure monetary dispute that caused... It was political, but it was also monetary. It had to do with a home. Epstein was buying a home in Florida. It was valued, I want to say in like 2004, at like $35 million or something. And Epstein says to President Trump, why don't you come over with me? You're a real estate guy. Why don't you come over and just look? Will you survey the property with me? Like, tell me what you think of it compared to what it's worth. Now, what Epstein was really trying to do was flip it, like any investor. He was just trying to buy a home that he thought would increase in value so he could sell it later. Okay? That's what every real estate investor does. They're not buying the homes to live in. They're speculating. It's called like property speculation. President Trump goes over there, and all he says to Epstein is he really likes the pool. All right? This is all recorded. I think it's in a book that somebody wrote, somebody close to Epstein. Michael Wolff or something. Epstein says, President Trump says to Epstein in 2004, it's a nice house, I like the pool. And Epstein's like, so should I buy it? And President Trump's like, yeah, make an offer. Okay, unbeknownst to Epstein, before he can put together his offer, President Trump makes a $40 million offer and the buyer accepts it, the seller accepts it immediately. President Trump knew exactly how valuable that real estate was and he's a real estate guy, so of course he did. Within like 4 years, because of the way that area developed, that property was worth $160 million. Okay? It was in Coral Gables or something, and President Trump lives there, so he knew that if he bought the property at the right time and then the area developed, the property would go up in value with the development. So it wasn't like there was nothing shady about it except for the fact that President Trump kind of stiff-armed Epstein on the purchase. Okay, well, in that world, you can't just do that to someone. Like, you may think that you're just going to do that, and what are they going to do? You already bought it, you got the contract, you tell Epstein, F you, I got the contract, what are you going to do? All right, Jeffrey Epstein is going to remember for 10 years, 20 years, whatever, until he dies, that you stole $100 million from him.
Like, you didn't know about that house. He told you about it. You came, you bought it out from under him, and then made $100 and something million. He's going to be pissed. $100 million in that world might not seem like, you might be like, we're talking about billions. No. The Rothschilds have hundreds of billions. These guys, like $100 million is a lot of money. It's an unfathomable amount of money to anyone, even if you're at the top of the game. Like, barring you being a king of Saudi Arabia, $100 million is life-changing for anyone. I don't care if you've won the lottery. I don't care if you are a multimillionaire on Wall Street. I don't care if you are a billionaire. $100 million is a lot of money. So Epstein has hated President Trump ever since then. And you can see it in the files. There's a vitriol. Like, Epstein wants President Trump to go down. Who do you think Epstein was working with to make that happen? MBZ, Khashoggi, one more person, Steve Bannon. Notice, like, one of those guys was tortured, MBZ. One of those guys is dead, Jeffrey Epstein. And one of those guys, like, almost, like, did go to prison, Bannon. Like, fuck with President Trump at your peril. Yeah, Epstein tried to pull some shit, but President Trump is the one who came out on top. And you only come out on top if you're clean enough to get through. He knew he was in there. He threw this all out there knowing he was in there because he probably weighed it and said he made the right call. That's not to say President Trump did not, like, get with different women. What rich man, other than maybe like a person like me or whatever, but I'm not rich. What rich man or woman do you know that does not, like, date and have a lot of women or men around them? You can do that. They just cannot be children. And that was the issue. The issue was that all these guys and girls, these rich people, were, like, into sex. And the problem was they didn't care who they had it with. I think President Trump was more careful than that. And until I see evidence otherwise, I am going to continue to assert that perspective. I also have a very nuanced perspective on that real estate deal. And I've read a lot of the stuff in the Epstein files about Epstein's hatred for President Trump. Like, you don't have that kind of hatred for someone that, like, is involved with you. You don't. Like, he hated him, and he was open about it, and he did not hide it. So, and I also think you got to remember, like, it may have been the case that MBZ tried to assassinate MBS on American soil during President Trump's first term, and, like, President Trump wasn't told about it. All right, that would really piss you off, don't you think, if you were the U.S. president? And if you found out Epstein was involved, and if you found out Bannon and MBZ, like, they tried to pull some shit. No, yeah, that is what I did see a little bit about the allegation that Epstein thought President Trump was an informant. Yeah, you want to... President Trump wasn't an FBI informant. He was CIA. Like, folks, it's pretty obvious. His dad was. And there was clearly a factional war within the intelligence community. Some people clearly did not like that extremist. You ever wonder why President Trump's so hard on immigration? You think maybe he didn't like that MBZ and the Wahhabi radicals were literally, like, trying to take over our country? Like, I'm serious. Like, he knew. He couldn't say it. Imagine saying this stuff without the Epstein files. First of all, if you lived, it would be a miracle. Second of all, like, even if you said it, no one's going to listen to you. Like, who's going to listen to you up there being like, Saudi Arabia owns America? Like, okay, all right, whatever you say, Grandpa. I'm serious. Like, people will not listen to you if you make that kind of argument. But with the files, it's undeniable that you can't do anything about it. If you read these files authentically and look at them, they spell out what happened. So I have to think that this was the reason we are where we are is because of President Trump. He got these files out there. I've read them. I'm not done yet. We have more work to do. But everything I've seen, everything I've read, everything I've looked at, on balance, these people were liberals, like the Khashoggi MBZ faction. Bannon was basically a liberal. They tried to overthrow President Trump. He didn't like it. They tried to take out MBS. MBS and President Trump talked. That's why they're really good friends. And they were like, let's just take out these people. Like, who cares? And I bet they were like, they're going to call us like everything in the book. They're going to try to project their crimes onto us. They're going to try to take us out. And I bet President Trump was like, I don't care. That's what I would have done. I would have been like he's older. I would have been like, I'm old. I love like my kids. I care about this country. And if you actually want to make it better, you got to just burn it down and start over. Not literally. Reputationally. Just start over. And that's what he did. He's a lame duck and he knows it. Which is a good position to be in to do this. Only a second-term lame duck president with an incredible popularity rating would ever do this. You know who files are classified in the name of? Not Congress. The president. This shit was released in this form because the president wanted it out there. I'm telling you, I can just sense it. I've looked at a lot of it. I know what I'm looking at. He's not going to say it. That's not how politics works. That's profane. No, I know. S. Oliveira, don't try to jump inductively from what I'm explaining to any motive. I'm not ascribing a motive to any actor in this. I'm explaining the geopolitical constellation of how these files were released. The timeline is in the fall of 2025, there was an act of Congress that originated with a man by the name of Justin Amash. He's a Republican representative who's known as a bit of a cowboy, doesn't really like the intelligence community. He didn't have any support, really, for getting these files released. He filed what's called a discharge petition. What that means is you move to instruct. His discharge petition was to move to instruct the Justice Department by law to release these files. The problem is it got hung up in a committee, all right? So Justin Amash was spending months, okay, literally the entire year of 2025, doing what's called whipping support. Now, they call it a whip. Like in the UK, you'd call it a 3-line whip. All right, you see 3 lines under your name on the date on the order papers. You, as a member of the party, have to vote for it, or you're going to get expelled from the party. It's called a 3-line whip. In the U.S., we adopted that phraseology to mean whipping up support for votes. So he was whipping supports for votes all through 2025, publicly, privately, like all over the place. It wasn't until something very specific happened in September of 2025, okay? In September of 2025, there was a meeting on Capitol Hill in what's called a SCIF, a sensitive compartmentalized information facility. In that facility, members of Congress, Republican women in particular, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert, and Nancy Mace, all went in to the meeting and were shown all of the documents the public now has access to before they were made public. When Nancy Mace left that meeting, she was crying. She didn't answer questions. She didn't stop to talk to the press. She didn't make a speech. She was crying. This is a hardened member of the Federal House of Representatives who on a day-to-day basis sees more classified information than you're ever going to see in your life or I'm ever going to see in my life. But she was crying. Now, she didn't see the redacted version. She had to see everything. That's her job. Within 4 months, all of these files were released. These files are devastating to primarily the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party voted to release these files. They got played, is what I'm saying. I know. I'm telling you, this was an operation. Now, you might be saying, Grant, wait, tie it all together. Okay. What happened 2 weeks ago in Puerto Rico? The director of national intelligence went in there and did a raid. What happened like a week and a half ago in Fulton County in Georgia? The DNI went in there and did a raid. You think this is all coincidental? No. This was a coordinated multi-year investigation that culminated. It might have ended a little bit early. I'm worried I played a role in that by accidentally. That culminated in the release of the Epstein files to destroy the Democratic Party. And they made them vote for it. Just have President Trump go out there and say he really doesn't want the files released. Stop talking about it. Have him force MTG to resign. Have him insult Lauren Boebert till she resigns, or Nancy Mace. Make sure they have a soft landing. That'll whip votes. Now you might say, why do it that way? Gives the Democrats less control over the redactions. Like force them to make the Democrats pass a law saying that the DOJ in the name of the president has to declassify things. The classification authority is still with the president. Looks like it's the Dems. They're forcing you to release everything. President Trump does the redactions. Tank the Democratic Party. It was a plan. I know. I'm telling you, Mary Pete, there's some serious stuff going on, and it's about the elections, and the Democrats are going to get wiped out. They're going to go from like a 78 chance of winning the House, 78% chance to under 5. They're going to lose. I already looked at the swing states. They're in deep trouble. They're going to lose some of their control over state houses too. And like it's a problem for the party. They know. Look at Greg Conner trying to run for Norfolk DA. Do you realize like how embarrassing that is? Adam Deutsch, I've seen the field polls. Adam Deutsch polling at 96%. And Morrissey throws in, well, I should say polling at 96% unofficially. Because I don't think there's been a formal release of a field poll from any independent agency that I'm aware of. I'm sure they're out there, though. They probably have internals. But I'm aware of no formal poll. So let's say unofficially. You throw your hat into the ring when the candidate, like who everyone wants to win, has $152,000 in the war chest and has 96% public support. Morrissey's war chest was only at like $402,000. So you got literally Adam Deutsch only maybe like a month or two away from matching what Michael Morrissey raised over 20 years, like had left after 20 years in office or whatever, 12 years, however long it was. Maybe longer. So Greg Conner's got about 400,000 because Morrissey can just push that over to the Greg Conner campaign. Okay, 400,000 is not going to win you a DA race against Adam Deutsch, and that's probably what made him launch. Like, I bet if I were Greg Conner talking to Michael Morrissey about the Norfolk DA race, I'd be like, I cannot win this. What are you doing to me? And Morrissey probably was like, yeah, all right, I get it. The internal, like the polls are rough. The issues are rough. Like you carrying my torch is rough. However, he only has 153,000. Look at the percentages. He's raising money at a rate of probably, what is it like? It's a lot. It's close to like 40 to 60,000 a month. It's going to take him until the primary to get up to 400,000. This is what I would have been saying if I were Morrissey to Greg Conner, trying to convince him to run. It's going to take him a few months to get to 400,000. You got 400,000. Just blitz him on like ad buys. All right, that's stupid. And like I'm telling, now I'm switching out of my conversation mode that I'm imagining them having. That's stupid. You can't buy your way out of a paper bag in the media right now. Media's running afraid. They won't even cover the Epstein story. Bro, flood the fucking market to 200 whatever people a night on like these channels that no one's watching. But you can't buy attention on social media. You can pump stuff, but no one's paying attention to something that says ad. So your money means nothing. Nothing. So what are you going to do? You got no public support. You got a tarnished image. You're going to poll under 5%. This dude's not going to be in the race till the primary. That other plant they tried to put in, that thing failed so hard it was embarrassing. So it's just like politics right now is so weird. Like the old rules are done. Like, why are they even going to waste this $400,000? Donate it. Resign from your basketball charity, Mr. Morrissey, and donate the money to the state auditor, and then leave politics forever and never come back. And that Greg, whatever the fuck guy, like, why even bother running, bro? Seriously. By the time you resign on May 6th and start running, Adam Deutsch, I'll make sure of it. Adam Deutsch is going to have more than $400,000 in his campaign war chest. Okay, then you got 4 months. 4 months where he has the feds, public support, social media, and $400,000. And you have to get to September and win the primary. Bro, he's going to blow you out of the water. I promise you, if Greg Conner gets more than 10% of the vote, I'll be shocked. If he makes it to the primary without dropping out because of how bad the polls are, I'll be shocked. They're going to waste $400,000 to get 10% of the vote if they're lucky. If they are lucky. Morrissey's approval rating was 4%. That's not a coincidence that Deutsch is polling at 96 and Morrissey's approval was 4%. Greg Conner's going to own that. So I don't understand why you wasting $400,000. Get all the contributions you want. Get all the donations you want. Money doesn't matter in politics right now. Yeah, maybe if you were a national campaign, it would be very important. You're not going to win the Norfolk DA race because you spend money on WCVB. And you can't buy ads on Twitter. You're not technologically savvy enough. You couldn't build a campaign strong enough to utilize and harness the technological resources required to outmatch Adam Deutsch. What are you going to use, fucking Just Being Nosy, Kate Peter, and fucking Twisted Tragedies to take on Adam Deutsch and half the fucking internet? We're going to bury you. Just stop. Don't even bother. It's politics. Don't even bother. Why are you doing this? Why are you wasting that fucking money? Give it to the fucking kids that you hurt. I'm not saying anyone in particular. Give it to the children. How about that? Seriously. Seriously. I was offended when I saw that announcement. I was offended. It's like bringing a checkerboard piece onto a chessboard and being like, I'm here. Bro, you're playing the wrong game. We put that board away like 3 hours ago, and you can't just put a checkerboard piece on a chessboard and announce you're here. You look like an idiot. I did not, S. Oliviera. R. Sasha, do tell me more. I'd be willing to learn. All right, I got to go eat. It's almost 3 o'clock. We'll see if we'll do a part 2 today, part 6 today. If not, we're back tomorrow. It's hard to go through these documents, okay? Like, just doing 2 of them today was a lot, all right? We'll continue to do more. You find something new every day. Literally every single day in these documents, you find something about spy rings. You find something about government contracts. You find something about people trying to take people down, about affairs, about abuse of children. Oh, goodness. Johnson also reports that Bannon was one of Maggie Haberman's anti-Trump journo biggest sources. Oh, goodness. This was great. Yeah, 3 Clerk Monty, a long-standing sealed investigation potentially leading to more charges that would make Adam Deutsch look like the hero Massachusetts maybe deserves and needs. That would be good. All right, let me post this video. All right. So if we don't do another part today, I'll say my goodbyes. We might, though. I kind of want to come back after dinner. I'm going to take a few hours off. You should as well. Rest your brains. This isn't a project you get done in 1 day or 2 days or 1 week. You have to do it analytically, methodically. I'm teaching you how to do this, teaching you how to balance the weight of all of this, the insights, the political implications, the socio-emotional implications, the personal implications, the professional implications. I'm doing my best. I just want to eat a cheeseburger. God bless you. Oh, you're the best, Jaden D'Angelo, and 3 Clerk Monty, and Mary P. Hold on, and S. Oliviera, and Mary P. 123, and Spacey 118, and who else? Who else was in here?
Oh, bad boy. No, you cannot. Let's see. Who else? Wow, you all. Oh, I saw Day 40890 there. I saw 22 Explorist. It's great to see both of you. The thing is, I saw Chris in there. You all just so ferociously chat at certain points. If I read your chat like all the time, I wouldn't be able to relay information. You talk that fast. Standing Stone 1776. It was great to see you. Some people are probably hiding in there, but I also want a cheeseburger now. Nicola Cox was here. You're a super towel. I haven't eaten yet today, so I should go eat. Stress makes me not eat, which is not good. So, we're going to be back together either later tonight after dinner. If I want to play some video games, I've been trying to figure out a balance. I don't have a balance. I have 10 minutes a week where I let myself, play video games. I was told by people who are smarter than me in terms of this stuff that, I should practice making that go from, 10 minutes a week to 15. And then, maybe to 20 and then 25. I should find a balance. So that's what I'm going to do. Today, I'm going to get a cheeseburger, and then I'm going to try to, play video games. I want to play The Getaway from 2005. I've been working on this mission. It's really, I was trying to explain this to someone. I was like, what is the point of me learning how to play The Getaway from 2005 and beat these hard missions? There's no map. It gives you GPS directions by, the car blinker turning on when you need to turn around the streets in London. And, the weapon play is difficult. It's just a really tough game. It's like a puzzle. It's more difficult than Tomb Raider on the original PS1. But anyway, I was like, what's the point of me learning how to do this and playing it? I'm not helping anyone. My brain is being trained to, do a complex puzzle that has no purpose. And they were like, yeah, but do you have fun? And I was like, yeah, I guess it's kind of fun. I really like it because I like to look at the reconstruction of the city of London, and I like to juxtapose it with the actual city of London, and they do a really good job with the map. So I'm trying to learn how to navigate London in case I ever end up there and need to take the knowledge test to become a cabbie. That's not actually why I want to do it. I just want to meet a London cabbie one day and tell him all these different directions around this city to baffle him. I'm planning this far in advance. I'm going to end up in London one day. I want to meet a cabbie, ask him if he took the knowledge to become a London cabbie, and then I want to baffle him by being like, okay, ask me any route in London, and then I want to tell him the route from playing the video game. All right? I don't know if this moment's ever going to happen, but I want you to know I am prepared for it. I've put a lot of effort in. Now, you might be saying that's a really, really weird reason to enjoy playing a video game. Well, yeah, but the person was asking me, why does it make you happy? Well, that's why it makes me happy, because I have this plan. Well, okay, I guess that's good enough, and so they were like, we're going to start from there, 15 minutes a week instead of 10, where you are just not doing things. I was like, I don't know if I know how to do that. My mind rebels at stagnation. They were like, Grant, 15 minutes a week. Does it recharge? I love Tomb Raider as well. Does it recharge me or drain me? It drains me to have nothing to do. I get recharged by waking up at 4 a.m, checking the Nippon Index, looking at the South China Daily Post, looking at Le Monde, looking at El País, checking in on what's going on in Myanmar, Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, whatever the Chinese Communist Party's yelling about, looking at Interfax, looking at TASS, RT, BBC. I like to go a little bit of Italian newspapers. I like to check in on what's going on in the northern African sort of Strait of Gibraltar to see if anything's going on with the Maltese, Italian, Libyan sort of standoff. I look at immigration issues, the flow of people in northern Africa. I'm looking a lot at what Saudi's thinking, what Israel's thinking, what Jordan's thinking, what the Iranians are doing. I'm trying to figure that out before the sun rises, and then by the time the New York Times puts out their bulletin at 6 or 7, I'm kind of all right, what are you not telling me? And then I'm looking at the New York Times, looking at the American news, trying to figure out what's going to happen that day, looking a little bit at the markets, is the S&P going to trigger, is anything falling below
5% that I need to worry about. Like, that's what, like, recharges me. And then I'm like, okay, what are we doing for the day? Am I processing material? Am I doing a court? Is there a hearing? Do I need to talk about something? Did something happen personally? Then I align it all, plan the day, and then just dive in. So, like, that's what I like to do. Anything else but that, and I'm angry. And I'm not angry, just, like, flustered. I need to constantly be fed information all the time that I don't know, that updates and contextualizes what I already understand. Otherwise, I just get upset and frustrated. I hate mundacity. The idea of buying milk, what the fuck? Not that I don't like I don't care about the act of buying milk, but why do I have to think about driving to the store, going on the road, finding a store, going in the store, finding the milk, taking the milk to the register, buying the milk, going back home? That's so much fucking cognitive processes that I could be using to interpolate various news articles or intelligence information from around the world to better understand what's going on. You see what I'm saying? I might need quiet time for divine inspiration. I get a lot of divine inspiration. I pray at night. No, I think the side effect of having this kind of brain is, like, people say it doesn't turn off, but that's not an appropriate understanding of what this kind of brain is. It's not that it doesn't turn off. It's that it rebels at being turned off. Like, it for you, or for folks who don't have this kind of brain, maybe like reading a lot of papers or listening to long documentaries. Like, what? So when I'm not streaming with you, normally I'm listening to a documentary, reading something, playing a video game, looking at my phone, listening to music, and like thinking about stuff simultaneously. Like when I'm working on a piece, that's my favorite thing to be doing. Like documentary playing, like music playing, like audiobook going. Like I have to have that many things happening simultaneously in order to be able to work effectively. Like silence is not good for Towel. All right? Like never. No such thing. I don't like it. I hate it. So, yeah. Now, the weird thing is I like noise canceling headphones because I like certain kinds of sounds, but my hearing is so sensitive that, like, if you, like a wind chime from 2 blocks away, I will hear every tone all the time through a fan. Like, I could hear those sidebars in court word for word sometimes. My hearing is so sensitive. So, I don't know. I think that's how I'm able to do it. Like, I can process, like, 13 to 15 or 20 conversations at once. You should know, if you're in a courtroom with me and you hear, like, all those people talking, that is not white noise covering your conversation. I'm just listening to all of your individual conversations. I can hear everything all of you are saying all the time, and I can like parse it into like channels. I don't know how to explain it. They all come in as individual conversations simultaneously, and I can understand them. I don't know what that means. Like I don't know really, but I'm just telling you that's how my brain works. So, like, if I don't have that state around me, like a music device playing, a documentary coming in, an audiobook, that's when I don't function as well. That's when I don't have as much energy. Like, I'm in the zone when you're making me exercise cognitive load simultaneously across, like, multiple disciplines, like streaming software, looking at a document, talking to you, reading comments, thinking about what I'm going to have for lunch, etc., etc. Yeah, so, yeah, like, and that's the thing, like, everything interests me. There's nothing that you can just give me, like, information about, like, the 30s, like, about, like, some random farm in France, and I will find a reason that it's interesting. I'll be like, oh, yes, let me tell you about how that plot of land was eventually used in this battle related to this tank, and then that guy was related to General Patton, and then we invaded Normandy. You know what I mean? So anyway, all right, okay, I'm calling it. It's 3 o'clock. God bless all of you. If you want to support this, you know what you can do. You can like, you can subscribe, tell your friends, you can donate. You know how to do that. If you like this, you want to help me continue to thrive. There's no one who's going to support this except for you. Don't donate it if it would be a burden. Don't donate if you've, like, donated recently. Don't donate if you need to feed your family. I would be mad about that. I'd send the money back. Don't do that. However, if you're out there and you're like, whoa, I can either, like, help him with information, I can be in the chat. That's another great way to help. Like, being around, being, like, informed, the cogent discourse, the camaraderie, all of this is good. I'm thrilled. Look for reasons to do small acts of service, though. This is a public information service. It's designed to educate, inform, and entertain, thus warding off the usurpation of our representative forms of government worldwide through that cogent discourse. Look for reasons to do small acts of service and kindness for the people around you. Look for reasons to donate to our homeless veterans. Not one veteran in the U.S. should be homeless against their will, ladies and gentlemen. Look for reasons to donate to animal shelters run by veterans or animal shelters in general. We love our furry friends. Pete Bunnytail's resting. He'll make an appearance tomorrow. He's a little overwhelmed by all this communist infiltration. He hates the commies. He's a Pete Bunny. He's a stuffed Pete Bunny. Look for reasons to donate to something like The Big Issue. If you're in the UK, it's a great opportunity to help homeless populations. But it can be something as simple as smiling at someone on the street, reaching out to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while, or yes, donating 200 tomato plants like Francis Futrell did one time and having them designated honorary towels forevermore. How's that for breath control? Anyway, I believe, ladies and gentlemen, that through those small acts of service and kindness, we can change the current realpolitik from one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power to instead one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service and unconditional love. In that way, may we live up to our towel eudaimonia, or summum bonum, our greatest good in the ancient Greek or Latin, respectively. And thereupon, may those acts of service ripple outwards and kindness, therein bringing about a new digital epoch defined by Aquarius the water bearer, standing tall and carrying a towel. I'm so grateful to have you along on this journey with me. My voice is getting a little tired. We'll be back either later tonight or tomorrow. It's going to be so cold tomorrow before the Super Bowl. We're going to do this again. Cutoff time tomorrow, 5 p.m. The Pats are going to lose the Super Bowl. I'm really sorry. I just don't see a win. All right? I think they're going to lose like 32-28. May's going to have a great game. 210 plus through the air. Probably 20 plus for a bunch of different receivers. Maybe 40 plus for one of the receivers. I'd say May throws for 1+ touchdown passes. Probably 2+ if you really want to push it. The Pats, though, will get screwed on a bunch of late calls. Maybe more like a call in the second quarter, like right before halftime, maybe with like 7 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. They'll get screwed on like what should obviously be like a third down to fourth down situation for the Seahawks? Yeah, it's not the Rams, right? It's the Seahawks. Yeah, it should obviously be a situation where the Seahawks receiver missed the catch and they should be on fourth down, forced to punt. The refs will throw a phantom PI, defensive holding, or come up with some ridiculous excuse. The Pats will get screwed. It'll be in a crucial moment when like they're probably either up or down somewhere between like 13-7 or 13-10. Going into halftime, like it'll be close. They'll keep them watching. Going into the third quarter, Pats probably jump out with a little bit of a lead to give all the New England fans incentive to stay around. Seahawks climb back, tie it probably 20-20. They like get one more field goal, one more touchdown, push it like 31-34. Something then weird happens, like the Pats manage to get one more touchdown back. They get a possession. May has the opportunity to lead them down the field. Something odd happens. It ends up being the opposite of like the last time when Malcolm Butler made the interception, and the Pats like fall, like very close game. And Drake May set up to like have this amazing career, and his comeback story will then be the narrative. But Robert Kraft's not holding that trophy. How the actual game plays out, like, I don't know. You can compare it against what I just predicted. It could be like a few minutes off, few different calls, like whatever. The storyline doesn't really matter, like the actual mechanism of the outcome. I'm telling you, Robert Kraft cannot hold that trophy right now. He's all over those files. He's tied to that massage parlor in Palm Beach. It's going to get worse before it gets better, and NFL, more so than anything else, is concerned with its public image. They're playing in California. Yeah, Mary P., my friend, got drafted second round by the Pats in 2008. He the way he described it, he's dead now, God rest his soul. The way he described it is sometimes they want you to do good. He was talking about the New York office. Sometimes they want you to do good. Sometimes they want you to let the other guy do good. And that's like all it is. It's not like scripted, like they do let them play, but like they know the numbers so well, like the permutations. They're like, you just like a 3rd and 7. Imagine it's like, okay, you got like let's give you an example. You got the Pats up 13-7, or let's say 10-7. Pats up 10-7 late in the second quarter of the Super Bowl. Okay. the Seahawks are driving, and they're on their own 46-yard line, and there's like 2 minutes and 40 seconds left. They run like three quick plays, like a run to the outside, like a trap play that leads to 2 yards. It's 2nd and 8. A little time runs off the clock. It's now down to like 2:26. They run like a pass play that's dropped. So now it's 3rd and 8, 6 seconds off the clock. There's like 2 minutes and 14 seconds left. The 2-minute timeout's coming up. Like, they need to score there if you want them to win the game. Okay, it's 3rd and like 6 now. They're on their own 48. They are have about 2 minutes and 12 seconds left. They have 3 timeouts and the 2-minute warning. They drop back to snap because they want to use the 2-minute timeout as like an extra timeout on that pass. They drop back to snap and they throw a pass that's like 15 yards, middle of the field, should be perfect. The receiver should catch it. It just bounces out of his hand. There's no obvious defensive pass interference or holding or anything on the defense. That's when you get a phantom flag. Like, that's how you fix a game. You don't need to write a storyline. You need to call a flag on that play at that moment to make sure that the 3rd and 7 converts based on like a pass interference. Like, it depends. If it's like 3rd and 4, you can do a defensive holding because that'll give the offense 5 yards. But if it's like 3rd and 7, you need a spot foul. You call the defensive PI. That's what it means to like rig a game, like for the NFL. You at a specific moment make sure that they convert that 3rd and 7 or 3rd and 8. Doesn't matter if they drop the pass, throw the flag, spot foul, 1st down, Patriots 37, and then runs down the clock. 2-minute warning. Seahawks have 3 timeouts. Tell them to take it slow. Couple run plays, get within the red zone, which is 20 yards of the end zone, within like 40 seconds, score with like 10 seconds left. Patriots kneel down. Seahawks go into halftime up like 14-10. That's how you do it. You cannot let the Seahawks not score on that drive. That's what I mean when I say they like would rig it. It's not like you must throw this pass, throw this interception. They can't control it. The physics of the ball, like the way people like bounce off each other. Like, you don't leave it to chance. What do you control 100% of the time? The penalties. So know like how to control your refs, know what the refs need to do, give them marching orders, and tell them let the plays develop. But if it's a 3rd and 8 and they need the 1st down, I don't care if they drop that ball. I don't care if you look like a moron. Find a penalty to call, get them the 1st down. That's how you rig the NFL. Yeah, that's what's called a phantom penalty. There's other examples of how they rig it. They have their techniques, but like it's all about like crucial moments in the game, mostly 3rd down plays. Like, can you get them to convert? Like, make sure they get the touchdown. Like, Tom Brady would probably say it if he was candid. Like, yeah, like sometimes you got to play against the refs. Okay, bro, how are you going to play against the refs? Be so fucking good that like they screw you and then you still beat them? Yeah, that was Tom Brady. All right. No, the refs are not fair. They work for the league, and they are there to make sure the outcome and the spread and everything is exactly what it's supposed to be. They don't do it on every game, but like, and it's not point shaving. Let me be clear. It's not an athlete telling their friend, hey, like, I'm going to score less than 40 points, bet 200,000 on the under. No, it's way different. It's more like, the league needs certain things to happen. It's entertainment. It's not sport. That's not manipulation. Like, it's not, it's rigging, but it's not what the federal statute, as far as I'm aware, I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice, would consider like sports betting manipulation. Now, if they found out, if there's a paper trail showing the NFL was like working with Vegas to construct outcomes actively, which reporting from Dan Moldea suggests, was going on for a while, that would be illegal. But if you're just like, listen, I am Vince McMahon and I want Stone Cold to go over the Rock at WrestleMania 17, like, bro, you are allowed to do it like that. That's fine. Likewise, if you're the NFL and you want like one team to be better than the other, one quarterback to be the star, like, you can do that. That's totally acceptable. It's kayfabe. Now, do you think anyone really liked watching wrestling after kayfabe was exposed? No. Do you think anyone would really like watching the NFL if every weekend Fox had me up there being like, yeah, this is all fake? No. But, like, that's how it is, bro. All right. I don't know how I got into that. Oh, we started talking about the Super Bowl. So I'll be here for the Super Bowl tomorrow no matter what. Before it, excuse me. I won't be covering it. And I'll stop about 5, but I'm telling you they're going to lose. Like, unless there's just... The optics are so bad, I cannot see them winning. Like, just because of Kraft. Like, they have to lose. There's just no way out. Maybe if the Seahawks dude had also been in there, but he's not, as far as I'm aware. Then it would have been a wash. But, yeah, no, they can't. It's just too bad. It's brutal. It sucks, too, because I like the Pats. I went to the Super Bowl in 1997 with my dad. I really like them as a team. I like the franchise. I like the players. But they can't win the Super Bowl. It's just such bad optics. You want to find out if Vince McMahon is in the file? Let's take a look. I'll do that before I go. And if he is, we can come back and look at this later. I mean, he was in Connecticut. They're very entrenched, the billionaire club there. Let's see. Vince McMahon. That was not spelled right. Hold on. Nothing. Let me make sure I spelled it right. Yep, nothing. Let's see if the name McMahon is in there. $213. All right, fine. We'll stay for a few more minutes. Bonus towel, but then I'm going after this. I already did my outro. This is very rare. Very rare. All right, what do we got? Who's Vicky McMahon? It seems like she's French. Let's see. 2015. Vicky McMahon. Emailing Janine Brennan. Epstein overseas coverage confirmation, Southern Trust Company. Vicky G. McMahon. Something Shell. Or L. All right. I don't know if that's the McMahon we're looking for. Who's this? Haddon, Morgan and Foreman, Conan Gressler, Bobby C. Steinem. When was this filed? Can we have a date, please? Oh, this is from the SDNY? Oh, no, you served it upon the following. All right, so this was March of 2021. And what did you do? Well, they subpoenaed her law firm. Maxwell had photos of naked underage girls. Oh no. What? What? Oh no. Oh. That's bad. Oh, this is bad. I'm looking for the name McMahon in the files before I go for dinner. A lot of stuff about the judge in Maxwell's case, whose name was McMahon. This is the 2019 case involving 2011. Bankruptcy action. In Rothenstein, Rosenfeld, and Adler. Oh. These were these people that ran this, like, really weird, like, thing where they would pressure people. Like, they pressured people to, like, give them money based on, like, videos of them doing bad things, and they threatened to, like, depose them if they didn't give them money. It was a problem. Well, Epstein gave permission for 34 women to sue. Co-conspirators. So we know that the co-conspirators are not Ghislaine Maxwell or Jean-Luc Brunel. So who are these people that are blanked out? Are you dumb enough to have not redacted it right? They redacted it right. Wow, and the lawyer then used it for investment. Oh boy, we're looking for anything about, like, the McMahon family. This is mostly about Judge McMahon from the Maxwell criminal case. Okay. Why did Richard Berman, the U.S. District Judge, on August 12th, 2019, didn't Epstein die, like, in July? When did he die? Didn't he die in August? He died August 10th. Mr. Epstein's death is a tragedy to everyone. Well, I guess he means because he can't go to trial. Why is Judge Berman writing... What happened on July 23rd, 2019? Oh, apparently he was injured with marks on his neck, and, like, he said he didn't know how they got there. This is creepy. So federal judges know everything, bro. He wasn't the chief judge. He was one of the judges. They just ask the BOP who tells them stuff. Huh. Oh, any emails she was CC'd on are also there. Okay, I don't want that. What else do we got? This ended up being very interesting indeed. Just a lot of this same email over and over. Like, but these ones are all uncensored. Why? I don't get it. Like, why? It's the same. Why would you do that? What? Why would you? Okay. What is going on here, folks? This is the same letter 3 different times in the files with... Oh, no. Oh, listen. Listen. How did this happen? That's just the same... Wait, what are they doing? The left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. Why are you uploading 3 different versions with 3 different, why are you just, one person was like, no, this doesn't have to be redacted. Somebody else was like, no, we got to get rid of those 3 things. And then somebody else was like, no, fuck it, we got to get rid of all 5 of those things. Like, Marty Weinberg's name, 2 people were like, nah, fuck it, Marty Weinberg, no, who cares? The 5th person was like, nah, let's cover up Marty Weinberg too. Oh. Yes, YouTube ANDYXX, you feel... oh, hold on. If it's from the Epstein Files link, you can now send links. Sorry about that, I just had to give you a wrench. Like, it's not even redaction drift. I think they had multiple people doing redactions, and they just decided different things should be redacted. I don't think there was any, cohesion to this. Like, what? That is the strangest thing I've ever seen. I should take screenshots of that. I'm very confused. All right, there you go. All right, let's go back to this. What's this? Who are Paul Tweed and Michael McKee, and what is Johnson's? Why did you have lawyers in the UK? I mean, that's a hell of a website. Wow, he hired the top guy at the firm. Paul Tweed is a name people might want to look into. Oh, here we go. I got the response. What? And then he's just like, sorry, Judge, I can't tell you anything. Awkward. Very awkward to have to tell a federal judge that. The ID number there is... I don't know if... They might have used AI to react for some things, Ferdinand, but... to send a direct link... okay, so hold on, I have the ID. To send a direct link, you just grab from your browser bar, but I can find it by the ETF ID. As long as that's the ETF... EFTA ID from the first page. I can find it. But that was the response I was looking for. It's nothing important. Let's see. All right, a lot of duplicates. What did you write, Mr. Warden? Yeah, just one of those other ones that was like redacted differently. Confidential. All right, you got my attention. This looks like it's the government. Huh? Let's see. Steve McMahon. No. Boris Nikolic. Oh, I see. Looks like an MIT event. High net worth individuals. HNWI. That's why Henry is clearly high earner, not rich yet. HNWI. See? High net worth individuals. I'm going to make an account. Well, I don't do alts, but I call myself HNWI just to troll Henry. Hi, Karen. I don't know if that's Karen, actually. It might be someone in the DOJ. I can't figure it out. Very interesting group. Like, look at this group. That's the real power. High net worth. HNWT. No, it's HNWI. High net worth individual. Alright. Alright. What? 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 Must be a news article. Excuse me, what? Oh yeah, it's a news clip. I was like, what kind of list is this? Oh my god. So this must be from the press secretary because you'd only have the BCC if you were the originating sender. Let's see. Oh yeah, let me look up that file ID. 1 second. Let's see. I would really appreciate it if you would take a look at it. The whole conversation disturbs me and it gets really corrupt at the end. Oh yeah. Let me see. I just need to search it. God bless you for your support. I might need 3 Clerk Monty's help. I'll drop the ETF ID. I'm looking for this file. I want to keep looking for McMahon as well, but I'll take a look at this for you. I got to get lunch soon, too. I've been going for a while. All right, let's see. All right, I found it. I got it. Yeah, I would imagine private military contractors are attractive. I mean, they do a lot of work like, on their bodies. All right. Let's see. Let's just quickly do the McMahon stuff. Wait, what? Oh, that's why he hired them. He hired them to threaten to sue anyone who called him a pedophile. Oh, that's brutal. Oh, that's so fucked up. I can't believe this shit is just in the files. Dude, that law firm made the argument that sleeping with a 17-and-a-half-year-old is not classified as pedophilia. Dude, you were going to sue over the difference between ebophilia and pedophilia when clearly this dude was also with kids way younger than 17? Okay. And you billed him $27,000? Oh, I see. You hire really expensive law firms because when they send a letter like that, people get scared. I get it. Oh, I'm not sure if that's ideal, you know? I mean, oh no. All right. Let me see. Huh. He had a LinkedIn. Oh, 100% looking to Paul Morris as well, and thank you. I send my regards to all the German towels. God bless you. And I'm about to bring up your document. I just can't believe all of this stuff is in here. In the U.S. Attorney's Office. Okay. Oh, this case got really ugly. This is a TUI letter? Oh, God bless you. Someone started a membership parade. I am so grateful to you. Wow, okay. I'm going to pause on the McMahon stuff, and we're going to go over to this other file. I just can't believe that I just got a TUI letter. TUI letter responses are very, very rare. I mean, you don't see those all the time. That's EFTA 000219002. All right, now we're going to go. Yeah, that's a TUI response is for any district. This is a TUI from Maxwell's lawyer about her own case. And there was an active grand jury investigation
in August of 2020, and so that they wouldn't give her any of the material. All right, now let's read the one that I just pulled up from the wonderful YouTube. Hold on, YouTube Andy YYYX. Everyone who got a gift membership, please say thank you to the wonderful YouTube. Food today. I guess the roads are kind of accessible. I bet they can. Yes, thank you, Andy. We are so grateful to you for your support of this channel. And I'm going to see. Let's see. What can I get? Do I want chicken? Yeah, I kind of do want chicken and rice today and french fries. I don't really want a burger. I had a burger the other day. It was good. I enjoyed it. I was happy. I think today I'm going to go with Persian food. How funny is that? Little towel. Alright, let me see. I'm ordering my lunch. Give me a second. Little towels, and then I'm going to keep... But the benefit is you get to stay with me, and we get to do more fun work, so... You know. A little bit of one, a little bit of the other. I'm trying to see if I have a coupon. Give me a coupon! I demand a coupon. 20% off? Okay, I'll take it. I thought I had a 50% off one. I guess that's only on grocery stores. I only use these apps when I have a coupon. Like, if you give me enough money free, I will use your app. No. That is not right. That is not right. What's going on here? I should have no fees. I am offended. Waive those fees right now. Ooh, I do need pita bread. That's true. I love how I'm bringing you along for my lunch order. But I need pita bread. It's true. It's 99 cents. I'm not going to turn down pita bread. I mean, literally, for 99 cents, you can't really beat that for pita bread. Okay. No, that's not right. Let's do this. Okay, let's do that. Thank you very much. Now save me those fees. Get rid of the fees. Thank you. That's still a little more fees than I'd like to see, but I can live with that. They took $2 off the fees. Okay. Okay. All right. And you can get here between... All right. That seems reasonable. I don't think I need the free french fry, but I'm not going to turn it down. All right. So just so you know, I'm getting chicken kebabs and a free french fry and a pita bread, and it came out to $18, and I'm going to tip like $5. All right. Everybody on the same page? I'm going to tip $6. I think $6 on 18 is a pretty reasonable tip. It turns out to be more than 20%. So I'm good with that. When I used to deliver back in the day, one of my first jobs when I was 14 was at the Star Market. Then I delivered pizza. Anything that was above 20%, I was generally happy with. And I also noticed that, like, where I worked, like, the girls got way more tips when they delivered. It was more dangerous for them, I feel. Like, they were always, like, a little sketched. But, like, bro, they used to get, like, $40 tips from the old guys. Thank you. And by the way, everyone say thank you. Oh, God bless you, YouTube Andy. Yes, say thank you to YouTube Andy. The lunch that I'm getting delivered is... I didn't want to drive in this snow anyway. I, like, really don't want to be on the roads right now. I know some people had to brave it earlier, but, like, where I am, it's brutal. And they didn't really plow the roads. Just trying to get my coffee earlier was an adventure. Yeah, it is snow. Oh, yeah, I tipped... So if the order were more than 18, I probably would have tipped more, but I tipped $6 on $18, which is, you know, I would have done 7 if it were like 20, whatever. But I try to tip people who deliver well because I did delivery myself. And, oh, Petty, that's awesome. So I worked at a local pizza shop for a long time when I was growing up. And I loved that job. I only dropped the pizzas once. It was kind of a big order. But it wasn't like the biggest deal in the world. The boss was just like, yeah, like it was a small kitchen. He was like, yeah, like it happens to everybody like once. And I was like, I get it. It never happened again. But I liked it. Like it was a small town. We didn't have GPS back then, bro. So like what would happen is like there was a girl who I knew. I really liked her. She was cool. She was really smart. She like used to do the job with me and she made so much more in tips than me. It was outrageous. And she would, like, call me while working and be like, Grant, I don't know where I am or where I'm going. Be like, okay, like, what's the address, bruh? And she'd be like, address. And I'd look it up on my computer at home. And then sometimes to fuck with her, we would order food from there and make her bring it to us. She was great. I was kind of dumb, though. I feel like she definitely knows who I am. Probably follows me. It's like, he is so dumb. And he was so dumb then, but he's so smart. She called me brilliant once. That was a very nice compliment. All right, my food's on the way. Paper maps. 33%. It is a good tip. Yes, I'm pleased that I gave 33%. I am a happy little towel. I feel like I could have given more, but I don't know. Like, I need to balance a little bit. Like, I don't have a lot. And people were so kind with their support of this channel today. By the way, we are with YouTube Andy YYYX, and I was looking at some very interesting documents, and YouTube Andy YYYX said, well, this is a very concerning interview between someone named Richard and Jeffrey Epstein. And I said, okay, and I started looking at it, and I thought we'd just read it together. Now, we're going to keep looking at this McMahon stuff as well. It's really interesting. You get like all these like TUI responses and stuff like that. However, before we get into the TUI responses and whatnot, we're going to do this letter. And the best part is we can have it read by a British man. Now, you might be saying, Grant, you're not British. I know. I have the British man to read it for us. Ready? Okay, British man. Show us your thing. I'm waiting. Oh, it's a PDF. Hold on. Okay, here we go. It had to make it OCR scannable before it would read it for us. It's rebelling.
P.1 Jeffrey Epstein
Yes.
interview Richard. Here's your power supply, which I borrowed. Jeffrey Epstein, terrific. So far with the mice, what are seeing about learning? There was an article saying that each neuron now, as opposed to like a switch, it's its own little computer. Do you have the sense there's lots of different inputs? Richard, you can say that, but I'm not sure. Jeffrey, that's useful. Richard, that it's useful to think about the function of the nerve system as reflecting the function of any individual neuron. Jeffrey, most systems don't. Richard, you can play with the system and get a neuron to do something, but that's not how it works. You need the reserve. So its own source. Jeffrey, most of the work in viruses and stuff that you do has almost no energy component, right? Richard, I don't know what that means. Energy, if you were going there or wanted to go, that conversation never. Jeffrey, took off. Richard, never took off. Jeffrey, in biology there's no driving factor. No physical driving factor. Richard, no, there must be. That is, systems will move to a state. You know this better than I. Systems have to move to a state of some sort. Jeffrey, but yes. Richard, you can call it equilibrium. Then you ask yourself what's driving it to that equilibrium. Is it energy? I don't know. No. Jeffrey, usually things, under the second law, are running themselves down. They're not increasing their energy. Richard, but if you want to talk about physical energy, real. Jeffrey, yeah, I'm not talking about the growth type of bioenergy. EFTA 004328.
Hold on. First of all, I am so glad that we're reading this, but my wonderful friend, YouTube Andy YYYX from Germany, our wonderful friend, this might be a transcription of a federal wiretap. You have found something absolutely fascinating. Like, this is not a made-up conversation. This is a transcript. This is someone who recorded a wiretap and then typed it up. And it looks like it was the feds. I can't confirm it. It's a little ambiguous, but I'll keep looking.
EFTA 00432827. Richard, then the energy source is in neurons, to my knowledge, and there are a lot of people who would disagree with me intensely. But to my knowledge energy, ATP, is not rate limited. Jeffrey, what do you mean? Richard, that a neuron generates enough energy from the hydrolysis of ATP to carry out all of its functions without without energy ever limiting those functions. And that's because the cell is set up, in an internal equilibrium, the cell is set up not to need more than it can have. And it's set up in such a way that when it is called upon, it always has the ATP it needs. Jeffrey, it got it from the environment, from sugars. Richard, yeah. It's oxygen. Jeffrey, yes, but you have to define the system. That's always the problem. Does the system you just described include the oxygen in the environment? If the neuron is the system, it's very different. The neuron as the environment of the system is a different equation, right? Richard, well, it's the whole organism that we're talking about here. Because it's the organism that's generating. Jeffrey, fine. But where's the boundary of the organism? Is it the cell wall? In your calculation, what? Richard, you're great. Well, obviously I can bound the organism by its skin. Because it needs to take in sources of energy and oxygen. Jeffrey, okay. Yeah. So I don't know what you mean by, when you're defining. Richard, but glucose and oxygen are never rate limiting, right? Jeffrey, that's fine. But the amount of glucose is, in the environment. Richard, not to you and I. Jeffrey, yes, I understand. But it's not infinite. Richard, it's not infinite. It could be limiting to some. Jeffrey, so it's a fact that's interesting. When you define the organism, even the cell, does it include its membrane and the surrounding part of it? How do you define? Richard, these are semantic issues. They're philosophic at some level. I mean, can I define a neural network without all of its connections? No. Can I define a cell without an understanding of the way it has to communicate with its environment? No. Jeffrey, does a virus need energy to survive, for example? I'm unclear. Richard, do you mean to survive outside of a cell? Jeffrey, yes. Richard, you call that survival? Jeffrey, so Jewish. Right. The mother of the virus. Unless it was a doctor, it hasn't done well. Richard, you call that survival? Yes. You can desiccate it, put it into a vacuum, and you can take it back up as a virus. So you tell me what energy is in that circumstance. Jessica, but it wouldn't be operating as a virus then, as its function. Jeffrey, it's a virus, but a non-operating virus. I'm trying first to define my terms, before I whack you. Richard, I want to define, survive. If you wanted to remain in a replicatively competent state, if at the first approximation the only thing a virus wants to do is replicate. Okay, we can question that too. Jeffrey, a virus wants to replicate. Richard, yeah. The evolutionary forces put on the virus are designed largely to enhance its rate of replication up to a point where it does not replicate so much that it diminishes its potential for replication. Right. Interviewer right.
Hey, do you realize this is gain-of-function research? All right, so listen, if you're all listening to this and you're absolutely blown away, first of all, this is incredible. I'm pretty sure that, so you need to be very, I'm not this kind of intelligent. I'm telling you right now. I kind of understand what they're talking about. They're not talking, I'm sure they're going to get into people too, but they're talking about viruses. So like Epstein's confused because the law of thermodynamics or the law of physics is that energy is neither created nor destroyed. And Epstein's asking like how a virus can go dormant and become alive again without it requiring an energy input. They're talking about like making viruses more potentiated, basically. Yeah, so if you're wondering how you can help, what we're looking for right now is context clues. First of all, it appears this is a wiretap. It's either it seems like it is a recording of a conversation of three people in a room. They're not on the phone. They're in a room together. They're talking and someone has bugged the room. That's my best interpretation of what this is, because it's not a script. It's a conversation between people who thought they weren't being listened to, which means they were bugged. I don't know when the conversation happened. It seems to be pre-COVID. I don't know when it happened, but my best interpretation of this is that it's two people, two scientists, talking with Jeffrey Epstein in a room that was tapped without their knowledge, probably by the FBI or the CIA or God knows who at this point. And this is a transcript. It's not like someone writing a movie script. It's not someone like fantasizing. It's a real conversation. Like, that's why it's so unnatural. Have you ever actually tried to like transcript out two people talking? They don't talk like cogently. Like, human language is different in the written versus spoken form. This is a spoken conversation where people are arguing and debating, like with their masks off, about, no pun intended, about what like they actually believe. Like, this is how they talk when they're like actually talking. They're geniuses. So yeah, it's pre-2019, but we're looking for who is Jeffrey. We know Jeffrey's Jeffrey Epstein. Who is Richard? Who is Jessica? Now, we know that this is a different person because it goes Richard, Jessica, Jeffrey. So we're looking for these people, and then we're going to try to figure out, like, what this is. All right, and let me just do a tweet about this, because, like, sometimes I just tweet shit, and a lot of people see it. I'm a little baffled by this. I wasn't really ready to be, like, you know, that kind of person. I'm a little towel. You know, where's my mouse? There it is. All right. Okay. I think I have found, via a wonderful towel friend on YouTube. You want to shout out by name? Named YouTube Andy YYYYX. A transcript of a bugged room wherein Jeffrey Epstein, some guy named Richard, a woman named Jessica discussed gain of function research as to viruses. Honey, what's the plural as to viruses? Viruses is a weird word. Virus is hard enough to spell. Viruses even harder. All right, let me make sure I got YouTube Andy's name right. YouTube Andy YYYYY. How many Y's? I put too many Y's. I think there's only 1, 2, 3. There's only 4 Y's, Grant. All right, here we go. All right, I'm gonna grab this file ID. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna grab that. Just gonna download this. Gonna click that. Always grab the PDF. No, that's not right. Hold on 1 second. Let me just load this. It should have the PDF name. Why does it have a weird name? Hold on 1 second. All right. So we're going to go back to where we were. Don't worry. It remembers where we were normally. And let's begin.
Interviewer right. Richard, that's why HIV doesn't immediately kill its host, perhaps. Jeffrey, perhaps. A question from your view. What advantage does replication have? It's not a simple question. Richard, there's no advantage. There's selection. So you do the following experiment. If there's no advantage, you're adding value judgments to all of this. Jeffrey, there's a cost. Richard, it's all a function of selection from randomness. That is, if you take a piece of DNA in a test tube, which has the ability to replicate, can you add the enzymes necessary for that DNA to replicate? Okay. You make many copies of this piece of DNA, which I'm going to begin, hypothetically, to argue is 1,000,000 bases. Jeffrey, sure. Richard, and if you let it replicate and take the DNA out and feed it more enzyme and take out the DNA out, and take the DNA out and feed it more enzyme, after about 20 of these serial replicative experiments, you will get back out a piece of DNA that's about 100 bases long. Jeffrey, really? Richard, and all it is designed to do is replicate. Great. What will have happened is that mutations will occur, and those mutations which afford a more rapid replication rate will be all that you see at the end. Do you understand what I'm saying? There is not want. Because the
Hold on. Hold on. It's loading. It's upset at Little Towel. It has to reload. Give it a second.
P.3 Jeffrey, yes.
Hold on, we're
Richard,
jumping
you
forward.
right. The mother of the virus. Jessica, but it wouldn't be operating as a virus then. So you do the following experiment. If there's no advantage, you're adding value judgments to all of this. Jeffrey, there's a cost. Richard, it's all a function of selection from randomness. That is, if you take a piece of DNA in a test tube, which has the ability to replicate, can you add the enzymes necessary for that DNA to replicate? Okay. You make many copies of this piece of DNA, which I'm going to begin, hypothetically, to argue is a number of organisms is a function of the replication. If you can make something that replicated more efficiently and something is limiting, then at the end all you will see is those molecules. So it's not an issue of want. Jeffrey, but in your example you had an unlimited supply of enzymes. Richard, no, if it was unlimited, you'll see this even more quickly. Jeffrey, well, if you only had one time. Richard, if you only have one time, you're not going to have any replication. If you only have one round, you're not going to see anything. Jeffrey, so with your enzyme and consistently replicating, do you view it as there's a cost to replication? Richard, of course there's a cost to replication. Each time you do this you essentially require ATP. When a base goes into DNA it's XTP. It's a triphosphate, it's a high-energy bond that's broken when it polymerizes. But what I'm trying to say is we can't try and anthropomorphize. Jeffrey, I'm not wanting anything. Richard, good. Jeffrey, you're going to end up with more things just by definition. Richard, only a random process of change and selection from that randomness. Jeffrey, you say selection. Selection sort of suggests there's conflict. Are you saying there's competition when you're talking about selection? Richard, yeah. Jeffrey, where's the competition? Richard, well, if you don't have a lot of enzyme then, well, even if you do have a lot of enzyme, you're going to end up with this small molecule. But competition simply exaggerates that ratio. Jeffrey, but then if you look at living systems, the system. Because the system you just defined tends towards many small, simplified pieces virtually being the same. Richard, yes. Jeffrey, so where does the complexity start for organisms? Because based on what you just said, most systems just degenerate in their smallest, most highly replicable pieces without a direction. Richard, yeah. That's DNA in a dish. When you're in an organism, the requirements for survival are really quite different. So need to build up, you need a minimum level of complexity to accommodate survival, but at the same time maximize reproductive capability. Jeffrey, you keep saying, survival. Richard, no, I just introduced survival. I started with selection. Jeffrey, right. How do you define survival? Richard, the ability to live through your reproductive period. Jeffrey, the full life cycle. Richard, we're beyond that. Jeffrey, speak for yourself. Richard, you're right. I can't speak for you. Jeffrey, I meant for her. Richard, have you reproduced? Jessica, no. Richard, we're not going there. Laughter, Richard, that was over 20 years ago, that conversation. Jeffrey, correct. Okay. So now you have your cell. Now the cells are reproducing as well. Not only the DNA. Richard, yeah. The cells are reproducing. See, the virus has to reproduce also. You can view it. There are 3 things going on. Jeffrey, at least. Richard, there's survival, reproduction, and random mutations. And selection from those random mutations serves to enhance survival and reproduction. Jeffrey, you can't enhance survival. Richard, sure you can. Jeffrey, but not based on your definition. Richard, sure you can select for survival. You select both for survival and reproduction. Jeffrey, you select. But I'm saying you can't enhance. If you're survival. Richard, you don't enhance anything. You make random changes and selection pulls out the mutations with changes that afford an enhancement. Jeffrey, so your enhancement is defined by time. Richard, you mean for survival or reproduction? Jeffrey, well, survival, you've defined survival by living through your reproductive cycle. Richard, you can survive, yes, that's enough. That's enough. If you expand your reproductive time that will afford selection. Because you will expand the number of offspring. Jeffrey, I think you'd say things that live longer, that survive longer. Richard, have I been through my argument about the woman's pelvis impeding intellectual development? Jeffrey, I've already known that, because I can't focus on anything else. Jessica, I hear this, from Jeffrey. Laughter, Jeffrey, because she was wearing her pelvis in her bra. Richard, I think that the only thing that correlates with intelligence is brain to body size, if you go through species. It's the relative size of the brain with respect to the body. And the relative size of the human brain is most restricted, I think, by the size of the vaginal vault. Jeffrey, I have keys to that vault. Jessica, that's compelling. Richard, why do I find it requires a combination and you find it requires keys? Jessica, or a finger scan or something. Jeffrey, that's disgusting. Jessica, I crossed the line. Jeffrey, or you meant the retinal scan. Would a retinal scan do? Richard, a retinal scan. Jeffrey, as opposed to keys or combinations. Richard, no, that's the wrong eye. Jeffrey, yes. Laughter, Jeffrey, there is an argument that. Richard, cephalopelvic disproportion is what impedes brain development. It's a good thing Katie Couric isn't here. Jeffrey, correct. Richard, I had images that the clones on channel whatever. Jeffrey, she didn't like that very much. Richard, she wasn't here for the no arms. Jeffrey, right. Katie Couric was here and we were talking about. I think we should, I want to start cloning things, me. And with certain people, Prince Andrew got upset because he was all, if it had a conscience, could you kill it for spare parts? And I said, I'll make it without a head, would that make you feel better? And Katie Couric, I thought, was going to start to vomit. Richard, that they may evolve with a head or arms or feet, so it couldn't get up and walk away. Jeffrey, and did dishes. Richard, what? Jeffrey, did the dishes too. But you'd argue over a long period of time, a pressure like the limiting of the pelvic canal would make the brain more efficient. Not necessarily a limiting factor. Richard, you think so? Jeffrey, that's what you would assume by the eye. The eye is taking up a great part of the brain. Richard, if I tell you that the major determinant of intelligence is brain to body size, you say, okay, I'm going to make it more efficient. I say, okay, make it more efficient, make it bigger. Then you've really got it. Then you're countering the argument. Jeffrey, for example, women who have 10% less, well, they have 10% less neurons in the brain, virtually. Richard, right. Phone rings. Richard, Sony, I have a very sick friend. Jessica, so if someone really wanted to start a new race of superiorly intelligent people, they would prefer to have only cesareans, right? Jeffrey, is he still alive? Richard, that's the problem. He would be much better off dead. Jeffrey, does he get a vote? Richard, as close as Joe. Leffrey, oh, really? Richard, yeah, really serious. Jeffrey, one of those walking down the street and then boom. An aneurysm. Richard, in bed. Jessica, how old? Richard, my age. Jeffrey, so he's old already. Richard, old. Jeffrey, he's already lived a full life. Richard, gone beyond his reproductive stage. In fact, his prostate. Jeffrey, did he? Richard, that's not why. Jeffrey, let me digress for a second. Richard, as if you haven't been digressing. Jeffrey, yes. I've been regressing. Richard, that's not possible. Jeffrey, yes, that's true. I'd have to turn into a virus. Jessica, you laughed at yourself, so there. Jeffrey, that's disgusting. If I could, I would. Jessica, you were talking about again. Richard, talking about regression. Jeffrey, suggesting, he likes the idea of testosterone replacement. Richard, replacement. That's not the issue. Jeffrey, but we were talking Viagra and he said he's a much bigger fan of testosterone. Jerry Edelman says if you fuck with nature you're going to end up doing something bad to yourself. And if you want to play with that curve does weird things to you. Nature seems to have a way of getting back to you. Boris's retort was, well, nature gives you diseases, we can figure out how to cure diseases. If you do things carefully, it's probably better than letting nature take its course. Richard, the argument against testosterone, I'm hardly an expert on this or anything. It's remarkable how well I've done, given my ignorance. It's outstanding to me at times. Jeffrey, and others around you. Richard, yeah, I reinforces this. Jeffrey, amazement. Richard, yeah. If you take testosterone, what you do is you turn off the cells in the hypothalamic pituitary axis. So those cells are basically shut down. Jeffrey, it's that FSH, LSH deal, right? Richard, exactly. And it's not clear what other effects those hormones might be having that aren't replaced by testosterone. And so the advantage to taking testosterone, there are two different things. You can have high testosterone and still have a need for Viagra, because you don't have a prostate, right? Jeffrey, correct. Richard, so that's an extreme example. There are actually two examples. Jeffrey, I was actually going to try and move up one level of sort of drug-enhancing life. You don't mind it. He doesn't mind it. Am I sort of outer space thinking that it's better to have no drugs? Richard, yeah. Jessica, to clarify, you mean the intervention of drugs. Jeffrey, it's better to have no drugs. Richard, yes. I don't take anything else. I don't like drugs. Jeffrey, but is that because you grew up? Richard, because I went to medical school. Jeffrey, laughs, okay. But you like statins, no. Richard, no, I don't take them. Jessica, stating. What's that? Jeffrey, they reduce your cholesterol. You don't take any of those things. Richard, no. Jeffrey, is it because your diet's healthy enough? Richard, and my cholesterol is not. Jeffrey, so you're against drugs. You're like me. Richard, yeah. I'm against drugs, but there are some overriding concerns. Jeffrey, yes, I understand that. But why are you against drugs? Unintended consequences. Richard, and the fact that I, unlike you, I have an addictive personality. So if I like something, I like a lot of it. You're not like this. Jeffrey, if a little is good, more is better. That philosophy. Richard, yes, exactly. I'm of that philosophy. So that means if the drug is going to do me some benefit, I'm going to take it. Jeffrey, up to the boundary, and probably above. Richard, up to the boundary and probably far longer than any clinical trial has taken it. Because the amount of time that I plan to experience joy is far greater than the amount of time that Pfizer is going to put into a clinical trial. Got it? You know what I'm talking about. Jeffrey, yes. But that's a personal explanation. I don't want ice cream because I'll eat the whole gallon. I don't splurge. Richard, no, I didn't say I don't want ice cream. Jeffrey, no, I'm saying I think ice cream is compared to drugs. I can't stop myself, so I don't want to take the first bite. Richard, I told you, there are some things. Jeffrey, no, I understand how the other Richard, there's no reason. This again is a philosophic issue. If you can enhance your life meaningfully with drugs, I would take them. But I don't see any arenas other than sex where that's true. Unless you're like Joe and you have a pharmacopoeia. His entire house is filled with bottles or rice extract. But what other aspects of your life, short of? Jeffrey, how about sleep? Richard, what about sleep? Jeffrey, simple sleep. Richard, I love sleep. Jeffrey, so would you take a sleeping pill? Richard, very rarely. Jeffrey, wouldn't it enhance, as opposed to sex, which we both agree on? Richard, sleep is of no value. I don't really. Jeffrey, I agree with you. Richard, it's of no value. Macbeth had murdered sleep. So you tell me, other than mind-enhancing drugs. Jeffrey, well, you can't say, other than, because. Richard, is that what you're talking about? Jeffrey, at least mind-enhancing drugs. You would go for insulin if you were diabetic. If you had a deficiency. Richard, oh, yeah. Jessica, if you were sick. Jeffrey, if you had a deficiency, you'd make up a deficiency. Richard, if I had a deficiency, I'd make up a deficiency. If I don't have to take antibiotics, I don't take them prophylactically. I don't take a Z-Pack unless I have a bacteria. Many people do. Jeffrey, but if you had a lack of dopamine, would you take antidepressants? Tell why it would be different than taking insulin. Richard, didn't I tell you about my antidepressant experience? Jeffrey, no, I don't think so. Richard, I got extremely depressed, much more so than my usual dull state, 15 years ago. And I went to a psychiatrist and he prescribed Prozac. I don't like Prozac, but I was feeling pretty bad. I told you. Jeffrey, I don't think so. See, if I had a memory-enhancing drug, I'd be able to answer that question more effectively. Richard, so that we don't have to go. Jeffrey, I would remember the story if you told. Richard, so I told him if I was going to take an antidepressant, I wanted it in liquid form and I wanted it green. So whenever I felt bad I could swig. So he gave me Prozac in a bottle. This huge bottle of Prozac, it was green. They can make it any color you want, and I wanted green. So I has this green Prozac in a large bottle like this, and the bottle was supposed to last a month. By the end of 3 days, I went down, I drank about half the bottle. It was in East Hampton. And I felt better, and then I dropped the bottle on the lawn and it spilled out. 6 hours later there was an 8-foot circle of grass that died. Jeffrey, of dead grass. Right. Richard, I stopped taking it. Jeffrey, is that it? Richard, yeah. Antidepressants work, at some level. They don't make the problem go away, they make the problem less impacting. Jeffrey, so are you free of? Richard, I'll deal with the problem. But what about enhancing drugs? If there really were drugs. Jeffrey, well, nicotine. Richard, yeah. PM thinking now it's just an addiction. Jeffrey, but don't people think that there's a neurotransmitter booster? Richard, yeah. You know, age-adjusted smokers have a far lower incidence of Alzheimer's disease. Jeffrey, is that true? Richard, yeah. Far lower. Really prevents Alzheimer's disease. Jeffrey, that's interesting. Richard, yeah. Jessica, or are they dying before? Richard, one of those age-adjusted. That's all taken care of. Jessica, I see, age-adjusted. Jeffrey, it could be self-selected, right? Richard, it could be self-selected. Jeffrey, if you're a smoker. Richard, yeah. Jeffrey, you're thinking about cause of things. Richard, it's possible. Except, if you look at the, no. Jeffrey, have they taken? Richard, too many people smoke. Jeffrey, do they take nicotine as opposed to smokers? Richard, no, there's not enough data there. Jeffrey, that's okay. Back to our virus. Richard, okay. Are we going to robots? Jeffrey, not yet. Jessica, are we definitely recording, by the way? Jeffrey, yes. Jessica, okay. Richard, are you recording this? Jeffrey, of course. Robots, no, viruses. They're not all alive. Or, are they alive? Your definition. Jessica, I'm dying to hear this. Richard, they're not capable of replicating outside of a unit that we would call alive. Jeffrey, okay. Richard, we accept that, right? Jeffrey, yeah, it's like software with no hardware. Is that fair? Richard, yes. Jeffrey, there's no program. Theoretically it can run a program, but it needs hardware on which to run. Is that a decent analogy or no? Richard, we can go there. Jeffrey, why are you hesitating? Because it's a software and hardware form. Richard, well, because it carries some hardware. It's software in hardware form, yes. Jeffrey, right. But most software isn't actually in hardware form. Richard, yes. Jeffrey, right. Richard, yes. Jeffrey, it's not an idea. Richard, yes, it needs a delivery mechanism and, right. Jeffrey, right. Richard, so you need a way for the software to exploit a hardware. Jeffrey, I'm sorry. Jessica, may I ask a question? Richard, yeah. Jessica, is that the same as RNA, DNA though? If the virus can't replicate without some other living house, could the same thing be said about DNA? Richard, absolutely. Jessica, so then, the differentiation there between. Richard, all the virus is an encapsulated mechanism to maximize the efficiency in which its DNA can enter a cell and replicate. Jessica, okay, so using that as the differentiation. Richard, you can take a piece of DNA or RNA and infect a cell and get a virus back out, or get that DNA back out. Jeffrey, right, so it's simply programs, isn't it? Richard, the DNA is programs. Jeffrey, so it's a virus. Richard, a virus is more. It's got the machinery to enhance the ability of those programs to find itself in a minuet capable of being read. Jeffrey, yes, it's a program with a specific goal. Richard, yes. Jeffrey, it's a specific program. Richard, yes. Jeffrey, not very much different than any other program. DNA is simply a different type of program, maybe more complicated. The virus tries to in fact hack into the DNA's program, right? Richard, yes, absolutely. Jeffrey, and with your views, it's so that it enabled not enabled. You have to help me with these words that are anthropomorphized. It has the result that it replicates. Richard, yes. Jeffrey, so now, the DNA arguably will try to. If there's a barrel, where does the competition between two things that replicate begin? So let's assume we have a virus that replicates and a DNA that replicates. Richard, a virus is often DNA. What's inside a virus? DNA. Jeffrey, okay. Richard, irony. Jeffrey, where does the competition begin? Because you need selection. Richard, between two viruses. Jeffrey, yes. Now we start to get into science. Richard, this all gets rather mundane and beneath your mind. Jeffrey, no, it doesn't. It doesn't. This, I believe, is the essence of it. Richard, okay, so the first step, if you look at the steps in a viral life cycle, the first thing that has to happen is the virus has to bind to a cell surface. Jeffrey, okay. Richard, then it needs a mechanism of entry into the cell. Jeffrey, right. Richard, then it needs to uncode the nucleic acid to make it available for the replicative enzymes, and then it needs to replicate. And then it needs to fold up again into a viral particle. That's an abbreviated viral life cycle. Each one of those steps is potentially a competitive event. Jeffrey, competitive with. Richard, with other viruses in the population. In a population of viruses of the same strain, they're all different. Jeffrey, okay. Richard, right. They're all different. They all have some changes in their DNA. Those changes in the DNA can affect the efficacy of every step from binding to the receptor on the surface to the ultimate repackaging and release of virus. Jeffrey, right. So therefore, then cells that were able to protect themselves from the virus, that's another part of the competition, right? Richard, cells will have, yeah. That's a different plate. That's a different plate. Jeffrey, but I said it wasn't beneath my. Richard, are you writing a book? Jeffrey, no, beneath. Richard, are you? Jeffrey, no. Jessica, no. Jeffrey, when I say it's beneath my level, you have two viruses, and now you have a cell. So you first started out your competition with the two viruses. Where does a cell fit into that competition? Richard, firstly, the cell is trying to avoid being infected by that virus. Jeffrey, we're both doing the same thing. That is trying to avoid, right? Richard, yeah, sorry. Right. So let's leave the cell. You do have a cell. I don't know what you're asking. Jeffrey, where's the competition? Because you talked about competition. Richard, right. Jeffrey, first of all, are you competing for a goal? Are you competing for survival? I want you to define these. Richard, a virus is competing largely on the basis of. Jeffrey, its efficacy to attack a cell. Yes, sorry. Richard, the ultimate selector is the number of viruses that emerge after this process. Jeffrey, the number of the same virus. Richard, the same virus that will emerge after this process. Jeffrey, okay. So therefore, since it needs the cell has to be in competition with the viruses as well. Richard, that logic I don't follow. Since it needs the cell. Jeffrey, if the cell's not there, you can't do it. Richard, yes, but that doesn't mean the cell's in competition with the virus. Jeffrey, we now have a system. It's not one cell we're really talking about. We're talking about 5 cells. Richard, let's talk about cell and then we'll go to 5. Jeffrey, I knew you would do that. Okay. If the viruses can't break into the cell, if the cell is more antiviral, then the cell survives and the viruses die. So in our system of cell and 2 viruses, the competition for survival, cell wins. Richard, now you're talking about a competition between the virus and the cell. That of course occurs, but it's a separate phenomenon that has to be considered when one thinks about competition between viruses. Jeffrey, this is where a game theory and all of these problems first starts breaking down. When you start having the 3 components, this is the part where there's a 3-body problem. Richard, right. Jeffrey, because really I have 2 viruses that are competing to attack the cell, and the cell. Richard, competing with each of those viruses. Jeffrey, competing, this is a tricky word, because I'm not sure if you don't want to say coordinating as well. You could argue in any type of game theory, instead of talking viruses and cells, you could talk about 2 red players and a blue player, right? The jobs of the players are to circumvent takeover of the blue, get the blue flag. At some point, it might make sense for the cooperation between one of the viruses and the blue player. A red and a blue to knock out this one, which is already fairly stronger. Richard, that could be. You could imagine a scenario where if you have 2 cells and 2 viruses, that an infected cell would involve a competitive advantage over an uninfected cell, unquestionably. That is why viruses can cause cancer. Jeffrey, whoa. Now that was a good leap. That was like a Jeffrey type of leap. Explain. Richard, it's true. That is, there are viruses which when they infect a cell, alter the replicative processes of the cell such that those cells divide more rapidly. Now, you can see why that virus would be very happy to do that. Jeffrey, no question. Richard, so I don't need to explain. Jeffrey, no, it got hijacked. Richard, right. So the virus has hijacked the cellular machinery, and in the most simplistic format, it has inserted itself into the genome rather than residing free. There is a selection for making more copies of the virus, and the only way you can make more copies of the virus is by making more cells. Jeffrey, is by making more copies of the cells. Right. Richard, those cells lose the restraints on division that their uninfected counterparts would exhibit, and you end up with a tumor. Jessica, is that HPV? Richard, no, HPV is papillomavirus virus. That's something else. Jessica, it doesn't cause cancer. Richard, it does ultimately cause cancer, yes. Absolutely. Jessica, okay. Richard, the best example of this is a virus that probably doesn't cause cancer in humans, but can in animals and in a dish. It's SV40. You've heard of it. It's the most studied DNA tumor virus. The simian virus. Jeffrey, yeah, but what you're saying though, it's interesting, is that? Richard, I have to leave in about 15 to 20 minutes. Jeffrey, okay, so the cancer cell has won the game, right? It's figured out a mechanism to survive. Richard, yes. Jeffrey, under the original definition. Richard, right. Survive and replicate, yes. Jeffrey, so the cells win, but the organism loses. Richard, yes. Jeffrey, so we start off with the same process with the viruses. Virus, cell, organism. So you have this competition, because now it's the organism that basically it's in the organism's interest to turn down the survivability of the replicating cell. It's not in the cell's interest. Richard, right. And the remarkable thing. I don't want to get too teleologic. At a first approximation, all tumors appear after reproductive life. So you can either allocate. That's because it takes a really long time for a tumor to develop. Or you could argue that there are mechanisms to prevent tumor formation. Jeffrey, until it's too late. Richard, yes. So you see, the organism, at a first approximation, doesn't give a damn if. It, more anthropomorphizing again. But it's of no selective advantage to an organism, and we can argue about this, but there's not selective advantage for an organism to live beyond its reproductive life. And therefore it has evolved mechanisms to prevent tumors from occurring early in life, but had not bothered to eradicate them or prevent their occurrence late in life. Jeffrey, if you go back to our first conversation with respect to Alexa, and general relativity, and frames of reference, you've come full circle. I think what happens is, while you might argue that there's no advantage to sort of stay alive past your reproductive cycle, as long as that. Richard, I'm not sure I believe that. Jeffrey, I'm saying even as a hypothesis. You'd have to then decide in what frame are you going to embed that answer. So if you're only thinking about cell life, yes, it probably makes little sense that once her ovaries are finished for her to stay alive, in fact. Unless the organism which you're describing is the society or the larger group in which she's embedded. She ends up being food. She can be eaten by others. So the longer there's food around. If she's prey, not necessarily if she's a predator, but if she's only prey, you want the prey to stay food for others. You want prey to stay alive. Richard, that's a much more. That's the same with cannibalizing. Stay within a species and don't go outside the species for a moment. If there's cannibalism, then there may be some advantage for her to grow beyond her reproductive life. Jeffrey, but not because what species, but if in fact the young, like the grandmothers. The idea of why they have grandmothers in the first place. If the idea that the women, the middle-aged women, are going to have to leave and get some food, and the young are still in danger, then you have the grandmothers who keep the young going. So they're not necessarily for. I think the argument is, again, which frame of reference? Richard, right. So that's a societal selection. That's a population selection. And your friends think about this a lot. Jeffrey, I don't know if you can separate it. The whole thing with the idea about cancer. Is there a benefit? Richard, right. That just shifts my thinking, but it doesn't shift my logic. If you want the organism too. Jeffrey, suicide bombers, by the way, are my example of a suicide bomber. When I first met President Bush the first time, old Bush, 41, he came to me and said he was on his way to present the medal to a hero. Really? I said. Where is he? Well, he's dead. He's presenting the medal to his parents. He was a hero, he saved his whole platoon because he jumped on a grenade. And that sort of starts the thinking of, well, he's a hero, but probably not to him. He didn't do very well as the cell, as the piece of the organism, he's dead. He probably didn't do himself a good job. Richard, yeah, he's nothing. But that's, again, a philosophical argument. He's not even dead to himself. Jeffrey, correct. However, for the benefit of the group, you would certainly argue that the group benefited by him killing himself. So you then have to figure out, just like the cells and the organism survived, but he died. Richard, yeah. This argument has been addressed by your friend, what's his name, the evolutionary behaviorist. Jeffrey, Novak. Richard, Novak, right. In some detail. And he really doubts the existence of altruistic genes that enhance the survival of a population. Jeffrey, but that's not specifically altruism. Richard, well, this is altruism. He went to his own. This is a perfect example of it. Jeffrey, of killing yourself. Richard, yeah. Jessica, for the benefit of others. Jeffrey, him. Jessica, for the benefit of other essentially. Richard, he knows a lot about this. I'm not sure I agree with everything he says, but he knows a lot about this. Jeffrey, see, altruism is usually much more about the interaction. You're giving away something for free. As opposed to. Richard, this is the ultimate. Jeffrey, for the benefit of, okay. Is your method of, basically if you think about the cells and the organism, could you argue it makes sense for his family for him to kill himself? Would you want to argue that point? It seems to be a pretty good deal, right? And the question is, how many things do you do? Richard, do you really think there are 70 virgins in heaven? Jeffrey, number 69. No. Richard, so no value. Jeffrey, but I think a great deal of what people do, Richard, is unknowing behave the exact same way as the guy who threw himself on the hand grenade. He would probably tell you. His parents were proud of him, by the way, that he did this. But when they say that people want to make a difference, it seems to be a big thing now, the behavior of, especially women. What do you want to do with your life? I want to make a difference. It seems to have the same benefit of the organism and opposed to their own benefit. Richard, say that again. This is a concept I'm not fairly familiar with. Jeffrey, making a difference. Richard, making a difference. But I want to get up tomorrow morning. But go on. Jeffrey, but why are you working so hard? Richard, because I love it. Jessica, to make a difference is so relative. Jeffrey, people want to do things for the benefit of the group, I think, and they don't know that's why they're doing it. Laughter, Jessica, versus their own ego. Richard, I'm glad. Jeffrey, that they don't, no. Richard, no, that they do want to do something for my benefit. Jeffrey, so what's your winning strategy? Your winning strategy should not be doing something for the benefit of the group, necessarily. It's not necessarily in your interest. Richard, I'm Beckettian. I don't have any of these views. They're not biologic. It's not a biologic issue. Jeffrey, behavior is not. Richard, well, of course my behavior is biological. But you're making the argument that my behavior has a purpose. Jeffrey, yes. Richard, good. Jeffrey, but for the group purpose, not yours. Richard, let's consider your behavior. Jeffrey, you sound like my mother. That's such a horrible thought. You would argue that my behavior is for the benefit of the group. Richard, I'm trying to think that through. Jeffrey, probably of not what to do. Jessica, but that's interesting though, as a teacher. That's the same thing as humans living longer and getting more experience being valuable as a teacher to the group as well. Richard, I'm very selfish and I work harder than most people. It's because I take real joy in it. And if it happens to help the group, that's good. Jeffrey, okay. That's fair. I know your time is limited, but I want you one funny story. Richard, Go ahead. Jeffrey, not funny. It's a horrible story. I am trying to get a pardon. So Obama cannot pardon me, even though he would, he says. Because I didn't commit a federal crime. Richard laughs, just go on. I'm not going to comment. Jeffrey, it's so horrible. This is just today, which has been part of the whole thing. If I want to get a pardon, it has to be done by the governor of the state because I pled guilty to a state crime. Richard, and we've been through this. He lost. So you have 2 weeks, right? Jeffrey, yes. So he called. Christ, called the prosecutor this morning. Richard, Maria. Jeffrey, no, Krisha. The actual guy at the state who filed the indictment. And said, can you tell me, I have to think about this, because there will be tremendous political heat if I do this. Can you tell me your summary of what Epstein did? Oh, shit, right. Here's what came back. He said, I've been doing this for 26 years, I was a state prosecuting attorney. Epstein's behavior was inappropriate but not criminal. I said, what? He said, yeah, he just got fucked. This is what he said to the governor. The governor called me, this is what he called me for. He said, this is the guy, Jeffrey, who signed off. Richard, he's the one who put you into solitary. Jeffrey, yes. He said, this is inappropriate but not criminal. He said, but I don't know what we're going to be able to do. I said, you can't say that. I wanted him to say, actually, he's a scumbag. This is really bad. He did a horrible thing. You can't tell me not it's. Richard, no, there are layers here. Does this make it easier for Chris to make a decision? Jeffrey, no. Richard, it can't make it harder. It can't make it harder. Jeffrey, it does to some extent. This is the conversation I had. He said, no one is going to believe that you haven't gotten to this guy. He said, they're going to figure out you paid him some money. Richard, the prosecutor said that. Jeffrey, Chris said it. Richard, Chris did. Jeffrey, yeah. He talked to somebody else. He said, you can't have a prosecutor say what he did wasn't really criminal. Richard, the prosecutor will never say that in public. Forget it. Jeffrey, so you ask me whether it's easier or more difficult. Sighs, Richard, so Chris is deciding. Jeffrey, yes. And I don't think he's going to go for it. The political heat is. He said, I think you'd have to wait. He said, I'm leaving. Richard, wait for what? Jeffrey, the next guy. Richard, the new governor is not going to pardon you, because the new governor wants to be governor again. You don't pardon. The notion that this is not going to enhance the probability that he's going to be re-elected. Jeffrey, I can't think of any way around it. Richard, no, you've got to really, well, you have. Chris is your ticket. Jeffrey, that's not such an easy ticket now. He said it's just so hot. Richard, he's making it hot. It's not hot. There were those foolish articles in, what was her name? Tina Brown's thing. I mean, they dissipated. It's not hot. It's dead. Jeffrey, he's going to call me in an hour. Richard, am I wrong? Jeffrey, I don't know. Richard.
Her name is Julie Brown. What am I listening to right now? Oh my God, I just wanted to eat my lunch. I can't believe this. Oh, this is earth-shattering.
Richard, it's dead. Don't let him keep believing it's hot. Jeffrey, I've said, no one's heard anything. Richard, it's over. The only impact is on you. Jeffrey, well, he said, if you do nothing, what's the big deal? Do you really want me to reopen the whole thing? Pound sable, Richard, it's just a cover. What's your answer to that? Jeffrey, I said I would talk to him later. I wanted to have a thoughtful response. My knee-jerk response was, don't pussy out on me. Just do it. Richard, my gut reaction, given the way it has quieted, much to my pleasure, and yours, is how meaningful is a pardon to you? Jessica, that's what I was wondering, in my ignorance of the whole situation, why a pardon now? Jeffrey, it would get rid of my sex offender status. Richard, right. Jeffrey, even thought some of the women keep saying, it's so exciting. I've never actually been with a sex offender before. Jessica, you can still tell women that if you need to. Laughs, Richard, they're lying. Jeffrey, they have been with a sex offender before. Do you think sex offender lingerie would sell? If I had a new line and it came out. Richard, they're just being dishonest. Joe's great story about he takes this 20-year-old woman. Jeffrey, have you met Olgie? Richard, of course I've met Olgie. JCF Frey, because I just met her for the first time. Richard, she stayed at my house. So he takes this 20-year-old woman upstairs and she takes off her dress and she's the most exquisite he's seen. And he takes off his clothes and there's his 66-year-old frame. And in an inimitable fashion says, look at you, you're so beautiful. Look at me. When was the last time you were with a 66-year-old? She said, an hour ago. Laughter, Jeffrey, that sums it up. Richard, yeah. Jeffrey, before you go. The work you're doing now is what? Richard, well, are you just trying to get it on tape? Jeffrey, no, in terms of getting for the next session. Richard, we can talk about that if you want. Jeffrey, yeah. Richard, it's basically I think that the brain, this relates to selection. That there are two basic circuits in the brain. One that deals with the enactment of innate behavioral responses to the world. And those, the cues that elicit those responses are cues that have existed over a long time and have predictive value for the organism. And therefore the organism responds in a stereotyped and innate way. Jeffrey, so aversive smells. Richard, yes. And those pathways, those innate pathways, are developmentally programmed into your DNA by virtue of selection, Darwinian selection over evolutionary time. And then you have a much larger set of brain mechanisms that involve behaviors and thoughts that are dependent on experience, and experience acts only over real time. And it is individual. It differs given the circumstance. And those neural circuits also need to be built or strengthened, and they are strengthened over real time by mechanisms which at some level resemble the mechanisms which are used over evolutionary time. Jeffrey, so let me tell where we. Richard, so in both instances you're selecting over randomness, and I think there's a random ensemble of neurons from which you select. Jeffrey, so let me tell you where I want to overlay for this next session. I believe what you've described leaves out a piece. Which is because you talk about you as an individual as opposed as a member of a group again. Because I thought a lot about the mice, the images. In fact, if you assume that the aversive chemical odor causes an aversive response, I would posture that the ensembles in each mouse would be different, totally different ensembles of excitatory patterns. But the response would be the same, virtually the same, because what you would have is a single key encryption that every individual should take that ensemble, they're encrypted, and the output should be the same. Richard, for an innate thing. Jeffrey, yes. But in fact that key, why should everyone have their own? Why should every mouse have the exact same piece? Richard, we can discuss that. Jeffrey, because if you go back to the virus and cell issue, in the competition between the two mice, if I can read your pattern, you and I become vulnerable to me. So you have an encrypted system to pass that, and I think there's probably some basis, whether on learning how to encrypt it. And I think in the second piece of the real-time learning, it mirrors to some extent that fact that these algorithms are set for the innate behavior. Richard, you're getting complicated, and you're right. All you care about is that the input leads to an innate output. And the processes in between. Jeffrey, who's the you? Richard, all the organism cares about. Jeffrey, no. Richard, sorry. Jeffrey, I agree, but there's a piece missing, I believe. Which is, yes, that input leads to the output, with the additional caveat that it can't be seen from the outside. That's the piece. That's, I think, the trick. You have encrypted that signal to protect yourself from your competition, your immediate competition. So that deceptive quality, deception, sorry. Richard, you're right. We'll have to talk about this another time. There is deception. There's biological deception. Jeffrey, yes, but I'm talking about just on the signal itself. The signal cannot be broken from the outside. So everyone's signal is different. Richard, yeah, but even if it were the same, there's not apparent way that you can break that signal when it's all encoded in the brain. Jeffrey, but then you can. Richard, I don't know how you do it. I've got to go. Jeffrey, okay. Richard, I don't know how you do it. Jeffrey, no. Richard, are you around? When am I going to hear about robots? Jessica, whenever you like. I have so many other questions I still want to ask you about. Is a virus alive? I still have this whole smell thing to ask you. I'm addicted to smells. Richard, are you around or are you going off? Leffrey, I'm here till Saturday. Richard, and then? Jeffrey, I'm going to the islands. Richard, for a week. Jeffrey, 2. Richard, I'm going to Egypt. Jeffrey, you are. Richard, yeah. Effrey, when? Richard, after Christmas. Jeffrey, do you know which days? Leon is going. Richard, who? Jeffrey, Leon is going right after Christmas. Richard, I'll be on the 30th or the 31st. Jeffrey, something in particular. Richard, I'm going to pick out a tomb. Jeffrey, for you. Richard, yeah. Jeffrey, again. Richard, my people built them, shouldn't they allow me access? Jeffrey, so your mother was like King Tut. Richard, when is he going? Jeffrey, I'm going to find out. Richard, we're both going to the same, I mean, there's only one hotel in Luxor. Like the Winter Palace or the Summer Palace. Jeffrey, right. Send me the dates when you're going. Richard, yeah. 5 days. Jeffrey, with the wife. Richard, yeah. Jessica, thank you. It was very interesting. Richard, you can catch me again. I exist. I haven't. Background noise, Jessica, It's hard to disagree with you, that doesn't mean you're right. Background noise, Jessica, Jeffrey, are you still recording? Here are my thoughts. You just walked out. Well, that was an interesting conversation, and I think it is. My gut feeling is that it is very hard to disagree with you, but I'm not sure it makes you necessarily right or wrong in some statements. This seems strange to say, perhaps, because there are so many concepts on the table, and there seems to be this continuum of ideas that are being exchanged, probably in your laughs. I was leaving a message. Jeffrey, what? Jessica, I was leaving you a message. Jeffrey, did you like it? Jessica, yeah. It was a lot of stuff going back and forth. And a lot of different concepts. Jeffrey, always is. Woman 2, there's this one, the concept 2. There's about a $500 price difference. Jeffrey, it's not the money. Do you have anything smaller? Woman 2, I called both sports authorities, we can order them. Jeffrey, go to sports authority. Have you met Jessica? Woman 2, yes. In Boston. Background noise, Jeffrey, thank you. Woman 2, bye now. Jessica, you know how it blended. This is very challenging. Jeffrey, you could have swallowed first and then jumped up and down. Woman 3, can I get you anything else? Jessica, maybe some warm water or something. Jeffrey, warm water.
He's making them take laxatives. He would make like bran laxatives.
Jeffrey, warm water. Jessica, I'm chilly. Jeffrey, you want some coffee? Tea. Tea is $10. Woman 3, if you would like to try a new recipe iced coffee. Jessica, just something. Warm tea is fine. I'm a little cold. Thank you. I brought these because I wanted to ask him a question too about smells. Background noise. Jeffrey, I can't believe you have so much fun. Indecipherable 1 hour 13 minutes and 50 seconds. Woman 2, is this the church one? Jeffrey, no, Hotel Mandarin. Woman 2, where's that? Jeffrey, the Mandarin Hotel at Columbus Circle. Woman 2, oh, yeah. I went this George one time and spent the weekend there. I think I went in the pool too. Jeffrey, so it's the health club and all the stuff and everybody's just super nice to me. Woman 2, good. Jessica, so you prefer that over the church? Jeffrey, I was just there by myself. I can listen to music. I can do anything else. It's a church. And it's cleaner. The church is a little dirty. Priests are dirty people. Woman 2, are there other ones that are a little? Jeffrey, I'm trying to think. Go back. Maybe it has to do with bench space. Because he doesn't have a lot of space. Woman 2, there are just straight ones like these. Jeffrey, go back a page. Woman 2, these are the different. Jeffrey, no, that's the page we were on. Go back. Those are the ones. Woman 2, this is. Jeffrey, the dumbbells. Yeah. Go back again. Don't touch it. Woman 2, okay. It's more upwards than. Jeffrey, yeah. Go back to rowing. Whispering, Jeffrey, what? Oh, he is. Do you know who he is? Whispering, background noise, Jeffrey, get him this one. Woman 2, that one. Jeffrey, him. Woman 2, okay. Here's how it looks with the. Jeffrey, just get it. You know Gartner's, the history of it. Jessica, some of it. Some major parts of it. Jeffrey, the Unabomber. Jessica, laughs, I heard, that's someone I was referring to in particular. Jeffrey, do you remember the Unabomber? Woman 2, yes. Jeffrey, who was sending out mail bombs and blowing people up. One of the guys whose hand blew up was this guy. Woman 2, oh, really? Jeffrey, yeah, because Ted Kaczynski believed that technology was mining the world. So he wanted to kill people who were involved with technologies. Woman 2, oh, my God. Jessica, and I think my old advisor was like one of the next people in line, and then they caught him. Jeffrey, really? Jessica, yeah. And actually I think I saw him speak, and his wife would always come with him a lot of places for a while, something like that. He spoke at MIT. Jeffrey, right. Woman 2, so can I have it delivered? Jeffrey, just find out what size the box is. And take the Suburban. Woman 2, they don't have any in stock. Jeffrey, they don't have that one in stock. Woman 2, any. I called both sports authorities, and they don't carry it. Jeffrey, is there more sports authorities? There must be one in Long Island or New Jersey or someplace. Woman 2, I can try. Jeffrey, there's one around, I'm sure. Just have the car. Woman 2, got it. Jeffrey, what have you got, Terry? You finished with your problem. Child speaks off mic, Jeffrey, what? Off mic conversation, Jeffrey, good. Keep putting it in. It took all day. Woman 2, to get it. It was in the city. Jeffrey, oh, right. Woman 2, I can get it delivered. Jeffrey, Tell them, send people home. Send Laney home tonight, and then if he wants to install it on Saturday when it comes back. Woman 2, okay. Overlapping voices, Jeffrey, I don't want him to stay home, because he had to stay in Santa Fe because the plane broke. Ring Gertman, but tell Larry to go home. Aren't we having fun? Jessica, who's Olgie? Jeffrey, what? Jessica, who's Olgie? Jeffrey, a hooker. Yes. Whispers something, that's a pretty funny line. She just saw another 66-year-old. Jessica, so, yeah, that thing about why, what does the pardon get you? Jeffrey, what? Jessica, the pardon now. When you don't have the sex offender registry, so that means you don't show up on those things. Jeffrey, I don't show up anywhere. I just don't like to tell people. It's just one of those things. Jessica, I feel like it's going to. Jeffrey, how are you? David, okay. Jeffrey, come on in. I'm glad you came. Jessica, David. David, how are you doing? Jessica, hi. David, hi there. Jessica, how are you? David, good times. Jessica, nice to meet you. Jeffrey, take a seat. You want some coffee, tea? What do you want? David, I'm okay, thanks. Jeffrey, the doctor's not here yet. David, nice place. Jeffrey, it's okay. It'll do for today. David, got another one for tomorrow. Jeffrey, yes. David, I imagine so. Laughs, Jeffrey, yes. That's the idea. David, you're convenient to the frick, I see. Not such a bad place to be. Nice tablecloth. Jeffrey, well, the question is, in case you want to go bowling. David, is that a problem? Jeffrey, because there's a bowling alley in the basement. David, don't you have one? Oh, I was going to guess. Jeffrey, at the frick. David, oh, at the frick. You don't have your own. Jeffrey, no, there's a bowling alley that Mr. Frick had, that very few people know about. That he had beautiful mahogany bowling balls, ebony bowling balls. David, mahogany bowling balls. Oh, my God. Jeffrey, and little black boys to set the pins, I'm afraid. David, well, you know, that was the style. I've been there a million times. I never heard about the bowling alley. Jeffrey, correct. No one has. My two great secrets are the bowling alley at the Frick, and... David, my office has been at 51st and Madison Avenue for 18 years, at the Helmsley Palace. Only 2 weeks ago did I find out that there's a swimming pool a block away from me that I could use. David, from 51 and Madison. Jeffrey, yes. It's on 51st and Park. You say, well, where's that? What's 51st and Park? David, I give up. Jeffrey, St. Bartholomew's Church. David, aha. Jeffrey, that's what I said. David, they don't have a swimming pool. Jeffrey, they have a gigantic swimming pool. It's salt water. 2 stories. In the basement of the church. David, I knew it was a fancy church. Jeffrey, correct. So I think somehow you baptize the little boys in the salt water and you take them upstairs. David, yeah. A really big baptismal font, I see. Jeffrey, yes, you could do it as a group. David, sure. Jeffrey, you could do a whole troop of Boy Scouts all at once, I think, is the idea. David, it's a nice church. I've passed that church a million times and admired it. I don't think I've ever been in there. But I would have suspected a 2-story, saltwater swimming pool. Jeffrey, yeah, it's beautiful. David, so you know the city pretty well. Jeffrey, no, I don't, but I'm trying to. I'm experimenting. Actually, I know the world much better than I know New York. David, it's an interesting position to be in. Jeffrey, I've decided that with my jail experience, I should think about different types of microenvironments. David, fair enough. What cities do you prefer to New York? Jeffrey, the question is. David, lots and lots of cities. Jeffrey, no. It depends on what day and what mood, what food and which girl. I am consistent. I am driven by aesthetic pleasure. David, that's the way to do it. That's the way to do science and the way to do art. The way to do everything. It's the way to write. Jeffrey, but if you look at, it's like the book. I think if the defining, not the defining. I think if the compass is pointing towards elegance and beauty, you're probably moving in the right direction. David, yeah. That's like a sentence I wrote at the beginning of a book called Machine Beauty. I could not agree with you more. It's something that Feynman says again and again in his famous intro physics textbook. You are guided by beauty in the sense of the physical world. If you don't get where you're going, you'll still be moving in the right direction. Which distinguishes good work in software and engineering, or course, from. Jeffrey, come on in, Max. Max, nice to see you. Haven't seen you in ages. David, yes, it's been a long time. It's good to see you, Max. Jeffrey, Jessica. Jessica, hey, Max. I know you. Max, yeah. How's it going? Jeffrey, I take it from your cheeks it's fairly cold out. Max, yeah, it's pretty. Jessica, it's ridiculous out. Max, it's impossible out there. Surprisingly. Jeffrey, so can computers pick out beautiful things? They should be able to. David, computers cannot pick out beautiful things at the moment. But software will never create consciousness, awareness, per se. Transcription by casting words.
Wow. Okay. This is big. We were not kidding. Listen. I'm telling you, the Towel Friend, like, where are they? Where'd they go? The Towel Friend, YouTube, Andy YYYX didn't just drop, like, an amazing conversation. Because to understand a human, you actually have to listen to them talk with their mask off. And if you don't know someone, like, this is the only way you're ever going to do it. And they knew they were being recorded, but they were still, like, talking very conversationally. This is huge. I can't believe this just dropped in my lap. I've never seen anything like this in my entire life. I got to break this news, like, right now. And, like, this is incredible. You're here, YouTube Andy. Congratulations, my dear German friend. All right. Let's go to... First of all, Julie Brown's in there. Julie Brown's in there. It's not Tina Brown. It's not hot, it's dead. All right, here we go. So we got to start with the part about the funny story, quote unquote. All right. So where exactly did... What exactly did Epstein... Oh, so he ended up pleading guilty to state charges, and he got out of the federal stuff. Yeah, it was Julie Brown. Okay. Here we go. I got to break this news. I'm ready. All right. The cigar-smoking journalist. Here we go. Good afternoon. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm an independent reporter who has been covering the Jeffrey Epstein files. It is Saturday, February 7th, 2026. It is 4:47 p.m. Eastern Time. I bring to you today's Jeffrey Epstein file update, and ladies and gentlemen, it involves President Obama, contact with Jeffrey Epstein while Obama was in the Oval Office, and potential attempts to get the governor of Florida to pardon Jeffrey Epstein, Christ, before he left office at the end of 2011. Now, this is an incredible document. It can be found at Epstein Files ID EFTA 00432827. All credit to the amazing YouTube Andy YYYX for finding this incredible development. I'm going to read you the transcript, ladies and gentlemen, because the larger context of this document is a transcript of a recorded conversation between a high-level Columbia University doctor and scientist and Jeffrey Epstein. Now, setting aside that Katie Couric was with Jeffrey Epstein when the two of them, when Epstein and others were talking about cloning, and apparently Couric saw like a clone without arms and like really freaked her out. So that was a strange part. Then they talked about like the way in which viruses operate analogous to like a hybrid version of like software that is built with hardware. And then there was a tuberculosis study that this doctor named Richard was working on. And the specific discussion was very erudite, and it had to do with like 4 different processes during the development of a virus in a population, whereupon it has to compete with other forces like the DNA of the host and other viruses in order to survive and replicate. And they were talking about basically gain of function research for viruses that would target the human population. That's not what we're interested in, though, because as Dr. Richard has to get ready to leave, Jeffrey Epstein says, I know your time is limited, but I want to tell you one funny story. Richard, go ahead. This is a transcript of a recording. Jeffrey says, it's not funny. It's a horrible story. I'm trying to get a pardon. So Obama cannot pardon me, even though he would, he says, because I didn't commit a federal crime. Richard laughs. Just go on. I'm not going to comment. Jeffrey, it's so horrible. This is just today, which has been part of the whole thing. If I want to get a pardon, by the way, this is about in December. It's 2 weeks before January of 2012 when the new governor of Florida was about to come in. So it's the last 2 weeks of Chris' term. So it's December-ish, like before the holidays, right before Christmas of 2011. All right. So it's December 2011. President Obama is in office, and he is at the tail end of his first term. He's just been reelected. President Obama is going to be president again from 2008 to 2012. So it looks like Epstein had a direct link to President Obama. Obama cannot pardon me, even though he would, he says, because I didn't commit a federal crime. This is page 22 of 34. Richard laughs. Just go on. I'm not going to comment. It's so horrible. This is just today, which has been part of the whole thing. If I want to get a pardon, it has to be done by the governor of the state, which was Florida, where Epstein was convicted in June of 2008 of sex crime charges, because I pled guilty to a state crime. Richard, and we've been through this. He lost. The governor of Florida is the context there. So you have 2 weeks, right? Yeah. So Chris, the governor of Florida, called the prosecutor this morning. Maria? No, Krischer, the actual guy at the state who filed the indictment, and said, quote, can you tell me, I have to think about this because there'll be tremendous political heat if I do this. Can you tell me your summary of what Epstein did? Oh, shit, right? Here's what came back. He said, quote, I've been doing this for 26 years. I was a state prosecuting attorney. Epstein's behavior was inappropriate, but not criminal. I said, what? What? He said, yeah, he just got fucked. This is what he said to the governor. The governor called me. This is what he called me for. He said, this is the guy, this is Chris to Florida. This is the guy, Jeffrey, who signed off. Richard, he's the one who put you in solitary? Yes. He said, this is inappropriate but not criminal. Chris said, but I don't know what we're going to be able to do. I said, you can't say that. I wanted him to say, actually, he's a scumbag. This is really bad. He did a horrible thing. You can't tell me it's not. No, there are layers here. Does this make it easier for Chris to make a decision? No, it can't make it harder. Jeffrey, it does to some extent. This is the conversation I had. He said, Chris said, no one is going to believe that you haven't gotten to this guy. He said, they're going to figure out you paid him some money, implying Chris bribed the governor of Florida. This is Epstein confessing. Richard, the prosecutor said that. Jeffrey, Chris said it. Richard, Chris did? Jeffrey, yeah, he talked to somebody else. He said, you can't have a prosecutor say what he did wasn't really criminal. Richard, the prosecutor will never say that in public. Forget it. Jeffrey, so you asked me whether it's easier or more difficult. So Chris is deciding? Jeffrey, yeah. And I don't think he's going to go for it. The political heat is, he said, I think you just have to wait. He said, I'm leaving. Richard, wait for what? Jeffrey, the next guy. Richard, the new governor is not going to pardon you because the new governor wants to be governor again. You don't pardon. The notion that this is not going to enhance the probability that he's going to be reelected. Jeffrey, I can't think of any way around it. Richard, no, you've got to really, well, you have. Chris is your ticket. That's not such an easy ticket now. He said it's just so hot. Richard, he's making it hot. It's not hot. There were those foolish articles in, what was her name? Tina Brown's. That's incorrect. It was Julie Brown's thing. I mean, they dissipated. It's not hot. It's dead. Jeffrey, he's going to call me in an hour. Richard, am I wrong? Jeffrey, I don't know. Richard, it's dead. Don't let him keep believing it's hot. Jeffrey, I've said no one's heard anything. Richard, it's over. The only impact is on you. Jeffrey, well, he said, if you do nothing, what's the big deal? Do you really want me to reopen the whole thing? Pounds table. Richard, it's just a cover. What's your answer to that? Jeffrey, I said I would talk to him later. I wanted to have a thoughtful response. My knee-jerk response was, don't pee out on me. Just do it. Richard, my gut reaction, given the way it is quieted, much to my pleasure and yours, is how meaningful is a pardon to you? Jessica, this was a third person who was an former MIT student or something that was in the room. That's what I was wondering. If my ignorance of the whole situation, why a pardon now? Jeffrey, it would get rid of my sex offender status. That came from the state conviction. The Florida stuff was not prosecuted. Richard, right. Jeffrey, even though some of the women kept saying it's so exciting, I've never actually been with a sex offender before. Jessica, you still can tell women that if you need to. Laughs. Richard, they're lying. Jeffrey, they've been with a sex offender before? Do you think sex offender lingerie would sell if I had a new line and it came out? Richard, they're just being dishonest. Joe's great story about he takes this 20-year-old woman. Jeffrey, have you met Olgie? Richard, of course I've met Olgie. Jeffrey, because I just met her for the first time.
Richard, she stayed at my house. So he takes this 20-year-old woman upstairs, and she takes off her dress, and she's the most exquisite he's seen. And he takes off his clothes, and there's this 66-year-old frame. And in an inimitable fashion says, look at you, you're so beautiful. Look at me, when was the last time you were with a 66-year-old? And she said, an hour ago. I want to see if, who was, Joe Biden was 69 in 2011. Close. Jeffrey, that sums it up. Richard, yeah. Jeffrey, before you go, the work you're doing now is what? Well, you know, you're just going to try to get it on tape. No, in terms of getting for the next session, we can talk about it if you want. Jeffrey, yeah. Richard, it's basically, I think that the brain, this relates to selection. There are two basic circuits in the brain. One that deals with the enactment of innate behavioral response to the world, and the cues that elicit those responses are cues that have existed over a long time and have predictive value for the organism, and therefore the organism responds in a stereotyped and innate way. Jeffrey, so aversive smells, yes. And those pathways, those innate pathways, are developmentally programmed into your DNA by virtue of selection, Darwinian selection over evolutionary time. And then you have a much larger set of brain mechanisms that involve behaviors and thoughts that are dependent on experience, and experience acts only over real time, and it is individual, it differs given the circumstance. And those neural circuits also need to be built or strengthened, and they are strengthened over real time by mechanisms which at some level resemble the mechanisms which are used over evolutionary time. So they go on to then talk about like manipulation of human cognition through smells. But the point is, the bombshell is that literally Epstein had a direct link to President Obama. We knew this because President Obama's White House counsel, who's now the top lawyer at Goldman, was actually CIA. Her name was Kathy Rumler, and she told Epstein directly on January 8, 2015, in one of the files, that Director John Brennan gave Rumler the CIA's agency medal, the highest award, and she was like talking to Epstein about boy stuff, and it was wild in another one of the emails. So President Obama spoke directly to Epstein in December of 2011, according to this recorded transcript between Jeffrey Epstein and Columbia University doctor/researcher. And furthermore, there was some type of back and forth between Jeffrey Epstein and the governor of Florida, who was named Charlie Crist, that refused to issue Epstein a pardon because the heat was too high because of Julie Brown's reporting, who is misnamed. They don't even get her name right. That's how much they look down at women here. By the way, just to wrap this up, just so you can understand who President Obama is talking to, they talk about women in this document at one point in probably the most abhorrent manner you can imagine. Okay? All right? So I just want to show this to you. All right? They literally attribute... they say that women have 10% like less neurons in their brain, and they attribute it to like the vaginal canal, I believe. Yeah, so like the doctor says, I think that the only thing that correlates with intelligence is brain to body size. If you go through species, it's the relative size of the brain with respect to the body, and the relative size of the brain of the human brain is the most restricted, I think, by the size of the vaginal vault. And then Jeffrey Epstein makes an abhorrent joke where he says, I have the keys to that vault. And then they go to kind of talk about how he says it's cephalopelvic disproportion is what impedes brain development. And then this is where that part about Katie Couric comes up that's really messed up. And then this guy, the scientist, says it's a good thing Katie Couric isn't here. And Epstein says, correct. The doctor says, I had images that the clones on channel whatever, she's with CBS. Jeffrey, she didn't like that very much. Richard, she wasn't here for the no arms. Jeffrey, right. Katie Couric was here, and we were talking about, I think I want to start cloning things, me and with certain people. Prince Andrew got upset because he was all, if I had a conscience, could you kill it for spare, if it had a conscience, could you kill it for spare parts? And I said, I'll make it without a head. Would that make you feel better? And Katie Couric, I thought, was going to start to vomit. And then Richard says they may evolve with a head or arms or feet so it couldn't get up and walk away. And Jeffrey says, and did dishes. And then they're saying something like, but you'd argue over a long period of time or pressure like the limiting of the pelvic canal would make the brain more efficient. So they're talking about like if you cloned women and like wanted them to be smarter, would you shrink the vaginal, like the pelvic canal to allow for more brain development? They're very sexist, and they like are
almost like genetically sexist towards women. They like these people literally think that women are 10% less intelligent than men because of their pelvic canal. And maybe that's true, I don't know, but it sounds like eugenicists talking. And then they go to talk about the bribe related to the pardon. So again, just to confirm, this is a transcript of a recorded conversation. It seems to be at Jeffrey Epstein's New York apartment. They go to then start talking about a bunch of other things. A child comes in at one point, which is horrifying. And then at the very end, you can see that it was transcribed by something called Casting Words. So it's a little bit unclear why I think they were recording it for posterity. And then this got into like some kind of government file. But it's shocking. I'm sure the audio is out there too in the federal government file somewhere. But it's shocking to hear Epstein just so cavalierly. And I guess he thought it was like his private recordings. This is like Watergate. If we get this tape, this will be bigger than Watergate. It goes right to the White House and the governor of Florida. This is wild. He thought because Epstein was clearly close to various elements of like Saudi intelligence, Middle Eastern intelligence, the Khashoggi family, MBZ, he thought he was untouchable. And because of the fact that MBS overthrew MBZ in Saudi Arabia and Bannon and Epstein didn't see it coming in 2018, 2019, Epstein fell. They never thought any of this was going to come out. It's shocking. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Subscribe for more. YouTube.com/@Grant Smith Ellis. X.com/Grant Smith Ellis. Support my work. $ Grant Smith Ellis. Venmo @Grant-E1. It's a picture of an inflatable Elmo. PayPal.me/Grant Ellis. I do this alone. I'm an independent journalist. I'm on part 6, probably 23 hours, multiple days. I've broken the story about Kathy Rumler. I broke the story about Jeffrey Epstein's connection to a charity called Learning for Life, which was contracting with Robert Devine in Stoughton for multiple years and led to a very large ring of abuse. I just broke a story overnight about the Rumsey Hall School in Connecticut being tied to a helicopter trip that Epstein took to a billionaire-connected conference. Scandals within that school. I'm doing my absolute best. I do this alone. No institutional help, no support. I'm grateful to be able to do it. I loved journalism as a profession. It inspired me to try to look beyond the mentality that I saw in this conversation where they talked about altruism as a net negative to humanity. I don't believe that. I believe that processing these documents is in the interest of the American public, in the interest of the world, and of the survivors who made it through. And as such, I'm grateful and honored to be able to help you do this. How is that for a summary? They got a federal contract. All right, let's see. What did they get a federal contract for? They got it in 2015. Thank you very much. Waiting for it to load. Okay, come on now. Oh, it's not loading. Unfortunately, that did not load. Spacey 118. I thought it would. Let me try one more time. No dice on that one. No dice. All right, let's type this up. You ready for this? This is a big one. You're here for history, ladies and gentlemen. And I am a towel. Well, this is the big one. This is the big one. Got to stay calm and composed. I am Towel Walter Cronkite. Breaking news. This is an actual breaking news flash. Somebody tell the Associated Press. During a December 2011 recorded discussion, Jeffrey Epstein bragged to a Columbia University doctor that Epstein contacted President Obama directly and was told he didn't need was told Epstein didn't need a federal pardon. Then Epstein tried to remove his sex offender status via the Florida governor, Christ. I don't think that's how it's Christ, who refused. Apparently, because Julie K. Brown was writing stories about Epstein at the time, and in turn, Chris thought it would look like Epstein paid him off for the pardon. This is a big deal. Let's see. Primary source. I got to get that primary source. Where is it? This is a big one. Wow. Talk about a big deal. Can't believe they just had these conversations. You know what I'm saying? All right. Wonder if here is the primary source transcript. Yes, you did get a membership, Sarah D'Amico. I think it was from the wonderful YouTube Andy YYYX. They're still here in chat if you want to say thank you to them. Oh, did you gift more? Oh, memberships are just flying around, ladies and gentlemen. It was a towel membership parade earlier. All right. That's how you spell university, Grant. That's not how we do this together. And that way, whenever I find things, it just goes up. That's not how you spell university, Grant. That is. All right. I need my cigar. Oh, goodness. This is like a live newsroom that's run by one man who streams himself doing research with help from all his towel friends. Wow. So all that other stuff we were doing was training over the past few years. Like, this was for us to be ready for this. Also, the Columbia doctor. Oh, another gift membership. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. What a wonderful day. Who appears to be Richard Axel. Did not know Miss Brown's name and called her... What the hell did he call her? He insulted... You don't insult my colleagues by not knowing their name. How dare you? How dare you insult Julie Brown? You can't just insult Julie Brown by not knowing. Women have names. Women have names. Her name is not Tina. Her name is not Tina. It is Julie. What? Because she wasn't one of your, like, whatever the hell. She doesn't have a name. You call her Tina? Yeah, I think the media is trying, like, hoping no one cares, but that's not going to fly, bro. The internet is really mad about all of this. Like, they're really mad. And the shit in here is horrifying. All right, hold on. Also, the Columbia doctor who appears to be also in the shocking transcript, Epstein and the doctor, along with a woman who went to MIT named Jessica, talk about how women have brains that are 10% smaller than men. I don't even know how to explain this. Because, and I quote, like, seriously, man. I don't know, like pelvic something or whatever the fuck. Let's see. So we're gonna go up to this one. It had to do with like 10% smaller, right? Ah, yes. Let's see. It said, didn't it say 10%? All right, I'll just put that in the story, because fuck these misogynistic bastards. Literally, I hate people like this. They're such misogynistic pricks. Said, Epstein. Right, replied Richard. Richard replied, okay, now let's go over and get this thing. I wonder, yeah, let's see, where is it? Okay. And then I gotta go down to this thing where they talk about pelvic. Oh, right, this thing. All right, hold on. Epstein said earlier in the discussion, oh wait, it's not that one that I want. It's the one that talks about it's because of the result of the like brain body ratio, and they had some really like bordering on eugenicist ideas. Going on to tell Epstein I mean, I just can't believe the audacity of some of these conversations, and apparently they're actually transcribed by, you know, by someone with a DOJ contract, so. Yeah, I'm a little scared to look up pelvic vault now. I'm a little scared to look up a lot of things. I can't believe we just exposed President Obama. I'm going to go get my other reporting from the other day now. Hold on now. Alright, so we go into here, into the towel. Alright, go into the little towel vault. Where we go now? I'm being a little towel. Give me a second while I be a towel. Being a little towel. Alright, hold on. I want the reporting about the woman from the CIA. Alright, hold on. No, I don't want the Ecuadorian embassy one. No, I don't want that one. There it is. No, that's not the one I want. 1 second. I want the repost of that one. Meet Girl Boss. They called her a girl boss. Alright. Here we go. Alright. Where was this one? On Friday. Wait a minute. Well, that wasn't Friday, was it? Yeah, it was. On Friday, I reported. And then I just grabbed my previous article. Post that. Alright. Now, let me go back over here. Oh, I have some siren emojis, actually. I'm such a towel reporter. Okay. Why is that a picture emoji? And we don't need 4. 3 is fine. During a December 2011 recorded discussion, Jeffrey Epstein bragged to a Columbia University doctor that Epstein contacted President Obama directly and was told Epstein didn't need a federal pardon for state sex crimes charges. Then Epstein tried to remove his sex offender status via the Florida governor, Chris, who refused, apparently because Julie K. Brown, journalist, Miss, I'm just going to call her Julie Brown, was writing stories about Epstein at the time, and in turn, Chris thought it would look like Epstein paid him off for the pardon. All right. Also, the Columbia doctor, who appears to be Richard Axel, did not know Miss Brown's name and called her Tina. That part really offended me. How dare you? Get her name right. She has a damn name. What is the guy's name? Like Virgin Axel? I forget his name. He must not be very successful. He probably doesn't work very hard. You know, he's probably kind of lazy, just a slacker, never contributed anything to the world. I forgot his name. Men just have brains that are 10% smaller than women. I think it's because of the size of their pelvic floor. Am I wrong? I don't know. I'm just using these guys' logic, you know. I'm not a scientist. I'm a towel. Alright. Anything else I missed in there? Other than after their theories about the vaginal vault. Listen, I didn't really know that, like, there was a vaginal vault. I'm thrilled for you all that you have a vault. I don't know what you should do with it. I didn't know it was called a vault. You know, I'm just saying. I'm a little baffled by all of this. In fact, there is nothing that I could be presented with that would surprise me at this point. You know what I'm saying? I think they actually are going to arrest President Obama at this point. If this is what leads to President Obama being arrested, I want a medal. I literally want a medal. President Trump, can I have a medal? I feel like I could have a medal. I'm a towel. Can it be a towel medal? You don't understand how endearing it would be if I was at the White House and President Trump would be like, you're a towel. You're a towel. That's my life goal. I want to tell President Trump he's a towel. And I want him to be like, you're a towel. You don't understand how many people in government tell me I'm a towel. And then they're like, I run around telling people I'm a towel. I'm like, that's hilarious. You should do that all the time. You should just go up to random people that work for you and just be like, I'm a towel, to baffle them. I do that. All right. Did I miss anything about this? Should I call him Barack Obama? Should I tag him? I want to tag him. Sucks to suck. Is that how you spell his name? He's a man, so I don't have to... So, listen, I'm being sardonic, but the new rule is men's brains are 10% smaller than women's because of their pelvic floor, and you don't have to spell men's name right because they don't matter. All right, just call them Tina. If you don't know a man's name, just call him Tina. It's fucking hilarious. All right? I'm baffling the YouTube people. They're like, wow, he's anti-misogynistic to a fault. What do we do? I think most of them are like, he's hilarious. Let him do this. Exactly. I'm hilarious. And I'm responsible. And a towel. How do you spell Barack Obama? I spelled it right. What's his Twitter handle? Mr. Obama, I have questions. Obama Twitter. What's his Twitter? It's just Barack Obama. I'm just tagging him. Fuck it. I'm sure that his staffers are already well aware of what I'm about to post. All right, let's see. Who else do I want to tag? Oh, there's Charlie. Charlie Crist actually, I guess he looks kind of bad, but he didn't actually do it. So, I mean, that's not like the worst thing. You know what I mean? Like, I want to tag him too. He doesn't have a Twitter? What do you mean he doesn't have a Twitter? He definitely has a Twitter. I spelled his name wrong. No. Charlie Crist. He definitely has a Twitter. It's just his name. All right. That was a rush. Wow. That's wild. Now, did anyone actually find the federal contract for the transcription service? I know someone found it, but we didn't exactly get the links. Let me just save all this. All right. I couldn't get the link to open, so give me 1 second. What was the name of the company that did? Oh, and then I found a TUI letter about Ghislaine Maxwell that her lawyers wrote. What was the name of this company? Casting Words. That's right. Casting Words. Federal contracts. All right. Where do we go? All right. U.S. government contract. No, let me see. All right, here we go. No, I'm going. No, I want to search. I want to search, please. Got anything for me? No? Nothing? Oh, you did. It says there's a result. Somebody found one earlier. Hello, I am LS. You have a great night. Yeah, we proved that President Obama was talking to Epstein. That's kind of scary. You know what I'm saying? All right. So did I upload the actual video? I think it's uploading. Yeah, it's uploading. All right, it's done. All right. LS, it was great to see you. Oh, thank you for that, Spacey. Let's see if this one opens. Oh, it worked! Yay! Yay! No, but this was by the U.S. Geological Survey. However, that might allow me to... No, is that the only one? They might... This one... No, Stay with me. Obviously, it's in the Epstein files, so... I would like to find... I mean, they've gotten a federal contract, which is good enough, but that was from the U.S. Geological Survey. Yeah, I'm starting to think that they just outsourced to this firm. All right. I mean, it's clearly a transcript of Epstein talking. There's a source file. It's linked of the conversation. And Epstein was brazen enough to admit that. That might actually take him down, bring down Obama. Further, I'm going to drop the link earlier up. People want the link, like, much earlier. Alright. And then I want the page about Obama. I'd like to make it easy for people. Obama discussion starts page 22 of 30. I think it was 22 of 34, actually. Yeah. Okay. That was good. That was a big one. I love America. You know what I'm saying? And then also, sometimes what I like to do is, I want to make sure that lead is above the fold. So then I open up a new post, and I post just the lead, and I want it to have a little room. I could make it longer, though. And Obama told the sex offender, okay. All right. I like it. I like it. And we'll reduce that. There we go. One siren, but this. I like this better. All right. You want to see that? I mean, that's a pretty big deal. President Obama's in some trouble. I'm going to actually quote it. I'm in such a zone that the weight of this, said Epstein. Obama talked to him on that day. No! It's more than this. I got to reframe this. We're told the sex offender. Oh, hold on. That Obama would have given him a federal pardon, but that wasn't needed. All right. Recorded chat. Nice, perfect, nailed it. Word perfect. Character perfect. Trying to get a pardon, so Obama cannot pardon me even though he says, because I didn't commit a federal crime, said Epstein, who at that point had only pled guilty to state charges in 2008 for solicitation of a child for sex. And then, hold on, and then, oh, this is so bad, he's done. That people have wanted to get Obama for a while from the Republican Party. He's not going to make it through this, like, juridically. They're going to haul him before Congress because of this. Epstein went on to say during the recorded discussion regarding his, it's so horrible. This is just today, which has been part of the whole thing. If I want to get a pardon, it has to be done by the governor of the state. All right, because I pled guilty. This is huge. This is a big deal. I gotta do this right. Oh, I feel bad. But he did it. I mean, he said it. this is brutal. Obama and they were all on the same team. This is just horrifying. I can't believe what I've just read. I want to cite for the thing about women having less brains. That was just such a horrifying remark. It's page 7. And then brain to body size. You have to be somewhat methodical. I'm getting tired. This was a hard one. Alright, that's page 6. Can you tell I was trained formally? I write like such an academic. I'd like some consistency though, but I can't. I guess I could do this. Messes with my grammar though. And I don't need a cite there. Do I need a cite there? Yeah, I guess I do need a cite there. But I know where it is. It's page 22. And let me just go using my same formatting. Page 22. Page 22. And I think even this was on page 22. The vaginal vault thing, that was horrifying. It's kind of hiding in there too. Yeah, I want the Julie Brown thing though. Hold on. I want the Julie K. Brown quote because I was so offended by that. Sorry, I have to be very precise with this. For two very smart people, both Epstein and Richard made a drastic error regarding whether the reporting by Julie Brown would indeed render Epstein's charges and the floodgates of information about his conspirators and victims and survivors. Dead. Alright, so let's see. Did I also talk about like the weird other stuff? Alright, so I am offended. I'm putting that in the article. Further in the show, okay. The two men also discuss modifying viruses to make them more able to replicate and survive within human hosts, and they talk about Katie Couric being horrified at the prospect of Prince Andrew and Epstein cloning themselves. That is not how you spell Katie Couric. How do you spell Katie Couric? I don't know. I'm going to tag her too, just for the fuck of it. Katie Couric? Twitter? Does she even have a Twitter? Katie Couric. Is that her? That's her, Katie Couric. I mean, you're a little weird, huh? Alright, let me get that Katie Couric link. Anytime you hear Katie Couric mentioned in an Epstein file, that's hilarious. Oh god, it actually makes her look decent. I mean, she still should have, like, told people. Couric apparently never thought it important to report this information to the public. And, well, I guess we don't have to include that. But it's true, she never reported it. Alright, let me edit this. And then what page of the transcript was that on? Let's be professional little towels. It was on page 8 or 7? 7. I'm nothing if not consistent. You know what I'm saying? I have a style. I have a format. I'm a little towel. Alright, is it ready? I think it's ready. I'm ready. Ready? It's big news. Big towel news. 3. Let's see. One final review.
I am offended. Let's do it. 3, 2, 1. Kurik. Yeah, not Kirk. Kurik. All right. That was a big moment. You can go ahead over to X if you want. That would be great. Who called who abroad? Oh. I was like, I don't know. Did they say that? All right. That was rough. What do you want to read next? I was not expecting that. We just, oh, we never stopped streaming. That's right. Wow. Listen, I was not expecting that. I think I need to decompress for a second. What do you think of my workflow? Isn't it interesting to watch me work? I just kind of like, I have a style, a methodology, if you will. Writing that one took a lot out of me. I've been firing on all cylinders recently. It's a lot. It's a lot. This is more, their plan was to drop this all and then hope that no newsrooms would do it, and then the public wouldn't be able to understand or process all this. Well, that was a little bit. It was also mostly to like target the Dems. But like, yeah, I can process all this. Mary, I'm so sorry. I did not respond, but I did read it. Okay? And I, processing, thinking. But yes, I didn't actually respond, but I did read it. I did read it. Yeah, I do have a very specific style of working. Like, I like to read the whole thing. I don't rush. Like, there's no point in just, like, finding something huge and then just rushing. It's better to just read it, understand it. You have to know what you're reading and what it is and why they were doing it. And then I believed it was real, okay, because of how they were talking. And then I really believed it was real because they were like dicks to each other. They were like, they were like verbally playing chess. Like, I got you now. No, you must use this definition. They were like playing Wittgenstein's word games where like you like define your your supposition and your terms, and like you kind of like joust, like you logically joust. Like you can't use fallacies. You have to like argue. They're like very good at formal logic. Have you ever done formal logic? It's like words. It's like applying a formulaic approach to conversation. Like if you had to follow like A equals B, B equals C, so A equals C. If you had to do that for like every sentence all the time, and you're not allowed to mess around. Like if you want to make a logical argument that relies on a definition of a term that's like anthropomorphized or contextual or precising or stipulative or like anything other than a lexical definition, you have to define your term in the context of the argument, and then both parties and like the observer, who I guess is one of their like proteges, you're meant to like pick up on the fact that that definition for that part of the logical argument is that term as that definition. And like you, like they even say to each other, they're like sparring rhetorically, like we can't go down like a reducto ad absurdum here where we're defining terms recursively. That is not productive. They're like very, very like concerned about their time. Like if they're talking, it's fun. They're flexing a little bit, but like every sentence that they're saying is like it's valuable to a fault. Like they literally do it to the extent where like if you say something extraneous, the other guy in the conversation will just stop and be like, "You're a moron."
Like, why are you wasting my fucking time with that shit? Why are you even talking to me right now? It's so high level, it's almost incredible. Like, literally, it's like Jeffrey Epstein comes across as like a supervillain. He wasn't some low-level criminal, bro. No, I kind of understand what they were talking about. He was a fucking... They're both geniuses. And the professor is like talking to Professor Moriarty. It really does give off like Professor Moriarty vibes. Like, he's so fucking smart. And he's so evil. Like, he knows he's addicted to kids and he keeps abusing them. And then he's like, fuck it, all these people are cattle. Like, women are only valuable during their reproductive cycle and they're dumb. So who cares? Like, who gives a shit? Excuse me, what? I mean, no wonder the world was so fucked up. This was the dude who was going around to all these fucking, like, scientists and being like, yeah, like, you know, fuck those cattle. Like, they suck. And it's not even a religious thing. They literally looked at, like, most humans as, like, kind of like animals. Literally. Like, they were mocking us with Animal Farm. They literally thought of us as, like, wasteful, like, sacks of like human flesh that weren't capable of thinking the way they think. So therefore, like, our primary purpose was like reproduction. So if we were going to be reproducing, like, they may as well genetically like breed us to be a certain way. And then those of us who like were not aligned with what they were doing, they were just going to take us all out with a virus. They didn't get there. I think they tried with COVID. But their plan, clearly, they were talking about it, was to design a virus that would kill... They were going to induce they were going to wipe out humanity and then, like, build their bunkers and live. And then they were going to come back, like, to the Earth and just start again with everything still here. They were going to speed up an extinction level event. They were going to induce it. They were going to practice until they got a virus that was capable of like slaughtering the entire population. And then they were going to just rebuild. They were literally talking about it. And then they were talking about cloning and like at what point in your life cycle, like after, like, men can produce for longer than women, like reproduce. So they were talking like at what point in your life cycle when you no longer can produce, like, are you worthless? Like, so should they stop like trying to clone you and fix you? Like, at what point? Do you know how horrifying that is? Yeah, the Georgia Guidestones comes to mind. They said, the Georgia Guidestones said that, like, they're aiming for a population under 500,000, stuff like that. Somebody destroyed that shit at some point, apparently. But that's not really the point. I think that was just a hint. Like, what they were really doing is they just, like, they looked at us as, like farm animals. And they really don't like women or black people. Like, they really, really don't like them. Like, it's open. Like, they're really open about it. They're just like, it's so distasteful. Like little black boys. Oh my God. Like, like, can you, like, Epstein was clearly, like, implying, there's not enough there to confirm it, but he was clearly implying that there was, you know, like, he didn't like that the Mr. Frick used black boys to be his servants because they should have been little white boys because those are better to abuse. You don't abuse a black boy. Like, it's that open. Like, and Epstein was using the N-word, and then they openly talk. They don't just say, they have this, like, adapted version of phrenology where they argue that, like, the ratio of brain to body size based on the size of the pelvic floor is an indicia that women have 10% less intelligence than men, which explains a lot of the, like, misogyny by this group of men. They literally believe that the science, like, indicates women are less intelligent than men. Apparently it has to do with, like, the pelvic floor, which is even weirder. I mean, it's very, like, open and unapologetic in its, like, hierarchical eugenicist perspective. It's, like, unapologetically eugenist. Like, it's like somebody was right. Like, when they were talking about, like, eugenics, it never went away. It just got really quiet, and then they did it on like a societal level. And by the way, did anyone notice that like smells started changing like 20 years ago, like all this stuff? I think they've kind of figured out that like olfactory responses and also like noises like bells and stuff, like all of this stuff like conditions the mind to be like certain ways. And they were literally talking about like manipulating on a mass level. Like if you kind of hear what they're talking about, they were saying like, what's the point of developing like olfactory, like hijacking of individualized nervous systems? Like, what's the point? There's so many millions of people. If we're going to do this, we want a way for it to be like completely effective across populations. Like, how can we hijack someone's like the entire population's like DNA structure by virtue of smells and sounds? That was their idea. And if you think about like mass trauma, conditioning, like it's wild to just hear them say it. A lot of people, I think, put this together intuitively in parts, but to actually hear them talk about it and then hear them like casually go to like a conversation about the sports authority. I mean, it's so raw and real. Like, I mean, it's just like clearly they had a tape recorder. They just were like, yeah, let's record some of our shit like Nixon style. And they did it, and then they left it on, like, between conversations, like a child came in at a certain point, just like, it blows your mind. No, I think they were connecting it. I might have totally misunderstood it, but what they were doing is, I think implicitly they were saying if you were going to breed a new form of woman or clone or whatever, you would shrink the size of the like pelvic floor or something. Maybe I missed it, but it was saying the context of the 10% smaller brain was it in the wider like arena of them saying you can tell something about the intelligence of a like someone within a species based on the ratio of the brain to body. And they were saying that in women, because of the size of the pelvic floor, they have like a stranger brain to body ratio. That was basically the argument. It was very convoluted, but they were going back and forth about like the ideal like way to create a body. That was the implicit connotation, that they were talking about like cloning, or if you were designing a woman's form to have a different style brain to body ratio, what would you do? And then the guy jumps in with like, oh, well, it's the size of the pelvic floor. And I think they were saying the consequence of the shrinking the pelvic floor is they couldn't do a natural birth, so you'd have to do C-sections. The pelvic floor in women is probably the size that it is for birth. So they were saying if you shrink that, in order to whatever they think it's going to do, like alter the like ratio of the brain to body, therefore enlarging women's brains, then they would have to use C-sections. If that's what they're saying. Mind you, I don't understand why the hell they're just gallivanting about that. Like, it's a very odd use of their time, but at the same time, if their larger discussion is about like killing off people with viruses and stuff like that, I mean, okay, that actually kind of makes sense. They're thinking about like manipulating natural selection. It makes me think what they're saying is they were trying to breed like a superior form of like human. It sounds like not necessarily because they wanted those people to work, like be with them. They just didn't want to deal with like all of us. I think they kind of see us as like a burden, which is kind of weird. Like, who the fuck are we a burden on? We're not really doing much. The way they think is so shocking. It's both shocking and not shocking at the same time. It's kind of like, the best way I can describe it is if you were in an ivory tower your whole life
and you never interacted with the polity at all, ever. And you just like thought the people, like, okay, let me give you an example. I have heard rumors that at 1123 Mass Ave specifically, we can take a look. I'll show you. I've only heard rumors of this. I've never actually been. Frankly, I don't want to go. I would turn them down. Like, it's not my thing. All right. So let me just show you this. 1123 Mass Ave, Cambridge. So I've heard rumors of stuff like this. I think this is, what's this one? This is, it's not DKE. It's this. This is the oldest one. This might be Porcellian. Where's 1123? Hold on. Where is it? No, that's 1120. Where's 1123? Where is it? I know it's here. It hides very well. Hold on. That's not it. I said 1123 Massachusetts Avenue. Where is it? It's a little row house. Hold on, I'll find it. Felt like it was on the other side of Massachusetts Avenue, though. Like it was a brick row house. I remember it. Did they redesign it? Hold on a second. It's supposed to be near Harvard Square. No, this is not the right one. It's supposed to be over here. Hold on a second. Cambridge, the Harvard Square. Now, I'm going to show this to you because it's just odd. Like I know where it is. Okay. It's just this odd little. No, this is not it either. Why is this thing? Oh, I wonder if that's it actually. No, that's not it. All right, so it's 1123 Mass Ave, but it's on the other side of Harvard Square, and I don't want to go deal with it right now. I might like have the address wrong. Hold on. Porcellian Club, Harvard, 1123 Mass Ave. It's 1324 Mass Ave. I thought it was 1123. It's 1324. I was like, why? That doesn't look like it. It's this. Maybe you're wondering, how do you know this shit, Grant? Well, all right, I'm a towel. Let me show you. Okay. This is when I kind of figured this stuff out. Okay. 1123. Where is it? Is it this one? Yeah, it's this one. Okay. 1123, right? 1324, sorry. All right, let me show you. Okay, so have you ever been here? Have you ever walked in Harvard Square? You can see that's the T station. Okay, that's where the pit used to be. And then that's where the Aubon Pond was. Now it's a Bon Mee. Okay. This is the entrance to Harvard Gate, I would guess, right? Yeah, that's like one of the main entrances, okay? Do you know what this is? That is Porcellian. See the little pig's head? See over here? Back in the day, one of the students hung a pig out one of these windows in like 1634. So then they made Porcellian, which is a finals club. Now you might say to yourself, why are you telling me about this? Well, okay, that's Porcellian. Okay, that's just it. I think they also own this shit. So basically what I understand is that it looks like it's just this, but it's not. Porcellian is this. You see this facade? It's actually this whole thing, and they just rent out this shop for income. So the club is like right here. I think you can maybe see it. It's actually really bad for you to be able to see in, but I'll see if we can. Yeah, see, like they even have that blacked out. But like this window's open, okay? And I'll tell you why it's open in a second. Now, you're never going to see people standing in those windows and looking out, etc. But that's Porcellian, okay? Now, the rule with Porcellian, okay? See, there's a window open up there, and there's this window open, but you can't really see in. That's the sitting room, okay? Now, if you're not a member, you can only go right here, which is called the bicycle room. So when you enter this door, there's like... I've never been in there, but I know what it's like. There's like a space for the members to store their bicycles if they ride them. They don't really do it anymore, but it was a thing. So you ever see anyone going in here, they're very powerful. When you go up here, this is the sitting room. So there's like a bunch of like big fancy chairs, and then there's a mirror on this wall. Now, the reason I'm telling this story is I knew this stuff was like real because the rules of this club are you can't look out the window because you're not allowed to rest your eyes on commoners. You have to sit in a chair, look at the mirror, and the mirror looks out the window. And then up here, this is where they hold their functions, like their dances and their like clubs, like this floor at the top. Okay, that's porcelain. Yeah, women cannot be members. They can be guests, but they're treated like sexual objects. Like I had some friends. I had a friend who had a friend who went to Harvard. Like we all went to area colleges. And one night she went, they took her, they shouldn't have, because she wasn't a Harvard student. They took her to the finals clubs, and she told me exactly like what happened. So, but finals clubs are like child's play compared to the folks we're dealing with right now. Like finals clubs are like where you go, like when you're on the way up to where Epstein and those people got, like Clinton, Obama. Let me see if I can actually find you some pictures from inside Porcellian. I think they allowed the Gazette to go in once. Porcellian Club, Harvard. It's very hard to find them. I mean, they do exist, but like, you're really not supposed to like see inside it. I think there was like an article back in the day. Yeah, so there's this. So this is what it's like. Like it's not like this is what it's like. Or what it was like back in the day. Okay? Like that's if you walked in the door, that's the bike room. That's the only place non-members can go. So like see the thing on the wall, the moose head in the middle of Cambridge. It's like very old school, like very intimidating. Let me see if I can find you anything else inside it. It's very rare to actually like get inside it. Let's see. It's like a private like company almost. Let me see if I can find you like an actual book about it. There's some like books that have been written about it, like some articles in the Crimson. Like it kind of like gives you like a little bit of like what it's like. Let me see. Harvard Crimson. All right, let's see. 1966. Here we go. By Philip Ardrey. All right, you want to know how good I am? Like, I just run this stuff down. All right, let's listen to this article, and then I'll think about going to bed. This is the world that these people kind of live in.
Colleges' final clubs enjoy secluded life in a world that pays little attention to them. They have lost their role as the university's social centers. By Philip Ardrey. June 16, 1966. Room, boys. Room, boys. The light of the room. And it's why shouldn't every man enjoy the room? Chorus of the Porcellian Club song. When a newly initiated member of the Porcellian Club complained last year that sitting in a leather chair and singing praises to the walls was not the stimulating experience he had expected from club life, Theodore Roosevelt IV. 65 let him in on a bit of Porcellian philosophy. We may be passive, Roosevelt said, but we're aggressively passive. While other undergraduate organizations produce plays or publish journals, the members of Harvard's 11 final clubs devote their energies to maintaining a refuge from such endeavors. For the more conscientious members of the more conscientious members of the more prestigious clubs, it can turn into a full-time occupation. Harvard's final clubs exist to provide secluded comfort for their selected few while the world passes by on the other side of the locked doors. It's a step aside from the university, said Kinnaird Howland, 66-3, president of the Delphic Club. When I finish my work, it's the place I can go to put my feet up. The clubs strive to provide their members with the sensation of a man suspended halfway down in his swimming pool, breathing through and squilling, a sort of nullo euphoria. The club that is most successful in denying the existence of a world outside is the Porcellian. Founded in 1789, the Porcellian is by far the oldest, the most exclusive, and the most secretive of the final clubs. Women are never allowed inside its doors. Distinguished guests of Porcellian members may visit, but only once. The club turned down President Eisenhower's request for a second look. The members of the Porcellian thrive on a substitute world of their own. Pictures of famous graduates adorn their walls. Oliver Wendell Holmes is prominently displayed. The rooms are furnished with gifts from former members, and each new sophomore class must memorize which graduate donated which table or chair. While inside the club, located above J. August, the members address each other as brother, this and brother, that, and refrain religiously from discussing politics. They are instructed to look outside only through a mirror above the J. August sign, placed in such a way that a club member may view the pedestrian life en masse. Live without rising from his over-suffered seat. The pig, the Porcellian symbol, is the dominant feature of the club's reagent decor. There are wild boars' wreaths on the walls. There are sculpted pigs and pictures of pigs. The library contains a whole series of looks on pigs, including one edition of the Three Little Pigs. It's this tradition and atmosphere that the other clubs envy. The PC could take in wonks from now till doomsday and they'd still be number one, said John Potter, 66, a member of the Phoenix SK Club. A member of another club confided, "No one will say it in the open, but every damn one of us would rather be in the poor." The Porcellian is reputed to hold the most elegant punches, the weekend outings to which would-be members are invited for inspection. With more local graduates to choose from, the Porcellian is partial to old Boston families. The club can always find a wealthy alumnus who will lend his palatial residence and spacious lawns to the club for a raucous afternoon of football and drinking. Usually carried on simultaneously. Skeet shooting, bowls, or other forms of leisurely recreation are sometimes provided for the less energetic. Following each punch, the members meet at the club to rate each punchie. A punchie's rating determines whether he will be invited to the next outing. At the Porcellian's final dinner, the last function of the punching season for all the clubs, each prospective member is required to tell one dirty joke, and his success in amusing the members often determines his fate at election time. New members are elected in December and initiated in February, when they are filled full of alcohol, led blindfolded through the Porcellian clubhouse, and finally unveiled before a large assemblage of exultant graduate members. Opinions differ on the value of the final clubs. Robert B. Watson, 37, Dean of Students and a graduate member of the AD Club, feels that the clubs are in phase with the college. Until the house system went into effect, in the early 1930s, the social centers of the college were in the clubs, he said. Since that time, the role of the clubs has greatly diminished, but as the college changes, the clubs change. More intellectual. The clubs are a little more intellectually and culturally oriented than they were in my day, Watson added. And some of them are branching out. They're taking high school boys and boys from other parts of the country. Watson feels that the club's ability to contribute something worthwhile to an undergraduate's experience at Harvard is proven by the facility with which the clubs attract new members. The clubs can't just bury their heads in the sand and let the college go by. If they do this, who wants to belong? Gennard Howland agrees with Watson. A social club in the university today has its limits of usefulness unless there is some sort of contact with the outside. I hope that there will be a lot more of this, particularly with the faculty, in the Delphic Club next year. Right now Howland considers the punching season the most valuable experience the clubs have to offer. The punching season is an amazing experience as far as your conversational ability is concerned. It offers an opportunity to communicate with all sorts of people. But Howland feels that a member can be too enthusiastic about his club. As soon as a club becomes primary, I think it's bad. If you look at it with any sort of perspective, it immediately assumes a secondary role. A curiosity of the final club system is that the more prestigious the club, the more it isolates the individual member from the rest of Harvard. A student elected to the Porcellian Club, and therefore presumably among the most popular of his class, will devote more of his time and energy exclusively to his club than will a member of a club that is not so highly regarded. Peter Bergay, 67, who was initiated into the Porcellian Club last year and became disaffected shortly thereafter, said that, for most people in the Porcellian, membership is their number one achievement at Harvard. The importance that Porcellian members place on their club experience makes them more reluctant to share it with anyone on the outside. According to Bergay, some members of the Porcellian class of 66 introduced a proposal earlier this year to invite faculty members to the club once a month, but the rest of the club voted it down. Howland is likely to have less trouble pushing his resolution through next fall, because Delphic members do not consider the confines of their clubhouse so sacrosanct. Bergay feels that the same qualities that have embellished the reputation of the Porcellian Club have greatly diminished its ability to be of service to its members. The restrictions placed on discussions within the club make conversation meaningless, he said. If you start to talk about issues, somebody says, go home and do that. The club is for friendship. For Porcellian members, comradeship and intellectual relationships must be two different things. The distinction has been institutionalized to protect the club ideal of egalitarianism, Berge feels. Intellection is banned because anything that tends to mark out one member from another creates hierarchies. Using your head can pull you one step above the next person. The guy they like is the one who can talk on any subject the other person brings up. The high club distinction between intellectual and social companions extends beyond the realm of male friendship. Many members of the most highly regarded clubs, the Porcellian, the AD, the Fly, the Delphic, and the Spee, make similar distinctions among their female associates. A large proportion find their girl friends at Bradford, Briarcliff, and other out-of-the-way places that abound in young ladies from good families. Club members often have two girls, one they love and one they lost for, and whoring is still practiced by members of many clubs. There's a woman you have a sexual attraction for and another you don't think of that way, Berge said. But she speaks well, is pretty, and plays the harpsichord. Berge feels that this sort of segregated existence is out of step with the times, and he puts partial blame for its perpetuation on the aristocratic traditions of the clubs. If you're an active member of the Porcellian, you can't be living in the 1960s. When you're inside that place, you realize it's something straight out of Fitzgerald. Lack of commitment. The steep tradition of the Porcellian hurts its members academically too, Berge feels. There's a fetish about a lack of commitment. To care too much about something is square. Big as it is, there's not one room in the place set aside for studying. This is part of a confusion between complacency and maturity. Berge thinks that the constant reminders of distinguished alumni are a detrimental influence. There are enough pictures in the place to make it clear that graduates of the Porcellian are famous, but the average member turns this around and figures that it was the Porcellian that made these people famous. They don't figure that when the old guys were at Harvard, they didn't spend their time around the club staring at pictures. Those who contend that the clubs are a good thing for members have a more difficult time arguing that they perform a valuable service to the university. The club's exclusionist philosophy would seem to be out of step with the university's democratic ideals. Dean Watson answers that only about 0.5% of the people not in clubs are terribly unhappy about it. It is no doubt true that non-members are far more content than the undergraduate, who wants to get into the Porcellian club but is forced to settle for a club farther down the ladder. Prejudice. Racial prejudice and anti-Semitism are still vital factors in the selection of club members. The Porcellian club is reputed never to have admitted a Jewish student, and the story is told that the only Jew ever to enter the Delphic club did so under an assumed name. Judging from my experience, I would say that there is no doubt that the Porcellian club, as an institution, is anti-Semitic, Berge said. Many of the individual members may not be, but the club definitely is. The Spee Club broke tradition this year by electing a Negro, the first ever to join a Harvard final club. But it would be a mistake to assume that this step indicates a change in the attitudes of most club members. William Coleman III, 65-4, president of the Delphic Club at the time of the election, expressed the majority view in a statement to the Crimson. I don't want to say that this is a precedent that all the clubs at Harvard should follow, or that the Delphic Club is definitely going to take in a Negro or a Chinese or whatever, Coleman said. Club members are often willing to acknowledge that racial and religious prejudices exist, but most excuse it because that's the way the world is. Few worry that Harvard will use this or any other excuse to end or drastically change the club system. Club alumni, a remarkably loyal group, are among the biggest contributors to Harvard, and this is the club's ace in the hole. A university circular in the early 50s dared to state that clubs were not influential in undergraduate life, and the report brought scores of angry letters from outraged alumni. The error has not been repeated. While inside the club, located above J. August, the members address each other as brother, this and brother, that, and refrain religiously from discussing politics. They are instructed to look outside only through a mirror above the J. August sign, placed in such a way that a...
So that was just a transcription error. All right, so I think you get the point. It's like there's something about the old world aristocracy that they brought over to America that led to, like, that's how the orbit Jeffrey Epstein moved in. Like, he understood what that was all about. Like, what this article doesn't talk about, as much as it makes it look like it's talking about the behind the scenes, it doesn't really talk about, like, the unspoken, which is like they were very wealthy, and like the complacency was because they didn't have to work. Like, they just got like fed into a like system where they were going to be guaranteed a soft landing. Like, if you didn't have $1 million by 30, a club member would give you it, like an alumni, to make sure you could go invest and keep it up. Like, that's where the complacency came from. I'm just shocked, like, that they were even able to like get people to be interviewed in the 60s. You can tell, like, what happened was this aristocracy in America, it was nouveau riche. It went back to the 1700s because of the British aristocracy, but like we kept like this democratic ethos, so anyone could just like make enough money where you could weasel your way in, and it became this like very like
They didn't know the rules. Like, they didn't know how to do a Breckenridge dinner right. They didn't know how. They didn't go back like 700 years. They didn't understand what an aristocracy was. So they just flexed and caused like the Fitzgerald era. He's alluding to the Great Gatsby, which is true. I mean, they went way overboard. They just didn't give a shit about anybody else. And that's the problem. Like, it led to this Epstein, like the age of technology plus this aristocratic mentality clashed and created evil. Like, an evil on a level you don't, like, I don't even think most people understand. Like, it got really bad really quick. Yeah, the good old boys network on steroids, I think we'll call it. All right, so God bless all of you. That was a great day. I'm tired. Ernie Birdie, great to see you. Spacey 118 Mary P. We already did our closing. I don't know if you've ever, we've never had this before. I did a closing like 6 hours ago, and then the absolutely wonderful Towel Friend. Hold on, I'm going to find them. They're here. They are YouTube Andy YYYX came through with a document that was very helpful. Now, where are we going to pick up tomorrow? We are going to pick up right here, which is on result 111 to 20 of 213 regarding the name McMahon. We can just do it now. I don't really care. I'm still kind of awake, I guess. What's it matter? The girls didn't get a break. The boys didn't get a break. The survivors didn't get a break. So I can keep going. You know, I get a lot of energy and charge from the fact that these people were hurt so bad and didn't get a chance to say no. So I found this very interesting TUI letter that was sent to Maxwell's counsel, Jeffrey S. Pagliuca. And then what else? Not Jeff, Ghislaine Maxwell. What else did I find? Oh, yeah, the colloquy between the judge about the July 2019 incident, July 23rd, 2019 incident about Epstein. All right, what's this? Oh, yeah, that was the law firm that was like trying to tell the U.S. Attorney's Office not to send stuff. Oh, yeah, and then Epstein hired Johnsons to send letters to people who called him a pedophile. That was, what, in 2011? This was like a daily news brief that mentioned Epstein. What else do we have here? Oh, yeah, and then this was like this big panel that Epstein and Boris Nikolic, and he said it's not for sending out, just for your info. Oh, okay, then I'm definitely going to publish this shit. Screw you, Boris Nikolic. I don't even know who you are. And if you know who I am, don't ask questions. I'm a towel. Forcing the entire American government to wrap me in the flag and protect me so the aristocracy can't get me. All right. Let's see. All right. In 2019, I'm so glad that it has all the names of the companies. I don't even have to do any work. All right. Let's take a screenshot. How do we get it all in one? What if we do this? Zoom out, zoom out, zoom out, zoom out. Okay, now can we get it all in one? Wonderful. All right. This is FTA 027080008. All right, there you go. If you want to follow along, let's do a write-up about this. We could do a video, I guess. I'm a little towel. No, I don't want to do a video. Just a screenshot. Okay, let's write it up. This has been such an interesting series of days and developments. All right, let's do a post. I'm a tab. New. Okay. This is interesting. Let's see. It was in 2011, right? I think it was. Give me a second. Give me a second. In 2013, hold on. In 2013, while Jeffrey Epstein was a registered sex offender, he was invited to attend the following meeting, which was not made public.
The attendees were, all right. Like, the fact that he was a registered sex offender and they were all just like, nah, it's cool. He was made aware. I think made aware is the most, like, he's saying it's just for his info. So I think they were just, like, trying to give him info, which is even scarier. Boris Nikolic. Alright, that name freaks me out. Alright. 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 Let me get rid of that. Alright. I mean, I don't know, like, I think a lot of you Europeans are probably going to be mad about this. I'd be mad about it. I knew that was GlaxoSmithKline without even having to look it up. Wow, you have to have, like, an encyclopedic memory to be able to process all this. They must have been so worried there was going to be some dude out there with an encyclopedic memory who was going to be able to process all this. Oh, that's right. They definitely were. Sorry about that. Alright, got that done. Alright, make sure everybody's name's right. 1 second. Alright. Jamie Dimon. Jamie Cooper Hahn. Okay, well. Oh my goodness. Canada! Canada! What have you done? What have you done, Canada? Your Minister of International Development's a bad man, apparently. He's hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein's people. Damn it, Canada. How dare you, Canada? Oh, it's getting windy, folks. It's about to get really chilly. I can hear the... Oh, goodness. You ever get one of those winds that come in, like, all at once? Like, you hear the wind whipping, and then it just chills your bones? Oh, my goodness. Folks, the temperature must be dropping rapidly in Massachusetts. I've never experienced that phenomena. I was just sitting here. I hear this, like, whoosh sound coming through, like, my windows are closed, but I have, like, curtains, so you can there's a little bit of air that gets in. And all of a sudden, just this loud, like, whoosh. And then instantly, my room felt like an icebox. Like that I'm in my office. My word. It must be dropping to, like, negative degrees if that just happened. That was wild. All right. It's cold. It's going to get really cold. Like, cold to a level that I'm not sure that I'm comfortable with. All right. So there we go. There's that. All right, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. Oh yeah, it's about to get so cold that I'm actually worried for people. Definitely, like, give your doggos and cats, like, extra blankets. They're gonna need them. All right, what else is going on? All right, let's wrap up. I think that was good. I already did my outro today, so second outro. Tal loves you all. Thank you so much for being with me. Well, all right, we can do a little more. 5 minutes. Let me see. Anything? I know. 2 false endings, right? We're doing McMahon searches. Pretty much to the end. I'll just finish the McMahon searches. What's this? What's the Specialist Protective Command? This is Australian. Oh, I knew it was Australian. I've learned what Australian intelligence documents look like. Goddamn koala. Look what you've done, koala. You made me learn I can identify an Australian intelligence document just based on the fact that they use that weird font at the top with the red lettering. Damn Australians. At least the Canadians aren't the Australians. All right, so let's see. Who was targeted over a 27-year period? Okay. All right. Why was this taken so seriously? Oh. Sexual targeting by police officers? Wait, they were doing this in Australia? All right, I'm listening to this whole thing. Damn Australians. First of all, what is the Specialist Protective Command? I mean, let me just make sure this is in Australia. All right? Because I'm just interested in the damn Australians. Damn koala. I knew it. You damn koala. Yeah, it's the Australian Federal Police. All right, koala, let's listen to this. This is for you, koala. Damn koala. Damn Australians. Damn it. I knew it. Damn Australians. How dare you? Goddamn Australians.
Confidential Fiona Drennan Commissioner Specialist Protective Command specific targeting of an individual over a 27-year period. Jacqueline Pierce Government and police targeting by the use of technology 1993-2021 illegal surveillance privacy of victims own home organized crime. Motive: multiple intellectual property theft occurring in privacy of victim's own home over a 27-year period. First recorded event in 1993 and continuing until last recorded event in 2021. Multiple intellectual property theft occurring following handwritten business concepts and businesses, including government policies and council developments, not shared with a third party, including family members, not installed on a computer, handwritten in privacy of victim's own home 1993 to 2021. Government and police illegal surveillance, and including shared surveillance with organized crime syndicate business concepts and developments in the possession of. Sources: Australian Government, South Australian Government, American Government, Universities, Councils, Corporations, Businesses, Media and Marketing. Sources: Sweden Corporations. Sweden universities, medical industry refer to Stage 1 and Stage 4 specific targeting of an individual by the use of technology. Government and police targeting from location to location, and following relocation to other districts. How? 1993 to 2021, illegal government and police surveillance, and including shared illegal surveillance to organized crime syndicate involvement, privacy of victim's own home from location to location, including relocation. And including public locations resulting in multiple intellectual property theft, police and sexual targeting and illegal activity of fraudulent activity in every location, account, server and computer hardware over a 27-year period. EFTA 00267652. Illegal activity incurred by the victim, specific targeting of an individual by the use of government and police technology events, motive. Multiple intellectual property theft in government possession. Reporting of illegal activity contesting intellectual property theft. Source of business development funding. Identity theft. Personal photograph stored on a business computer. Toshiba laptop, purchased in 2009. Not shared with a third party. Stolen from victim's computer in the period 2009 to 2011. Victim obtained documentation in 2020 of a WhatsApp app profile created in the victim's identity and the use of the stolen photograph as the created profile using identity theft profile's picture. Screenshot sent from a friend who had received the message from my phone while using SMS messaging services. Victim has not present, or has not passed had a registration with a WhatsApp app system. Victim has registration with Viber app messaging system since 2018. Refer to documentation provided. Identity theft confirmed the 21st of May 2021. Services SA, Officer Leong. Refer to documentation report of recorded phone contact with Services SA, Officer Leong, phone number included, fraudulent activity 2007. 2021 money laundering of victims' accounts and servers as a result of excessive rise in utilities and telecommunication systems, denied BAS rebates and tax debts created in real estate, banking institutions, community government institutions.
Oh, this is really bad. And these people were like referring this out for further investigation. Where does Chris live? That Australian guy. And why did the Australian federal police take this so seriously? Okay, well, that was not what I was expecting while looking for McMahon. May not be copied or distributed. What may not be copied or distributed? Yeah, I'll give you the Australian link. If you're an Australian and you want to figure out what's going on, here's the Australian link. It's a federal, I looked it up. It is a Australian federal police investigation document. I don't really know why. What is this? Why am I not allowed to copy this? What is this? Huh. It's like for like building green buildings. It's like a schematic if I want to build a building. I don't want to build a building. Why do I need this? I mean, it's interesting. I don't know why. Why would I want to learn about all this? It's very useful. So what? Like, if I want to build a building, I just read this document? I've never wanted to do that before. Let me see. What am I going to need? All right. Let's see. Oh, so if I want to get building permits. Oh, this is very useful. You could be like a whole consultant just with this document. Oh, what's your question? I'll just go to the document. Oh, dear God. All right, that's not interesting. All right, we took a look at the Australian one. Took a look at that. What did you send in 2009, Jay McMahon? Oh! I've always wanted to read a pen registrar couple. Oh, everybody get ready. I'm so excited. You don't understand. You don't understand how excited I am right now. I've always wanted to read one of these. Oh, it's an actual pen registrar application. Oh, I'm so excited. You don't understand. I'm the most excited towel right now. Everybody get ready. Hold on. Pause.
Original United.
Pause. I want to jump down. I'm so excited.
6828 amended application for second warrant and order for cell phone location and pen register information. The United States of America, by its attorney, Audrey Strauss, acting United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York, R. Assistant United States Attorney, of Counsel. Respectfully requests that the court issue the accompanying proposed second warrant and order for prospective and historical location information and pen register information for a cell phone. As grounds for this amended application, the government relies on the following facts and authorities. Introduction 1. I am an Assistant United States Attorney in the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York. This amended application is submitted in conjunction with the accompanying amended affidavit of a law enforcement agent, amended agent affidavit, to be sworn before this court, and incorporated by reference herein. I make this amended application based on information and belief, including the amended agent affidavit, my review of other documents in the case, and information received from investigative personnel. 2. The investigating agency, target cell phone, subscriber, target subject, service provider, subject offenses, successor service provider, and successor cell phone referenced in this amended application are as specified in the amended agent affidavit. The 24th of July 2019 confidential Sony GM _0000558 EFT A00114642 EFT A01251062. 11. Legal authority A prospective location information 3. The government seeks to obtain both precision location information and cell site data for the target cell phone on a prospective basis. The prospective location information for a period of 45 days from the date of this order. The same period of time for which a warrant for a tracking device may be granted under Rule 41, X2, c. It bears noting, however, that while the prospective location information may permit tracking the user of the phone in the colloquial sense, this is not an application for a warrant for a tracking device as defined in Fed. R. Crim. P41, 2, E, and 18 U.S.C. Section 3117, B. Those provisions only apply where an agent is seeking to physically install a tracking device on a given object. Instead, the prospective location information will be obtained by requiring the service provider to provide the information. 4. The authority for this application is found in 18 U.S.C. Section 2703, CX1. Which authorizes a court of competent jurisdiction to require any electronic communication service provider, which includes a cellular telephone service providers, to disclose any record or other information pertaining to a subscriber other than the contents of communications when the government obtains, inter alia, a warrant under the applicable procedures of Rule 41. See 18 U.S.C. Section 2703, C1a. Because data concerning a subscriber's location, such as precision location information and cell site data, constitutes information pertaining to a subscriber that does not include the contents of communications, that data is among the types of information available. See 18 U.S.C. Section 2711, 1, incorporating by cross-reference statutory definitions set forth in 18 U.S.C. Section 2510. 18 U.S.C. Section 2510, 15, defining electronic communication service as any service which provides to users thereof the ability to send or receive wire or electronic communications. 2. Under Section 2703, C, IXA, point 2 further, as specified in 18 U.S.C. Section 2711, 3, this court is a court of competent jurisdiction under the Stored Communications Act because it has jurisdiction over the subject offenses. 5. The government's request for cell site data also implicates the pen register statute, because such data constitutes signaling information used by the service provider to route communications to and from the target cell phone. In order to collect such data, a valid pen register order is required. Accordingly, I hereby certify pursuant to 18 U.S.C. Section 3122 that such signaling information is relevant to an ongoing investigation being conducted by the investigating agency into suspected violations of the subject offenses by the target subject. B. Historical location information 6. The government also seeks historical cell site data for the target cell phone for the period from June 2020 to the present, the historical location information. Because such data, like prospective location information, constitutes information concerning a subscriber, the court is authorized to order the service provider to provide this data pursuant to a warrant 2C in reapplication 460 F sup. 2D 448, 459 to 60 and N. 55, SDNY. 2006, Kaplan, J. Cell phone location information falls within Section 2703, C1, Accord, e.g., United States vs. Caraballo, 963 F sup. 2D 341, 361, DVT. 2013, in reorder, 632 F sup. 2D 202, 207, EDNY 2008, in reapplication, 405 F sup. 2D 435, 444 to 45, SDNY 2005. But see in reapplication, 849 F sup. 2D 526, 574, DMD. 2011, rejecting view that cellular location data falls within the scope of the SCA and finding that phone must be treated as tracking device for purposes of Rule 41 where used to collect location data, HT reapplication. 2009 WL 159187 at asterisk 5 to 46, SDNY. Jan.13, 2009, McMahon, J. Same. 3C 18 U.S.C. Section 3121, prohibiting use of pen register or trap and trace device without an order under the pen register statute, 3127, 3, and 4, defining pen register and trap and trace device to include devices or processes that record, inter alia, signaling information. Although cell site data constitutes signaling information within the meaning of the Pen Register Statute, a separate statute precludes the government from relying solely on the authority provided by the Pen Register Statute to ascertain a subscriber's location. 47 U.S.C. Section 1002. Here, the government seeks to obtain such data pursuant to 18 U.S.C. Section 2703, c, as well as the Pen Register Statute, rather than solely under the latter statute. See in Reapplication 460 F sup. 2d at 456 to 59. Application under 18 U.S.C. Section 2703, c, under the applicable procedures of Rule 41. See 18 U.S.C. Section 2703, c, 1xa. I respectfully submit that the same probable cause supporting the government's request for a warrant to obtain the prospective location information requested above also supports the issuance of a warrant under Section 2703, c, for the requested historical location information. In addition, the government seeks toll records for the same period as the historical location information. Pursuant to 18 U.S.C. Section 2703, d, I respectfully submit that the amended agent affidavit offers specific and articulable facts showing that there are reasonable grounds to believe that the toll record information sought is relevant and material to an ongoing criminal investigation. See Pen Register Information 7. Finally, the government seeks an order pursuant to 18 U.S.C. Sections 312126 authorizing the use of a pen register on the target cell phone for a period of 45 days from the date of this order. Specifically, the government seeks an order directing the service provider to furnish any information, facilities, and technical assistance necessary to operate, unobtrusively and with minimum disruption of service, a pen register and trap and trace device to capture all dialing, routing, addressing, or signaling information associated with each call transmitted to or from the target cell phone, as specified further in the proposed second warrant and order. Pen register information. Point 44. The government is also not seeking authorization to obtain post-cut-through dialed digits, PCTDD, or digits that are dialed after a telephone call from the target cell phone has been connected. Pursuant to the attached order, if possible, the service provider will forward only pre-cut-through dialed digits to the investigating agency. However, if the service provider's technical capabilities require it to forward all dialed digits, including PCTDD, to the investigating agency, the investigating agency will only decode and forward to the agents assigned to the investigation the numbers that are dialed before the call is cut through. 8. I hereby certify pursuant to 18 U.S.C. Section 3122 that the pen register information is relevant to an ongoing investigation being conducted by the investigating agency into suspected violations of the subject offenses by the target subject. D. Sealing and non-disclosure order to service provider 9. When the government obtains records or information under Section 2703, c, it is not required to notify the subscriber or customer. 18 U.S.C. Section 2703, c. 3. Additionally, the government may obtain an order precluding the service provider from notifying the subscriber or any other third party of the warrant or order obtained, for such period as the court deems appropriate. Where there is reason to believe that such notification will result in endangering the life or physical safety of an individual, flight from prosecution, destruction of or tampering with evidence, or intimidation of potential witnesses, or will otherwise seriously jeopardize the investigation. 18 U.S.C. Section 2705, b. 10. Further, 18 U.S.C. Section 3123, d. provides that an order directing installation of a pen register or trap and trace device shall direct the pertinent service provider not to disclose the existence of the pen register or trap and trace device or the existence of the investigation to the listed subscriber, or to any other person unless or until otherwise ordered by the court. 11. Accordingly, as explained further in the amended agent affidavit, in light of the confidential nature of the continuing criminal investigation and the adverse consequences expected in the event of premature notification, the government respectfully requests that the court direct the service provider not to notify the subscriber or any other person of the second warrant and order sought herein for a period of 1 year, subject to extension upon application to the court, if necessary. 12. For similar reasons, I respectfully request that the proposed second warrant and order, this amended application, and the accompanying amended agent affidavit, be maintained under seal until the court orders otherwise, except that the government be permitted without further order of this court to serve this second warrant and order on the service provider. Provide copies of the second warrant and order or the supporting amended application and amended agent affidavit as need be to personnel assisting the government in the investigation and prosecution of this matter, and disclose these materials as necessary to comply with discovery and disclosure obligations in any prosecutions related to this matter. 3. Prior Request 13. As set forth in the amended agent affidavit, the government previously requested cell phone location and pen register information for the target cell phone in an application and agent affidavit submitted on or about June 29, 2020.5, also on or about June 29, 2020. United States Magistrate Judge Catherine H. Parker granted the application and signed a warrant and order for the requested information. On June 30, 2020, the government learned that the agent affidavit contained 2 inadvertent errors. Accordingly, the government is submitting this amended application and amended agent affidavit to correct those errors and to seek a second warrant and order. Because there were no errors in the application with respect to target cell phone 1, the government does seek a second warrant and order with respect to that phone. 14. Except as may be set forth above, no prior request for the relief requested herein has been made. Dated, New York, June 30, 2020. Assistant United States Attorney Telephone. Original United States District Court, Southern District of New York in re. Second warrant and order for prospective and historical location information and pen register information for the cell phone assigned call number 978-525-8484. USAO reference number 2,018,801,618 amended agent affidavit _Earthjag_6828 amended agent affidavit in support of second warrant and order for cell phone location and pen register information. State of New York. County of New York. Amanda Young, being duly sworn, deposes and states. I. Introduction 1. I have been a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, or investigating agency, since 2017. As such, I am a federal law enforcement officer within the meaning of Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure 41, 2XC, that is, a government agent engaged in enforcing the criminal laws and duly authorized by the Attorney General to request a search warrant. I am currently assigned to investigate violations of criminal law relating to the sexual exploitation of children as part of an FBI task force. I have gained expertise in this area through classroom training and daily work related to these types of investigations. As part of my responsibilities, I have been involved in the investigation of cases involving sex trafficking, enticement of minors, and transportation of minors for illegal sex acts, and have participated in the execution of search warrants involving electronic evidence. 2. Requested information. 1. Respectfully submit this affidavit pursuant to 18 U.S.C. Sections 2703, C, and C, 1A, and the applicable procedures of Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure 41, 2019.07.2455. 18 U.S.C. Sections 2703, D, and 2705, and 18 U.S.C. Sections 3121, 3126, in support of a second warrant and order for prospective location information, historical location information, toll records, and pen register information for the target cell phone identity. 3. Basis for knowledge. This affidavit is based upon my participation in the investigation, my examination of reports and records, and my conversations with other law enforcement agents and other individuals, as well as my training and experience. Because this affidavit is being submitted for the limited purpose of obtaining the requested information, it does not include all the facts that I have learned during the course of this investigation. Where the contents of documents and the actions, statements, and conversations of others are reported herein, they are reported in substance and in part, except where otherwise indicated. In addition, unless otherwise indicated, statements by others referenced in this affidavit were not necessarily made to me, but may have been provided to me by someone else to whom I have spoken or whose report I have read, and who in turn may have had either direct or indirect knowledge of the statement. Similarly, unless otherwise indicated, information in this affidavit resulting from surveillance does not necessarily set forth my personal observations, but may have been provided to me by other law enforcement agents who observed the events, and to whom I have spoken or whose report I have read. 4. Target cell phone, subscriber, target subject, and service provider. The target cell phone referenced in this affidavit is the cell phone assigned call number 978 to 525-8484. As further discussed below, the target cell phone is subscribed to in the name of G. Max, the subscriber. Elaine Maxwell is believed to use the target cell phone and is a target.
Got it. It's the Ghislaine Maxwell cell phone search warrant. Oh, yes. I'm all about it. Give me 1 second. Okay. Spill my water everywhere. I wanted a sip of water, completely missed. All right, here we go. It's the Ghislaine Maxwell cell phone search warrant affidavit. Oh, I'm excited for this. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, yes. I am all about it. You don't understand. I'm a little towel, and I have the Ghislaine Maxwell cell phone search warrant affidavit. Oh, yes. I don't know if I can recap the whole stream, but this is the Ghislaine Maxwell cell phone search warrant affidavit. Also, Jeffrey Epstein spoke directly to President Obama in 2013, and Obama told him he would have given him a pardon, but he didn't need one at that time. It's wild. You don't understand. And then also they think Epstein thought women were 10% less intelligent than men because of the size of their pelvic floor. I'm a little confused by that. It has to do with the brain-to-body ratio. I don't really get it. Okay, then. I have located the search warrant for Ghislaine Maxwell's cell phone, and it is a fascinating federal document. Read along and watch live. I'm a Tad. It's true. I'm a Tad. Alright. Is this part 5 or part 6? What part are we on? Part 5. We are on part 5. Alright, let's do it. Ghislaine Maxwell, cell phone search warrant affidavit. Do continue. Thank you, Mr. Screen Reader. My voice would be very tired.
Cell phone and is a target subject of this investigation. AT&T is the service provider for the target cell phone. 5. Precision location capability. Cell phone service providers have technical capabilities that allow them to collect at least two kinds of information about the locations of the cell phones to which they provide service. Precision location information, also known as E911 Phase 2 data, GPS data. Or latitude-longitude data, and B. Cell site data, also known as tower, face, or tower, sector, information. Precision location information provides relatively precise location information about a cell phone, which a provider can typically collect either via GPS tracking technology built into the phone or by triangulating the device's signal as received by the provider's nearby cell towers. Cell site data, by contrast, reflects only the cell tower and sector thereof utilized in routing any communication to and from the cell phone, as well as the approximate range of the cell phone from the tower during the communication, sometimes referred to as call measurement, PCM, or round-trip time, RTT, data. Because cell towers are often a half-mile or more apart, even in urban areas, and can be 10 or more miles apart in rural areas, cell site data is typically less precise than precision location information. Based on my training and experience, I know that the service provider has the technical ability to collect precision location information from any cell phone on its network, including by initiating a signal on the service provider's network to determine the phone's location. I further know that cell site data is routinely collected by the service provider in the course of routing calls placed to or from any cell phone on their network. ITOL records are sometimes necessary or helpful in order to obtain or interpret historical cell site data and are therefore also requested herein. 6. Successor service provider. Because it is possible that the target subject may change cell phone service provider during the course of this investigation, it is requested that the warrant and investigative order requested apply without need for further order to any successor service provider who may provide service to the target cell phone during the time frames at issue herein. 2. Corrected facts establishing probable cause. 7. Although I understand that probable cause is not necessary to obtain all of the requested information, I respectfully submit that probable cause exists to believe that the requested information will lead to the location of a person, Ghislaine Maxwell, to be arrested for the crimes of conspiracy to entice minors to travel to engage in illegal sex acts, in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 371, enticement of a minor to travel to engage in illegal sex acts, in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 2422. Conspiracy to transport minors with intent to engage in criminal sexual activity, in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 371. Transporting a minor with intent to engage in criminal sexual activity, in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 2423. And perjury, in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 1623, that subject offenses. 8. On June 29, 2020, a grand jury in the Southern District of New York returned an indictment charging Ghislaine Maxwell with the subject offenses. The indictment charging Maxwell is attached as Exhibit A hereto, the indictment. That same day, United States Magistrate Judge Lisa Margaret Smith signed a warrant for Maxwell's arrest, which is attached as Exhibit B hereto, the arrest warrant. 9. In light of these pending charges in the indictment and the issuance of the arrest warrant, Ghislaine Maxwell is subject to arrest for the subject offenses. 10. Also on or about June 29, 2020, the government submitted an application and accompanying agent affidavit seeking a warrant and order permitting the FBI to obtain, among other things, cell phone location information and pen register information for the target cell phone. Those documents were filed under the docket number 20 Mag. 6770. The original application and agent affidavit are attached as Exhibit C hereto. That same day, United States Magistrate Judge Catherine H. Parker signed the requested warrant and order for the target cell phone, also filed under docket number 20 Mag. 6770. The original warrant and order for the target cell phone is attached as Exhibit D hereto. Pursuant to the warrant and order contained in Exhibit D, the FBI subsequently obtained historical cell site and GPS location data for the target cell phone. The collection of prospective location data pursuant to that warrant and order began on or about June 30, 2020 and remains ongoing. 11. On the afternoon of June 30, 2020, and in the process of re-reviewing certain relevant phone data in connection with another potential application, I realized that my June 29, 2020 agent affidavit contained two inadvertent errors. First, the agent affidavit incorrectly stated that the target cell phone had been in contact with a phone identified as the Isabel Maxwell phone within the last 30 days. In fact, the target cell phone was most recently in contact with the Isabel Maxwell phone in or about May 2020, or within the last 60 days, not the last 30 days. Second, the agent affidavit incorrectly stated that the target cell phone had been in contact with a phone identified as the Scott Borgerson phone within the last 30 days. In fact, the target cell phone was most recently in contact with the Scott Borgerson phone in or about March 2020. The errors resulted from my misreading of certain phone records for the target cell phone. In particular, while the original application also sought authorization for cell phone location and pen register information for a second target cell phone, 917-520-3106. Which was identified as target cell phone 1 in that application and which was also granted on or about June 29, 2020. Because there were no errors in my affidavit with respect to target cell phone 1, this amended affidavit does not seek a second warrant and order with respect to that phone. Column in those records indicated that the Isabel Maxwell phone and Scott Borgerson phone had themselves been active within the last 30 days. I mistook those dates to be the dates of those phones' most recent contact with the target cell phone. I submit this amended agent affidavit now to inform the court of the error, to set forth a corrected statement of the facts supporting probable cause, and to seek a second warrant and order authorizing the FBI to continue receiving prospective location data for the target cell phone. 12. As detailed in my original affidavit, and based on my review of AT&T records, I have learned that the target cell phone is subscribed in the name of G. Max, which appears to be a shortened version of Ghislaine Maxwell's name. I further know from my review of AT&T records the following. A. The target cell phone has been active within the last 30 days. B. The target cell phone has been in contact with a phone subscribed to the business, Haddon, Morgan, and Foreman, which I know from my review of court records is the name of a law firm that currently represents Ghislaine Maxwell in civil litigation, the Haddon, Morgan, and Foreman phone. The most recent contact between the target cell phone and the Haddon, Morgan, and Foreman phone occurred within the last 30 days. C. The target cellular device has also been in contact with a phone subscribed to in the name of Laura Menninger, which I know from my review of court records is the name of an attorney who currently represents Ghislaine Maxwell in civil litigation, the Laura Menninger phone. The most recent contact between the target cellular device and the Laura Menninger phone occurred within the last 30 days. D. The target cellular device has also been in contact with a phone subscribed to in the name of Isabel Maxwell, which I know from my review of a law enforcement database is 6/24 of July 2019 confidential Sony GM_00570. The name of Ghislaine Maxwell's sister, the Isabel Maxwell phone. The most recent contact between the target cellular device and the Isabel Maxwell phone occurred in or about May 2020. E. The target cellular device has also been in contact with a phone subscribed to in the name of Scott Borgerson, which I know from my review of bank records and Amazon records is the name of an individual with whom Ghislaine Maxwell shares a joint bank account and to whom Maxwell's Amazon account has sent multiple packages within approximately the last year, the Scott Borgerson phone. The most recent contact between the target cellular device and the Scott Borgerson phone occurred in or about March 2020.
Oh my word! Oh my word! So after they arrested Ghislaine Maxwell, they opened a new investigation, and during the search, they found out she shared a bank account with the guy Scott Borgerson from Massachusetts. Oh! Oh! Oh my word! Oh my word.
Oh, this is the original search word. Wait, what? Terramar Project. Wow. Joshua Perry? So she kept talking to Epstein's employees. Oh my God, this is still going. It was still going for a while after 2020. This dude thought he had friends in the local police, but he was being monitored by the SDNY. Oh, brutal. She wasn't in hiding. She just thought they didn't know where she were. It's not really that it failed. It was more like it was a cover project, the whole Terramar thing. Plelusion LLC. What's that? 3 Clerk Monty. Let's take a look. Oh, it was her husband. She married him? What? Oh, it's her husband. Wait, it was her husband? Wait, Maxwell was married to Borgenson? Wait, what? Yeah, apparently they were married and they got divorced. Wow. Well, they were monitoring him. Yikes. Well, that was intense. And now I know a lot about what the feds think about now I know what the feds think about a lot of this stuff. Who's Jackie Marting? Who the fuck is this? Are these just jokes that they could tell? Jackie the Joke Man. Alright, Jackie the Joke Man. What does that have to do with... Oh, Ed McMahon. What's this? This is all the shit he was funding? Oh, dude, look at why he was so smart. I bet he funded all of this. The Program for Evolutionary Dynamics. Dude, he funded half of American science, probably more. Who's Lydia Liu? Why did you prepare this, Miss Lydia Liu? She's a translator who works at Harvard. She works at the Fairbanks Center for Chinese Studies. She's the Wusun Tam Professor in the Humanities. Okay, so why did you prepare this? When did you prepare this? Lydia Lou, should I just email her and be like, why did you prepare this? Can I do that? Am I allowed to email her and be like, did Jeffrey Epstein fund this? And why are you in the Epstein files? I'm a journalist. Wait a minute. Where did you see the thing about a young child when she was arrested? Nicola Cox, was that in the search warrant? Did it say that in the search warrant? Maybe I missed, Nicola, did I miss that? Or were you all talking about that in the chat? Well, Jackie the Joke Man definitely knew her, Jeffrey Epstein. I'm so sorry to break your love for Jackie the Joke Man. Everyone is in the Epstein files, apparently, except for me. And some of you in the chat. All right, let's see. I got to figure out why this woman compiled this. I feel like it's actually in the public interest to send her an email. She might yell at me, though. Not that I care. I don't want to bother her. I just want to know. Wow, the very first one was Nowak. And Nowak, this guy Nowak was involved with Epstein from the beginning. Nowak. And then Nowak was like his man who helped him like get all these people. Like, Nowak's on all this stuff. Nowak got so much funding. Like, Nowak got to do all this stuff. Nowak. Oh, my God. So that's what professors did. They just tried to get people to fund them to publish papers. All right, we got to change academia. We can't just be paying these people to write papers. That is not a good system. Wait, what? Why is this in there? Okay. What is Anthony Bonomo? What does this have to do with Epstein? All right. Why is this in the Epstein files? Wow. Why is this in the Epstein files, though? This is EFTA 000766468. I don't understand why it's in the Epstein files. Alright, let's continue. Alright, that wasn't very helpful. And I don't know what it has to do with Epstein. There's a lot of just random stuff in these files. A lot of this stuff is about Australia.
What is this? Whatever this is a huge file. I saw that thing about the spy was captured after completing her mission. That's horrifying. What is this document? I mean, it's absolutely huge if it's taking this long to load. What is it? This might be upwards of like 1,000 or 2,000 pages. It's EFTA 000459963. What is this? What? A 0-day archive? Oh my God. Do you know what a 0-day archive is? Bro, 0-day exploits. Oh my God. 0-day exploits are stuff that like you get on the day that they're released, and so you can't like protect against them. They're the most valuable, like on the torrent scene. You race you race against the pre-time. In the exploit scene, a 0-day, like you want a 0 second, but a 0-day exploit is an exploit that's available before anyone else. So why do you have that? What the fuck? Why do you have a 0-day archive? What is this? What? It's 1,000 pages. It's his psych observation log? What? It's his psych observation log? Excuse me? I just posted it. All right, I just gotta share this so that people can tear it apart. It's 1,000 pages. All right. This is wild. All right, I definitely am going to need some help with this. One sec. Okay, here is the handwritten psych log from Jeffrey Epstein's time in prison in July through August of 2019. That is intense. Yeah, this is the handwritten log. It's the psych log. I think I might be the first person to find this. I don't know. I can't keep track of what everyone else is finding. There's so much shit going on right now. I'm doing my best. There might be something in here, though, so we're going to have to keep going. No rest for the weary. The girls didn't get a break. The boys didn't get a break. The survivors didn't get a break. I'm a towel. Ain't taking no damn break. See, I just searched the word McMahon and I found this. No, this is by prison staff. These are handwritten psych logs from the day he got into jail, I imagine, until the day he died. So it's going to be very interesting. Yeah, I'm going to guess it alternates. Like, they don't put the same person on psych watch, like, all the time. But I'm going to... I am diving into these live now. I'm not guaranteeing I'm going to actually be able to read all this handwriting, but I'm going to try. Okay, let's do it. All right. So where is it? It's this one? All right. So it looks like he arrives 7:10:19 or 7:8:19 at 6 p.m. That's the first observation. And this observation ends 7:10:19. So it looks like they do it in 48-hour blocks, and they just keep like handwritten logs. Inmate companion Jeffrey Weber assumes the responsibility for the psych watch shift for inmate Epstein number 76318-054 in cell number 4. At 7:18 at 6 p.m. Inmate Epstein asking IC Weber about the kinds of crazy things he has seen as an inmate companion. Inmate Epstein is asking IC Weber about how life is upstairs in Gen Pop unit compared to the SHU. Inmate Epstein sitting quietly, sleeping, pacing around, sleeping. All right, so this is first night in jail. Sleeping. End of shift for inmate companion Weber, 11 p.m. All right, inmate Brandon DeCappa assumes responsibility for the psych observation of inmate Epstein, number 76318-054, in cell 4. Inmate Epstein is sleeping. Inmate Epstein is up using the bathroom, laying down. If I asked if he ate dinner, because it's not logged, he said he was offered dinner but refused because it was nasty. He is right. Inmate Epstein is laying down, sleeping, staff rounds, pacing cell, pacing used bathroom. This might be fellow inmates. Laying down, pacing a cell, staff rounds, pacing cell, talking to and explaining prison life and etiquette to him, explaining about prisons, the basics of what, who's who, and how's how. Class is over. Inmate Epstein is laying down. Inmate Epstein is sleeping. End of shift. IC Allen Walker started shift. Appears to be asleep. Uses the bathroom. Lying down. Pacing in a cell. Sitting up, ready for breakfast. Laying down, ready for breakfast. Oh, they monitored him all the time. This is his initial entry into prison. Some of it you can read, some of it you can't. Inmate Epstein arrives. Inmate Epstein still out. Talking to me, assumes responsibility. He was out for this one, so he was out from like 3 until 7 on 7/9. When did he actually die? I think it was in August, right? Epstein, date of death, August 10th. So he was in prison for exactly a month. We're going to see if we can do the whole month. All right. Yeah, so just keep your eye out, see if you notice anything. I don't read cursive that well, so. All right, so now we move to, what day is it? 3 a.m. Now we're on. All right, now we're at the end of 7/9. Okay. So I found a psych log. What? Okay, that looks like a comm sent to the New York Daily News? I don't know. The hell is this? Just a header ID from that email. Why is stuff from the New York Daily News in here? Are they wiretapping the New York Daily News? I am so confused. He had a clinical encounter on 7/23/2019. All right, what happened? So it seems like he had a
issue on 7/23 at 1 in the morning. And then he reported for treatment at 7/23 at 8:25. He said he was in the special housing unit, and he doesn't know what caused it. He went to drink a little water and woke up snorting. Appears distressed, lethargic, dyspneic, appears in pain, pallor, cyanotic, dysphoric, disheveled, acutely ill. Pulmonary ascitation. Yes, clear to ascitation. Vesicular breath sounds bilaterally. No crackles, raconial, or wheezing. Exam comments. Inmate for injury report is requested by operational lieutenant. He is ambulatory, moving around, orientated, in not apparent distress, smiling. Oh, okay, so he's smiling. Alleges that he does not know what happened. This is the thing about the marks on his neck. Cannot explain the marks on his neck. Responded, I don't know. He does not want to talk of the events leading up to the marks on his neck. He does not look in any distress or pain. He has a circular line of athrema at the base of his neck, reaching 2/3 of the neck circumference, 2 inches wide, sparring the back of the neck. Has one section of this athrema in the front with marks of friction. No inflammation, no deformatories, no hematomas, no lacerations, no tenderness. Patient moving his neck without any restriction. Denies having any pain or discomfort. Denies any respiratory problem. Has another small athemia on his left knee about 2 centimeters in diameter. As per information from custody staff, he was found in his cell with a rope around his neck and sitting on the floor. He's currently placed on S-Watch. Yo, what? What? That's wild. I have found the medical report from the 7/23 incident. I found it. They kept it from the judge. Do you understand? They kept it from the judge. They kept it from the judge. They wouldn't show the judge this. All right, there you go. There's the encounter for Epstein. There you go. That's wild. All right, so let me just scroll down. Just in the middle of an 1,000-page document. He clearly tried to hurt himself. All right, that was wild. Yeah, well, I'm not sure what the hell he was doing, but that's awkward. Well, here is the medical report from 7/23/2019 when Jeffrey Epstein woke up and found marks on his neck. The report claims staff found Epstein with a rope around his neck, sitting on the floor. The report notes inmate Epstein. I mean, you just go through this stuff and it's outrageous what you find. Almost scary. Source page 35 of 1,000. The report also notes
inmate Epstein was found dead less than a month, 23rd, 30th, less than 3 weeks later in the same facility. How do you get a rope? I'm a little confused by this. Yeah, I'm sure he had a lot of stuff wrong with him, but this sounds like he was told to take himself out and failed. You realize, like, an officer's death, right? Like, he was you can't give someone an officer's death in prison. You know what an officer's death is? Put an R on late. Thank you so much for catching that. I have like a whole team. You're wonderful, Mary P. I think they tried to give him an officer's death. That's my best read of this. And he failed the first time. Medical. Yeah, and how it landed on, like, me looking into all of this, I'm just baffled. Just baffled. All right, that was interesting. Let's continue. Here's the act. All right, sensitive content warning. You should turn away if you struggle with the topic of self-harm. Friday, August 9th. He departs for court with Reyes. He arrives for an attorney conference. Visited with attorneys till 6:45. Returns to the shoe. 7. Provided a social call by IDO. IDO reports he was in good spirits. 6:33 a.m. So they have nothing until 6:33 a.m. Body alarm activates in shoe. Staff found him in Epstein unresponsive. Staff responded to bedside and attempted to wake him. Announced emergency. CPR initiated. Medical staff on duty. CPR already in progress. Medical staff continues a CPR and AED. Sergeant Skipper Scott. Skipper Scott notified. EMS arrives 6:45. He remains unresponsive. He's intubated. 3 rounds of epinephrine IV. IO intubated. No pulse found. No shock. Inmate prepared for transport. They put him on lockdown. EMS departs at 7:10. United States Marshals notified 7:19. Warden arrived 7:30. Warden notified 7:32. Time of death 7:36. Pathologist notified 7:40. Okay, this is bad. Like, this is not good. All right, now we're going to get to see their, like, chaos response, I imagine. No, there's apparently some flooding. Two pieces of clothing, huh? I wonder how long those were there. I don't always put the deadline. I don't always put them on a deadline. Depends if I like really if it's a same day prison, same day story. Why is this in a 1,000-page PDF? What is hiding in here?
So here's the DOJ in August talking right after. Oh, dude, this stuff should all be redacted. What are you all doing? What are you doing? Who released this? How did you all not miss this? What are you doing? Do I have to just like start sending the DOJ emails? Okay, I'm going to send the main inbox and be like, I'm going to just start taking it. Page 69, completely unredacted. Like putting your own personnel at risk. Okay, Lee. I saw, this is from the Bureau of Prisons. Lee, I saw a story claiming that BOP lost 12% of our workforce since Trump administration started, which is double the drop in the prison pop. This is highly misleading. As you know, and AG Sessions and Dag Rosenstein were also acutely aware of, over the 5 years leading into this administration, our prison population has dropped 40,000 inmates. But our staffing has gone up, and our pop has continued to drop almost another 9,000 since the start of the administration. The drop in staffing that they are referring to also likely includes the 5,156 unfunded vacant positions that were eliminated, positions we could never fill in the first place. We do not need more staff. We just need to fill the vacancies we have. I continue to point out to anyone that will listen, and have reiterated this in several Hill briefings, the problem is not our authorized staffing levels or funding. Rather, it is finding good candidates to come to work for us in hard-to-fill areas. I have dozens of examples where we post jobs, get 30 applicants, and only 10 end up actually coming on board. At that rate, it will take a long time just to fill the vacancies we have. We are working on several new initiatives to try and make BOP more attractive to applicants. Unfortunately, news like this does not help. Anyway, I know you know this, but also want you to know that we are working to change this narrative. But right now, we are getting drowned out by the media hysteria. Thanks. And then the DOJ, Office of the DAG, the Deputy Attorney General, like replies and then copies Kerry, who is with the DOJ, and then also some guy named Tim and another person named Lee. So it's like the DOJ like trying to deal with the BOP. Like the BOP is telling the DAG, the Deputy Attorney General, like, listen, we don't need more staff. We need the vacancies that we have funded filled. We need good staff. And the DOJ is like, okay, we'll talk about it. Very interesting. But that's got to be redacted. I'll follow up and tell them that's got to be redacted. There's like an email you can email if you find something like that, and I will do that. Give me a second. Let me save this PDF. First of all, how did this happen? Like, what were they? How did you miss your own people's information? You really shouldn't just have that out there. Good night, Mary P. You have a great rest of your night. I'm going to keep right. Oh, Nicola's going to bed. I forgot. I thought it was Mary P. Nicola is a little bit ahead of us. So, Nicola, you have a great night, my dear friend. All right. Let me get this down. I'm opening another page. All right. And then it says, all right. Okay. All right. So this is Heidi from the BOP messaging someone else at the BOP. Hi, Hugh. Wanted to give you the heads up that there's an inmate S prevention program memo in your inbox that you probably want to review. I discussed it with Rob and Allison. Basically, following inmate Epstein's S, wardens are defaulting to leaving inmates on S watch longer than the institutional psychologist would advise. So the memo to the RD seeks to remind wardens to utilize the professional psychological expertise of the institutional psychologist in managing inmate S's through the variety of healing strategies. Allison is in the office tomorrow, 10:18, if you want to discuss with her the best way to communicate this to the RD and wardens. If you have any questions, have a great day. Peace, Heidi. And then Hugh says, okay, this is going to be sensitive. Can't say I'm surprised people want to be cautious. I will want to hear about specific examples of significant problems. Why sending to RDs and not all CEOs? All CEO memo will need exec staff and union clearance first, but it will ensure the message gets out. We can discuss tomorrow. And then they say, yes, hopefully we can discuss this and a few other brewing issues. Thanks. Yes, Nicola, you sleep well. I'm going to get through this document. Who knows? I might just keep going. I don't know if you noticed, like, once I start, I don't stop. If you've never been with me before for, like, a research dive, we've done the Watergate files, we've done the JFK files, the Church Committee files. We've done, like, ungodly amounts of research. Like, I just don't stop. I'm so interested in it. I love reading things. Just let me, you don't understand, I'm the perfect person to do this. Just give me information all the time. Just let me connect it, let me research it, let me read it, let me look at it, let me understand, let me see behind the curtain. I thrive on it. I could go for like 12 hours. We may very well like go for like 3 more hours. I don't know, maybe an hour. It depends on how excited I get. Now wake up tomorrow and do it again. But we're stopping tomorrow at 5 p.m. so I can watch the Super Bowl. News roundup. I'm not very interested in this. Come on, where's the actual documents? Why is this 1,000 pages? What are you hiding from me? Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. I want it. What are you hiding? News roundup. What's this? Sexual abuse at Florida prisons was systemic and brazen. From the Miami Herald. This was in December of 2006. All right, what's going on here? All right, so it's like the BOP talking about this internally. This is an incredibly troubling story, and now it's a lawsuit. Was BOP aware of these reports in the past? It sounds like there were multiple reports. Please keep us updated. In general, how many instances of unwanted sexual contact were reported at BOP facilities each year, FY 2014 to 2019? How many of these were inmate-only related, and how many were inmate and BOP staff related, and how many were male institutions versus female? In regards to PREA and only inmates at the facility interviewed, the story references inmates who were moved out of the facility and into other facilities in advance of PREA investigators arriving. This was when President Trump was still in office. It was the very end. It was after he was defeated by... No, this was the end of President Trump's first term. Yeah, I think that election might have been November 2020. Yeah, so this was the last year of President Trump's first term. Please see the questions below from CGS. Can you advise? The Federal Bureau of Prisons takes allegations of staff misconduct seriously. The Bureau investigated. And then they go and look. They give the report stats, but just not for the current year. All right. Useful. All right. And they say they can require some of it and pull it. Okay. Who wrote this? Miami Herald I-Team. It was Julie Brown! Of course it was Julie Brown. No, she's such a good reporter. No wonder they tormented her. She was making waves, and the Miami Herald was willing to go to bat for her. She's a boss. Everybody go follow Julie K. Brown. Oh, yeah. Like, if you've never read this stuff before, part of the reason I do these explications is you get a peek behind the scenes into how, like, some of the government agencies think. It's a really interesting way to learn about it. I'm considered a little bit of a prodigy in that I was, like, developed this way, but whatever. All right. Jeffrey Epstein. What do we got here? Oh, this could be a big one. What do we got? This was from August 13th. So 3 days after his death. What is it? We already saw this. Oh, what's that say? Wait, FBI arrives on Monday. Oh! What's this? FBI arrives in shoe. FBI arrives, they do something for an hour, they go to the shoe. OIG sends an agent. OIG arrives at 2:45. OIG and FBI are there for like an hour. OIG and FBI depart after like talking to someone for an hour and 30 minutes. Somebody arrives to remove computer services arrives to remove hard drives from shoe. Replace with new ones. Okay. OIG arrives, and then they take 2 more computers, but the hard drives are already swapped out. So what are you taking? Okay. FBI arrives again. Staff recall conducted. FBI arrives to interview all staff. They spend 4 hours. Then they come back at 9:45. They forgot someone and then leave again. Regional director. A bunch of powerful people arrive. All right, what day was this? August 12th. All right. What were they talking about? Oh, this was the letter from Judge Berman. Where Judge Berman's like, can you please tell me what's going on? And then that was Judge asking about the July 23rd, 2019 letter, and they stonewall him. Wait, what? Why is this cut off? Okay, so on August 13th, they, who's Jeffrey Berman? Was that the U.S. attorney at the time for the Southern District of New York? Because he says Mr. Berman and his staff. So hold on. I'm going to guess he was, Yep. U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York. So the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York personally went to this prison on August 13th. And he went with his entire team. And they want to see the second floor psych observation and S-Watch area, the 9th floor shoe and Epstein cell, which we understand to still be cordoned off. As we discussed, we would... And then it's just blank. Oh, maybe it's not blank. We would appreciate if only MCC Legal would escort us, and we will not speak to any of the guards present given the ongoing investigations. Wow. That's wild. That is wild. I'll write it up. I'll do it. Oh, goodness. They just bury it. It's just buried. And somebody redacted this document. There's one name on there we're just not allowed to know. But everything else they just, didn't care about. What? I don't really understand. This is, a mess, this whole release. Okay, well... let's see. The U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, Jeffrey, in August of 2019, Geoffrey Berman, personally led a team of DOJ prosecutors to the prison where Jeffrey Epstein died and would not speak with any guards due to the ongoing investigation. Wow. Source, page 157 of 1,000.
This one ends 9:60. All right. This is a lot of work. This is a substantial amount of work. Why aren't newsrooms doing this? This is bigger than the Pentagon Papers. I think the Harvard Crimson's doing it. I think locally they're just like, oh my God, look at what Grant's doing. We should probably do that. But nobody else. Like the Miami Herald, of course. A little bit in the Post. I think I saw like one article like in some of the new UK papers because they started raiding people's homes over there. That was pretty wild. Coordinating with the warden. They want the... And then the warden's like, we want to screen them. Such a power play. All right. More news briefings. A lot of this is like news briefings from the press team to their bosses, which is like we pay them to do that. So even though you might be like, Grant, this is so... Why do they do this? Like, why do they just send articles to their bosses? That's their job. Alright. It's just like anything that mentions you or your department, even in a blurb or something, like you send to your boss the whole thing. News briefing, news briefing, news briefing. Alright, here we go. Email. Media inquiry. Sewage flooding. Oh, yeah, this was that one. Let's see. What's the response? It was just like saying everything moved quickly. I'm not really sure why. When was this? August 26th. So it was like a couple weeks after Epstein's death. They don't really explain what happened. Oh, I see. They like work on drafting it. 2 pieces of clothing were found in the drain pipe. That doesn't read well. Was retrieved while snaking. Slang. Staff were successful in removing several items that were clogging the drain pipes. Something like that. The drain from a toilet in the cell. To prevent water damage, they suspended visits. So this is what actually happened. They found clothing while snaking. Wonder if this was like an act of sabotage there or if it's related to Epstein. Interesting. Yeah, I know, but it's just frustrating. I looked up to the Post as like heroes and the Times, and now I'm just like, they can't really do it anymore. All right, briefing, anything? Make a what is this? Oh, bad format briefing. A lot of news briefings. This is a weird document. One of the weirder documents I've found. It started with like an Epstein psych log for like 2 days and then just devolved into a rotation of like internal DOJ and BOP communications about Epstein's death and then news briefings. Like if you want to bury something, you would bury it in this file. I'm doing this by hand, by the way. And then now this is someone talking about how like there's either no rampant abuse going on, there's a breakdown in communication, or I'm not in the need to know category.
What's this? Oh, this is the Florida prisons thing. I spoke to Ken. I guess you didn't need to know her either. I guess you didn't need to know her either. And then Hugh replies and says, I spoke to Ken. He was aware and apologized for not letting me know. But more importantly, the proper reporting chain to get this to you did not work. We need to look into this and get it fixed moving forward. We can deal with that issue next week. Jill says, thanks for following up on that. This has been the situation mostly for the entire time I've been in the position and probably for the people before me. I almost never know of situations prior to it being in the news. The only exceptions are when staff at an institution warned me or when OIG called and walked me through an active investigation on that ALD captain a few years ago. If we can come up with a viable strategy, that will be terrific. I understand the importance of protecting investigations, so I've never fussed about it too much. I'll have these numbers to you guys in a few minutes. So there was a situation of like rampant sexual abuse inside Florida prisons. The DOJ was investigating it. They forgot to brief their press officer, and Jill was offended. Jill wasn't offended. Jill just wanted to let them know, I get you can't compromise active investigations, but come on now, don't sandbag me. It's fascinating to watch them all talk. It's like the whole government. Julie K. Brown is a menace to the DOJ, and I love her for that. All right, I think I should report this just to show how much of a boss Julie K. Brown is. All right, how many pages is it? It's 1, 2, 3, 4 with her full story, so I can do it. All right, so let's do it this way. All right. It's incredible to me, like, how many people it would take to actually process all this. Like, they would have spent, like, the news never would have reported this. They would have just been like, oh, it's too much, like, here are the highlights. And they don't even want to do the highlights. Wild. Julie K. Brown. She's literally a boss. Where is she? Julie. I spelled it wrong. Julie K. Brown wrote such an explosive story on rampant sexual abuse within Florida's prisons that the BOP's own internal media team realized they had information withheld from them in real time while talking about responding to Julie's reporting. Julie is a boss. I feel like I should call her Miss Brown, but that seems like a little patronizing, so I'm just going to go with Julie. I don't know her like that, so I don't want to be rude. Like, how do you... I don't know what to do anymore. Like, Miss sounds patronizing. Mrs., you can't really do that. That sounds patronizing. I don't want to call her Julie. I don't know her. I could call her Julie K. Brown, but then you're saying Julie K. Brown multiple times in the same story, so that doesn't really make sense. Just a very complicated situation. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, my point is, that was wild. Imagine being a reporter. Like, I do this sometimes. Like, I've gotten, like, inadvertent releases from the government where they send me communications where they're talking about me. And I'm like, hey, that's me. I'm a little towel. But, I've never had a situation where there were 5.1 million files and then, like, random people or other colleagues are just searching them and they're like, hey, did you know the government was talking about you? Julie gets that, like, 4 times a day right now, I'm sure. All right. Source, page 316 of 1,000. Got to put the source. Source, page 316 of 1,000. All right. Let's continue. Let's continue our work. We're about 1/3 through this document. This is the last one for tonight, then I'm going to bed. I'm tired. All right, here's the info from their public data. I mean, that's a low
sustained rate. But they did have it accessible, the data. It's more just like Julie freaked them out. That's the funny part. And then they kind of like break down, like you can tell like the staff in the media department don't like when bad things happen, and then they can't really answer. All right. Just a lot about the Florida thing. Just a lot about Julie Brown's Florida reporting. Why, though? Why is this all... What is this? This was another Epstein one, but we already read it. They, like, changed policies system-wide after Epstein took his life. No, this was in... I think Epstein was in a Florida jail in 2008. The new acting warden was asked to join the tour. How do they refer to the U.S. attorney? Oh, they use his first name, boss. When the U.S. attorney comes to visit, they come as a cavalry. News update. News update. Okay. Then they talk about, like, how they're going to update the policies for letting the press team know if things are happening, like, about that. And then they're going to review. It's very, like, this is very convoluted how they put this together. They really hit this stuff. What happened here? Oh, and then they got the news that 2 additional law enforcement... Oh, sorry, they don't know how many. And, like, email addresses that were redacted before are now not redacted. What is going on with this file? Like, this whole... The more I read of these files, the more baffled I am. Because I remember all the names. And, like, some people's emails are redacted. Sometimes their emails aren't redacted. Sometimes their phone's redacted. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes their name's redacted. Sometimes it's not. Like, and there's no consistency at all. Like, whatsoever. So, like, this name, whoever the chief of the public corruption unit was, they did not want this person's name out there. Like, the only thing that they're just, like, hell-bent on protecting is this person's name. I don't know who the hell this is. Who is the current chief of the public corruptions unit? I'm almost afraid to Google this. Okay. Who's the public corruption unit chief? You don't have one? This person just doesn't exist? Oh, they disbanded the public corruption unit. That's right.
I don't understand. This person just doesn't exist as a human? Like, why is everyone else, like, even like emails that are randomly unredacted, redacted, why is this like one person so important? Who are you? Mysterious public corruption chief of the SDNY. Oh, they also brought in the principal DAG? Oh, goodness. It wasn't just the U.S. attorney. They brought the whole department. Yeah, they got rid of the public integrity unit in the spring of 2025. At least they downsized it and like moved it more to like immigration enforcement. Okay. Oh, sorry, my headphones turned off. It's going to freeze. Get good for it to all come back. There, I'm back. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Hold on. There we go. I'm back. My headphones turned off, so. All right. Here we go. It's just a lot about, like, the visits. And I can't figure out who this public corruption chief is under Russell Capone. Alright. Alright. More news briefings. We're about halfway through this file. Why? Like, I don't. What did they just dump their whole like inbox? So much redundancy. Makes me think there's something in here. This doesn't make me not want to look. It makes me want to look more when you put a 1,000-page PDF with just random duplicates and triplicates and redundancies. It makes me like, what am I just going to find in the middle of this all that you didn't want me to see? My word. Like, why? What? All right, now this is becoming a waste of time. I don't think we need the government to have this many news briefing emails. Oh, what's this? The BOP partnering with local businesses to mentor inmates. Okay. Contracting with BOP to provide like services. Somebody being at the White House. Not really sure why this needs to be in the Epstein files, but okay. Now I'm just baffled. Some of this stuff was at least relevant. Alright, now we're back to Epstein. Mr. O'Callahan and Mr. Shea. Mr. Shea, Mr. O'Callahan, okay? All right. It's the strangest file I've come across so far. They run their mouth about Vice. Should I tell Vice? Should I start a feud between Vice and the Bureau of Prisons that will go on for like 10 years, or should I just forget I ever saw this? Should I do it? They really run their mouth about Vice. Like, they are not happy about that network. Someone's like, 100% Grant. Of course you should. All right, well, give me a second. I know, I'm hilarious. I probably should. It is really funny. All right, let me get rid of these. Saving some space on the hard drive. Alright, let's see if that's a little better. Yeah, that should be much better. Yeah, that's better. Alright, how long have we been going for? It's been almost 12 hours. Yeah, like 10 hours. Easy work. Okay. So, what should I do? Should I do it? Should I do it or not? They really don't like Vice very much. Oh, I wonder if it's Maureen Comey. Oh, 3 Clerk Monty. That's interesting. Very interesting. I wonder why those names are being hidden. Might just leave Vice alone. I'll take a screenshot and revisit it later. I don't think that's healthy to just, like, there's no reason to pit Vice against the BOP for no reason. They already seem to not like each other. I don't really see any benefit to doing that, so I'm just not going to get in the middle of that. Alright. BOP could cure cancer and they would find a nefarious reason for it. Yeah, I think those two don't have the best relationship. That should make it worse. It's just like the DOJ, the DAG, and the BOP talking shit about Vice. Imagine, like that. You don't want to fuck with these people. I'm telling you, they know. They know. And then they mock you. Yeah, I know you want me to do it. The question is whether I should like start a war between Vice and the BOP. I think the answer is no. I think you all can just enjoy this as a small bit of esoteric knowledge. You see, like, this is kind of what the world's like, you know? Like, you go, instead of, like, having a small dinner where we flex on people by not letting them in, we have just YouTube streams, and, like, either I make a post about it and, like, 100,000 people see it, or I just talk about it here and only a few people see it. It's kind of like a small dinner with Towel, but in front of the whole world, and only some things go on X. How about that? I got a strategy for all this. Well, like, see how benevolent it is? You know, I'm so benevolent. Oh dear God! I don't know why I was put in charge of this, but you know what? Someone had the lead, so it may as well be me. All right, here we go. All right, we're only 674 pages in.
This is not... Oh, FBI raids after... Okay, when did this happen? Oh, dude, they rode the island. They raided the island 2 days after his death, huh? Whoa, they were raiding the island as they were up there talking to the DOC. What? Guards at Jeffrey Epstein's NYC federal lockup mistakenly freed serial bank robber. You mistakenly freed a serial bank robber. Why did you do that? Oh, no. Oh, wow. Right before his death, too. They just let a bank robber go. All right. This isn't very helpful. So whoever we're looking for, 3 Clerk Monty, was not just working with Russell Capone, they were the chief of the public corruption unit. I'll just leave that up for a second. Hello, Marvin Hagler. I am a towel. Good to see you. Is this a cartoon? A cartoon of what? I don't know where we are. I don't know what we're referencing exactly. I am a towel. Nice to see you all. Good to see you, Chris. We're still going. I'm still powering through. We got 300 pages of this document, and then I'm going to bed. I meant to go to bed earlier. Then I broke news about President Obama talking to Jeffrey Epstein. And I was like, wow, that was cool. It was from our German friend. I wonder if the Germans were like, just send the information you find over to that towel. Go into his chat until he just covers it, you know. That's how to do it these days. Just go tell the towel. He'll figure it out. Hello, Justice for Alex Ramsor. You can have a wrench. Not a good towel. Yeah, I don't think the prison was a good towel. Yeah. I am a good man. I'm a towel. All right, let's continue. All right, so just a lot of like redundancies in this file. Like a lot of them. Which makes me wonder, like, why? Oh! Oh! Okay. This is what they were hiding. It's the name of the team of agents. Like, it wasn't just... So when they went to investigate Epstein's death, they sent the DAG, the advisor at the AG's office, the U.S. attorney for the SDNY, the deputy U.S. attorney, the chief of the criminal division, the counsel to the U.S. attorney, the chief of the public corruptions unit, an AUSA, and another AUSA. And then they sent an FBI special agent and then an FBI TFO. What's a TFO? I've heard of a special agent and an SAC, special agent in charge. FBI TFO. Task force officer. A state, local, or tribal law enforcement officer temporarily assigned to work alongside federal agents on investigations. Michael Gildea. So this man works for the he's the director, he's a deputy federal task force officer assigned to the FBI Violent Crimes and Bank Robbery Squad. And he used to be a New York detective. He's retired NYPD detective with the Organized Crime Division. And he also was on the FBI NYPD Joint Bank Robbery Task Force and the Major Case Squad. I really can't find anyone. Well, I don't really want to look into the other agent. I'll leave her alone. Yeah, they were working with the DOJ, OIG, and the, but I don't want to, like, expose these people. I don't think that would be appropriate. But this is a very important email if you're trying to understand
like what the response was like. Like they didn't just raid Epstein's island. They activated some like giant task force about this. It's really like MBZ and his people who had the most motive to do it. I mean, MBS, sorry. MBZ had motive to get rid of Epstein too, because he might have talked. But like, Epstein's biggest enemy was MBS, basically. Which is so weird. And just shows like Epstein didn't want, like, Epstein didn't really care about Israel's interest. Epstein was just interested in like the Saudi Arabian monarchy, basically. That's where all the money was. There was money elsewhere, but even the Rothschilds only have 170 billion. It's not that much money compared to the Persians. 170 billion? That's nothing compared to the Saudi Arabian monarchy. I'm literally talking about like the wealthiest family in the world. That's the Saudi monarchy, probably. Maybe the mullahs. Wherever all that like Persian wealth is, that goes back to like Mesopotamia. I found out the other day that the House of Savoy only goes back to 1000 AD. Like even they don't have that much money. And Epstein was so proud of the Rothschild portfolio, but it was only 170 billion. And I guarantee you these sheiks, or the House of Saud, is worth more money than you can conceptualize. I bet like one of their princes has a GDP, like a net worth that is bigger than the GDP of almost all countries. They just try not to be too egregious with it, because if you flex too hard, you can cause a very, very harsh reaction if people are starving. So you have to be very careful, and you have to keep people fed. The second people don't have food, you, as a ruler, have a problem. Saudi does pretty good. But they also rely on, like, not so much Saudi, but, like, especially the UAE. There's a lot of, like, slave labor in the Middle East, especially from Oceania, the, like, Indo-Pacific. They, like, steal their passports. It's horrible. Everyone's like, oh, why want to go to Dubai? Okay, that was built on the backs of so many dead migrant workers. You really want to go there? You know what happens if you get caught with cocaine in Dubai? Good luck seeing the sun again, unless you're like a king of some country. This was a very intense document to hide that investigatory team. That's my opinion of this. There was no reason for this to be this, like 1,000 pages. They just wanted to bury that shit in the middle. And the $1 million document was the name of the investigatory team, and I'm not even going to expose it because I care too much about protecting the identities of active agents. And also that thing about Vice, but I don't care that much about. I don't want to cause the BOP media staff any problems. All right, 1,000 pages, done. All right, let's finish the McMahon search. That's where I found this shit. I think I found it here. All right, what else we got? Oh, that was that, like, Australia thing. I want to listen to the Ben Folds song, Adelaide, before I go to bed. I like that song. It makes me happy. You know, if you've never heard it, listen to the Ben Folds song called Adelaide. It's a really calming song. What do you got for me? What do you got? Portside Tavern, investigation. Who's Philip Anderson? Who's Philip Arvidsson?
And what do you do? And why are you in these files? Oh, it's the Rothstein-Rosenfeld case. Special Master, Constable Jeffrey Epstein. Okay. Okay. What is this? What is this? I'm so confused. What is this? This is the interim report of the Special Master? Okay. John Genovese? A lawyer? The Honorable Herbert M. Stetton? Blank, Assistant U.S. Attorney? Scan and Errors, Office of the U.S. Trustee, Thomas II, Conrad Schur, Michael D. Sense, IRS, Special Assistant U.S. Attorney. Wait, they assigned a Special Assistant U.S. Attorney? United Healthcare. Wait a minute. United Healthcare? Wait, what? United Healthcare? Wasn't that the guy? The CEO? What? Why did United Healthcare get this? And what is this? Acting U.S. Attorney Daniel Mank Ovita Levy, William George Salton Jr., USI Attention Anthony Gruppo, Mark Nurk, Bast Amron, Mark Bloom, Robert D. Chitton, Roth and Skoll, Attention Jeffrey Roth, Rogers, Morrison, Ziegler, Arthur C. Nolwith, the Florida Bar, Michael W. Moskowitz, Francis Carter, Bradley Scherberg, Henry Wolf, EMESS Capital, Leon County Tax Collector, Miami-Dade County Tax Collector, Palm Beach County Tax Collector, the law offices, Jeffrey D. Ittleman. Oh my God, why are there so many people on this list? Carpenter and Berger, Frank F. McGuinn, David Darrell H. M. Carter, Esquire, June A. B. Esquire, Roderick F. Coleman, Esquire, Mark S. Haltzman, Esquire, Robert C. Buckshell, Esquire, Bookwitz, Dick Pollard and Brandt, Certified Public Accountants, Melissa Ruskin and Badwick, James Moon, Peter D. Russin, Michael Budwick, Gary Burke, Melinda S. Thompson, the Assistant County Attorney, Skeeton and Reynolds, Aseline and Burlow, Stephen J. Reisman, Trump P. Smith, Turner P. Smith, Heather Rice, Marianne Gallagher, some kind of Curtis Malay Prevost, Leanna Cruz Bonigan Esquire, Lynn Mayland Golphin, Paul J. McMahon, Robert S. of Volio, Mark Shipman. So we know the Shipman firm. Wait a minute. Wasn't the Shipman firm involved in the investigation of the Rumsey Hall School? What is this dude doing in the Epstein and Bradley Edwards lawsuit in Florida in 2011? The guy from Shipman and Shipman, or whatever it's called, Mark Shipman, whatever the Shipman firm is called. Stephen Solomon, Cannon Financial Services, Gibraltar Private Bank and Trust Company. What's the hell? Sorry. What the hell is a Gibraltar Private Bank and Trust Company? Did you ask if there's a Brian Thompson? I think I said Brian Thompson. Hold on. How far back was that? Let's see. I'm sure I said a Brian Thompson. Let me see. Brian Klopowitz? No, I didn't say a Thompson, I don't think. Yeah, no Thompson as far as I'm aware. We are looking at a special master's report in a 2011 lawsuit between Bradley Edwards and it wasn't Bradley Edwards. It was like this other firm and Epstein. And this is the firm. They got in trouble. Rothstein, Rosenfeld, and Adler. They like tried to like get a settlement out of Epstein, but like defrauded investors in a law firm by doing it. It's complicated. So they had to like file for bankruptcy, and then there's like a report of the special master that Epstein's counsel is submitting. Okay? And these are all the people who I don't really understand what this means, but like, oh, okay. These are all the people it was served on. Like, the list of service is like 50 people, maybe like 75. It's kind of wild. And I'm just kind of like looking for names that I recognize, and I don't recognize anyone except for Mark Shipman, who I think might be involved with that Shipman firm from the school in Connecticut that has that weird name, the Rumsey Hull School. But I'm just kind of looking for like anything that gives me a hint about like what this is. This matter came before this court because this court, through the trustee, had possession of documents of Mr. Epstein sought in his state court action. Okay. This is a bankruptcy court proceeding. Miss Epstein's not party. And they want to make this guy a special master in the state court action. Okay. Seems reasonable. All right, now we can actually see who they're representing. Jeffrey Anderson on behalf of creditor FEP Victims Group. Thomas Abram on behalf of defendant victim Robert Vine. Albert Adams on behalf of interested party St. Paul Fire and Marines Insurance Company. Melissa Alagana on behalf of creditor Investors Risk Advantage. Joaquin J. Alamani on behalf of intervener The Daily Business Review. Blank on behalf of the defendant United States of America. Brett M. Amron, creditor Todd Snyder. Creditor Nick Wilder. Creditor defendant Centurion Structured Growth. Creditor Todd Snyder. ABS Capital, creditor Emrys Capital, creditor Edward Moore, creditor Lion Loans, creditor TD Bank, creditor VM. Oh my God, creditor Blue Oak Construction, creditor Circle K Family, Herbert Swain. Oh God. Republican Party of defendant, Republican Party of Florida. Epstein sued. Wait, what? What? This is the craziest lawsuit I've ever seen. The list of, like, lawyers you have to notice is, like, 40 pages. But I want to know where that guy, Shipman. I want to know what that dude Shipman is doing on here. I know Shipman's in the document, so what are you doing here? I saw it, so it must be one of those ones that like you can't search. So you got to do it by actual name, which is so annoying.
It's a wealth of information in these documents, but you really got to know what you're looking for. Archie Nyworth, yeah. Arthur Nyworth on behalf of Arthur Nyworth. Robert Nyworth on behalf of Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah. Okay. What? First of all, this isn't blacked out, right, bro? I can just look at these emails. Like, you didn't even do the black line right. I can copy all of this text. I want to know what the Gibraltar Private Bank and Trust Company is. I'm looking for that one name. I just want to see why so many people were involved in this company that tried to sue Epstein or get a settlement out of him. Like, if you fought this guy, he went to war with you. Like, he would sue you and everyone. Like, obviously, all these people were really powerful, but, like, these guys had lots of money. And they would just throw it at lawyers. Never got what I wanted either. I just wondered why that name Shipman was in there. All right, we're continuing. I'm finishing this, and I'm going to bed. What is this? I was just looking for the name McMahon. That's how I ended up going down this rabbit hole. Exactly. I'm always looking for the comment. Whoa, what is this? This was a Deutsche Bank ARB management group call with clients. And the leader's name was Bruce McDermott. And it was from 25/15/2015. What is this? Why is this in here? Dude, what is this? Why do I have Deutsche Bank's internals? That's so odd. Like, why do I need to know all these people? Are these just like random Deutsche Bank analysts? Is this like a timesheet for when they logged in? And their total duration on the call? What the fuck is this? Why do they have this? Why? This is not for public use. Why do we have Deutsche Bank's internals? What is going on here? Is this bank in trouble? Why is this here? Wow, they monitor their people, bro. Like, Diego, good job, man. Like, you were 1 minute and 5 seconds early. Bro, what are you doing here, Bill? Bill, you were 4 minutes and 11 seconds late. At least you stayed a minute late. You know what I'm saying? But, like, what are you doing? Alex, you were only on the call from 10:05 to 10:12. I hope you talked to your manager. Kenneth was only there for, like, 3 minutes. Most of the staff, like, somebody hit, like, 1 hour and 31 seconds. Listen, Kevin, you got this figured out, all right? You showed up, you stayed, you left, all right? Now, some of you, like, struggle with timeliness. Lisa,
10, 11. Like, you're 11 minutes and 48 seconds late. What are you getting paid to do? Listen. We're at the point in the Epstein documents where I don't even understand why this Deutsche Bank internal document is here, but I figured out what it is. All right? They had an investor call. They were doing a group call with the management group. Okay? I'm a little worried for this bank because I think the government got their internals. But the point is, this is when their different staff members joined the call. The call started at 10. A lot of them were late. John did good. The other John did good. Oh, there's 3 Johns, J-O-H-N's, and then a John with a Joe. Oh, God, this must be a complicated situation. They have 4 Johns, 3 of them with a J-O-H-N, 3 with a J-O-N. Now, the 3 Johns with an N did a good job. They were all there at least 1 to 3 minutes early. The John without an N, or the John without an H, did a terrible job. He was there 5 minutes late. Okay, I just would like to let you all know that for some reason we have Deutsche Bank's internals. And I can see exactly when their people joined this management call, random call on February 26th of 2015. Let me just tell you, like you become a banker, they monitor you. You think you're just joining a call. No, they are monitoring you to the minute. You're just a number in a spreadsheet. All right, what else do we got here? What's this? I appreciate the government just gives me random files. What's this? Wait, what? What? What is this? Oh, no. What did you do, Marty Weinberg? All right. I'm not going to bed yet. Everybody, get your snacks. We got more reading to do. The girls didn't get arrested. The boys didn't get arrested. The survivors didn't get arrested. I'm a towel. We're doing it. What is this? All right,
Case
let's go.
1312923 date filed, April 18, 2014 page 1 of 23, publish, in the United States Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit number 13-12923 DC docket no 908 CV 80736 KAM Jane Doe No. 1. Jane Doe No. 2. Plaintiffs Appellees versus United States of America, Defendant, Roy Black, Martin G. Weinberg, Jeffrey Epstein, Intervenors Appellants. Appeals from the United States District Court for the Southern District of Florida, April 18, 2014. Before Pryor and Martin, Circuit Judges, and Honeywell, District Judge. Honorable Charlene Edwards Honeywell, United States District Judge for the Middle District of Florida, sitting by designation. EFTA 00209632. Pryor, Circuit Judge. This appeal requires us to decide 2 issues. Whether we have jurisdiction over an interlocutory appeal by criminal defense attorneys and their client who intervened in a proceeding ancillary to a criminal investigation to claim a privilege that would prevent the disclosure of their plea negotiations, and, if so, whether a privilege bars crime victims from discovering plea negotiations. The United States investigated Jeffrey Epstein's sexual abuse of minors, but failed to confer with the victims before entering a non-prosecution agreement with Epstein. 2 victims filed suit against the United States to enforce their rights under the Crime Victims' Rights Act, 18 U.S.C. Section 3771, and sought to discover the correspondence between Epstein's attorneys and the United States regarding the non-prosecution agreement. Epstein and his attorneys then intervened to object to that discovery as privileged. The district court overruled their objection and ordered the United States to disclose the correspondence to the victims. After the interveners filed this appeal, the victims moved to dismiss it for lack of jurisdiction. Because we conclude that we have jurisdiction to decide this appeal and that the plea negotiations are not privileged from discovery, we affirm. Background 2. In 2006, the Federal Bureau of Investigation began investigating allegations that Jeffrey Epstein had sexually abused several minor girls. The United States Attorney's Office for the Southern District of Florida accepted Epstein's case for prosecution, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation issued victim notification letters to two minors, Jane Doe No. I and Jane Doe No. 2, in June and August 2007. Extensive plea negotiations ensued between the United States and Epstein. On September 24, 2007, the United States entered into a non-prosecution agreement with Epstein in which the United States agreed not to file any federal charges against Epstein. In exchange for his offer to plead guilty to the Florida offenses of solicitation of prostitution and procurement of minors to engage in prostitution. FLA. Stat. Section 796.07, 796.03. Not only did the United States neglect to confer with the victims before it entered into the agreement with Epstein, it also failed to notify them of its existence for at least 9 months. The United States sent post-agreement letters to the victims reporting that the case is currently under investigation, and explaining that This can be a lengthy process and we request your continued patience while we conduct a thorough investigation. And in June 2008, the United States asked the victims to explain why federal charges should be brought against Epstein without mentioning the agreement to them. On June 27, 2008, the United States informed the victims that Epstein planned to plead guilty to the Florida charges 3 days later, on June 30, 2008. But the United States failed to disclose that Epstein's pleas to those state charges arose from his federal non-prosecution agreement and that the pleas would bar a federal prosecution. The victims did not attend the state court proceedings. On July 7, 2008, Jane Doe No. 1 filed a petition alleging that she was a victim of federal crimes committed by Epstein involving sex trafficking of children by fraud and enticing a minor to commit prostitution, and that the United States had wrongfully excluded her from plea negotiations and violated the Crime Victims' Rights Act, 18 U.S.C. Section 3771. She alleged that the United States violated her right to confer with federal prosecutors, her right to be treated with fairness, her right to receive timely notice of relevant court proceedings, and her right to receive information about restitution. The United States answered that it used its best efforts to comply with the rights afforded to victims under the Act, but that the Act did not apply to pre-indictment negotiations with potential federal defendants. After Jane Doe No. 2 joined the initial petition, the district court found that both women qualified as crime victims under the Act. 18 U.S.C. Section 3771, E. Among other relief, the victims sought rescission of the non-prosecution agreement. The victims' petition remained dormant for years while they pursued a federal civil suit against Epstein and reached a settlement agreement with him. As a basis for relief against Epstein in the civil suit, the victims relied on Epstein's waiver of his right to contest liability in the non-prosecution agreement. Over Epstein's objection, the district court in that civil suit ordered the United States to produce the documents given to Epstein's attorneys during his plea negotiations. The victims received correspondence written by the United States, but they never received any correspondence written by Epstein's attorneys during the plea negotiations with the United States. In 2011, the victims renewed the prosecution of their petition against the United States. The victims moved to use correspondence between the United States and Epstein's attorneys during the plea negotiations to prove violations of their rights under the Act. And the victims later moved the district court to compel the United States to produce all requested discovery about the plea negotiations. Epstein and his criminal defense attorneys, Roy Black and Martin Weinberg, moved to intervene for the limited purpose of challenging the disclosure and use of the correspondence they wrote during plea negotiations. After the district court granted their permissive intervention, Fed. R. CIV. P24, B, the interveners moved for protective orders. The interveners argued that the work product privilege protects their correspondence, that Federal Rule of Evidence 410 and Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure 11 create a privilege for plea negotiations, and that their correspondence contained confidential grand jury material. They also urged the district court to recognize a common law privilege for plea negotiations. The United States responded that the court should consider the correspondence privileged, but that it would disclose the correspondence if the court ordered it to do so. Epstein later filed 2 other motions to intervene in a limited capacity, one to challenge the disclosure of grand jury materials and another to challenge any remedy that would violate constitutional and contractual rights under the non-prosecution agreement. The attorney interveners did not join either of these motions. The district court has not yet ruled on Epstein's motion to intervene to prevent disclosure of grand jury materials, but the district court has allowed him to intervene with regard to any remedy issue concerning the non-prosecution agreement. The district court then issued 2 discovery orders, both of which the interveners challenge in this appeal. In the first, the district court denied the interveners' motions for protective orders and granted the victims the right to proffer the correspondence between the United States and Epstein's attorneys, but The District Court reserved ruling on the relevance or admissibility of any of the correspondence to prove violations of the Act. In the second, the District Court required the United States to file answers to all outstanding requests for admissions and to produce documents in response to the requests for production by the victims, including any documentary material exchanged by or between the federal government and persons or entities outside the federal government, including without limitation all correspondence generated by or between the federal government and Epstein's attorneys. After the interveners filed this interlocutory appeal, the victims moved to dismiss the appeal for lack of jurisdiction. This court later entered a stay of the second order, which required the United States to disclose the correspondence to the victims. 2. Standards of review. 2 standards of review govern the issues in this appeal. We review de novo whether we have jurisdiction to decide this interlocutory appeal before addressing the merits. United States v. Cartwright, 413 F3D 1295, 1299, 11th CIR. 2005. We also review de novo the interpretation of the federal rules of evidence. See United States v. Camper, 459 F3D 1121, 1174, 11th CIR. 2006, Pickett v. Iowa Beef Processors, 209 F3D 1276, 1279, 11th CIR. 2000. And the issue of whether to recognize a privilege under Federal Rule of Evidence 501 is a mixed question of law and fact that we review de novo. Adkins v. Christie, 488 F3D 1324, 1327, 11th CIR. 2007. But we review for clear error factual findings made by District Court. Morissette Brown v. Mobile Infirmary Med. Center, 506 F3D 1317, 1319, 11th CIR. 2007. 3. Discussion. We divide our discussion in 2 parts. First, we explain that we have jurisdiction over this interlocutory appeal by limited interveners who, as claimants of a privilege, challenge a disclosure order directed at the United States, a disinterested party. Second, we explain that the plea negotiations are not privileged from disclosure. A. We have jurisdiction to decide this interlocutory appeal. The victims argue that we should dismiss this appeal for lack of jurisdiction for 2 reasons. First, they argue that the Pullman Doctrine, which permits a claimant of a privilege to appeal a non-final judgment, applies only to grand jury subpoenas. Pullman v. United States, 247 U.S. 7, 38 S. Court 417, 1918. Second, they argue that a decision of the Supreme Court, Mohawk Industries, Inc. v. Carpenter, 558 U.S. 100, 130 S. Court 599, 2009, forecloses an interlocutory appeal of a denial of a claim of privilege. The Courts of Appeals have jurisdiction of appeals from all final decisions of the District Courts of the United States. This exception permits an order denying a motion to quash to be considered final, but we have exercised jurisdiction over interlocutory appeals by claimants of a privilege in some civil proceedings. But we must ask instead whether applying the doctrine here makes sense. The logic of the Pullman Doctrine. The victims intend to use the correspondence from Epstein's attorneys to prove that the United States violated the Act, which is an issue. The interveners claim a privilege based on Rule 410, the work product privilege, and the Sixth Amendment right to effective assistance of counsel, as well as a new common law privilege for plea negotiations. See also in re-grand jury proceedings, 832 F2D at 557, holding that grand jury proceedings are not civil actions for purposes of Section 2. The Supreme Court explained that an appeal from a final judgment suffices to the improper disclosure of privileged material in the same did not discuss. Understandably, Pullman Doctrine remained powerless to avert the mischief of and, as we B. The intervener's correspondence is not privileged. The interveners argue that the District Court erred when it ordered the disclosure of the plea negotiations because 3 privileges protect the correspondence: a privilege under Federal Rule of Evidence 410, the work product privilege of attorneys, and a common law privilege for plea negotiations in criminal proceedings. We disagree. No privilege prevents the disclosure of the plea negotiations. 1. Federal Rule of Evidence 410 provides no privilege for plea negotiations. Federal Rule of Evidence 410 does not protect against the discoverability of plea negotiations, and, even if it did, Epstein clearly falls outside its protection because he entered a guilty plea and the victims intend to use the correspondence against the United States, not against Epstein. Rule 410 create, in effect, a privilege of the defendant, United States v. Mezzanato, 513 U.S. 196, 205, 115 S. Court 797, 803, 1995. Internal quotation marks an alteration omitted, but not a privilege of non-disclosure as the interveners assert. The text of Rule 410 unambiguously states that the evidence is not admissible against the defendant who made the plea or participated in the plea discussions if the guilty plea was later withdrawn or did not result in a guilty plea. Fed. R. Eved. 410. Rule 410 governs the admissibility of plea negotiations, not the discoverability of them. Moreover, Epstein cannot invoke Rule 410 because he pleaded guilty to state charges based on the same conduct and has not withdrawn those pleas. See, e.g., United States v. Holmes, 794 F2D 345, 349, 8th CIR. 1986. Admitting guilty plea from state court in federal proceeding. The victims intend to admit the correspondence to prove violations of the act allegedly committed by the United States, not against Epstein. And even if rescission of the non-prosecution agreement abuts Epstein's interests, the purpose of the admission does not change. Rule 410 does not bar disclosure of the correspondence written by the attorney interveners. 2. The interveners waived any work product privilege. The interveners next contend that the correspondence falls under the work product privilege, but the finding of the district court that the interveners waived any privilege when they voluntarily sent the correspondence to the United States during the plea negotiations is not clearly erroneous. Disclosure of work product materials to an adversary waives the work product privilege. See, e.g., in Re Chrysler Motors Corp. Overnight Evaluation Program Litig. 860 F2D 844, 846, 8th CIR. 1988, in Redo, 662 F2D 1073, 1081-82, 4th CIR. 1981. Even if it shared the common goal of reaching a quick settlement, the United States was undoubtedly adverse to Epstein during its investigation of him for federal offenses. And the interveners' disclosure of their work product waived any claim of privilege. As a last-ditch effort, the interveners contend that I.F. more is needed in addition to the plain language of Rule 410 to preclude disclosure of the correspondence to plaintiffs. It can be found in the conjunction of Rule 410, the work product privilege, and the Sixth Amendment right to the effective assistance of counsel in the plea bargaining process, but this novel argument fails too. As explained above, Rule 410 does not create a privilege and the interveners waived any work product privilege. The interveners concede too that the right to counsel under the Sixth Amendment had not yet attached when the correspondence was exchanged. Lumley v. City of Dade City, Florida, 327 F3D 1186, 1195, 11th CIR. 2003, He Sixth Amendment right to counsel ordinarily does not arise until there is a formal commitment by the government to prosecute, such as a formal charge, preliminary hearing, indictment, information, or arraignment. The conjunctive power of three false claims of privilege does not rescue the correspondence from disclosure. 3. We decline to recognize a common law privilege for plea negotiations. The interveners also invite us to recognize a common law privilege for plea negotiations, Fed. R. Eved. 501, but we decline to do so. The interveners have not established a compelling justification to prevent the discovery of plea negotiations in criminal proceedings in Re International Horizons, 689 F2D at 1004. Although Congress empowered the federal courts through Rule 501 to continue the evolutionary development of testimonial privileges, Trammell v. United States, 445 U.S. 40, 47, 100 S. Court 906, 910, 1980, we disfavor newly minted privileges, which contravene the fundamental principle that the public has a right to every man's evidence. Adkins v. Christie, 488 F3D 1324, 1328, 11th CIR. 2007. Quoting Univ. of Parr v. EEOC, 493 U.S. 182, 189, 110 S. Court 577, 582, 1990. Accordingly, there is a presumption against privileges which may only be overcome when it would achieve a public good transcending the normally predominant principle of utilizing all rational means for ascertaining truth. Id. Quoting Trammell, 445 U.S. at 50, 100 S. Court. At 912. The Supreme Court has identified several considerations relevant to whether a court should recognize an evidentiary privilege: the needs of the public, whether the privilege is rooted in the imperative for confidence and trust, the evidentiary benefit of the denial of the privilege, and any consensus among the states. Jaffe vs. Redmond, 518 U.S. 1, 10-15, 116 S. Court 1923, 1928-31, 1996, but none of these considerations weighs in favor of recognizing a new privilege to prevent discovery of the plea negotiations. Although plea negotiations are vital to the functioning of the criminal justice system, a prosecutor and target of a criminal investigation do not enjoy a relationship of confidence and trust when they negotiate. Their adversarial relationship, unlike the confidential relationship of a doctor and patient or attorney and client, warrants no privilege beyond the terms of Rule 410. C. Jaffe, 518 U.S. at 10, 116 S. Court. At 1928. But the victims would enjoy an evidentiary benefit from the disclosure of plea negotiations to prove whether the United States violated their rights under the Act. As for any consensus among the states, the majority of the state statutes the interveners cite adopted Rule 410 verbatim. Compare, e.g., FLA. Stat. Section 90.410, evidence of a plea of guilty, later withdrawn, a plea of nolo contendere, or an offer to plead guilty or nolo contendere to the crime charged or any other crime is inadmissible in any civil or criminal proceeding, with Fed. R. Eved. 410. Even if we were to accept the intervener's argument that plea negotiations are de facto confidential in criminal practice, that custom alone would not protect them from discovery because Rule 410 militates against the establishment of a new privilege. The Supreme Court has cautioned federal courts to be, especially reluctant to recognize a privilege in an area where it appears that Congress has considered the relevant competing concerns but has not provided the privilege itself. Univ. Of Par. 493 U.S. at 189. Congress weighed the evidentiary concerns related to criminal plea negotiations when it enacted Rule 410, which enables a defendant to negotiate without fear that the prosecutor will use his statements against him. Rule 410 contemplates that plea negotiations should ordinarily be inadmissible against a defendant, but not always. The rule does not bar the admission of plea negotiations, for example, when the defendant pleads guilty in a proceeding for perjury, or when the defendant introduces the statements so long as they are not self-serving hearsay. If we were to recognize a privilege for plea negotiations, we would upset the balance that Congress struck when it adopted Rule 410. See in Re MSTG, Inc., 675 F3D 1337, 1344, Fed. CIR. 2012, rejecting a privilege for settlement negotiations because Congress, by enacting Rule 408, did not take the additional step of protecting settlement negotiations from discovery. We will not go further than Congress stated was necessary to promote the public good in criminal plea negotiations. IV. Conclusion: we affirm the disclosure order and lift the stay of the order compelling the United States to disclose the correspondence. United States Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit, Albert Parr TULTLE Court of APPEAIS Building 56 Forest Street. N. W. Mania.
That's a huge deal. All right. Hello. All right. I'm done for the day, but I'm summarizing this file. If you don't want to be in the comments, all right, I'll take them down. All right. Someone asked that I not have the comments up during videos. I'm doing a video. Here we go. Hello, folks. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It is coming up now on 9 p.m. Eastern Time here on Saturday, February 7th, 2026. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm an independent journalist. I've been reviewing the Epstein files. I've found all sorts of wild information. President Obama's deputy White House counsel, Kathy Rumler, now top lawyer at Goldman Sachs, was a CIA agent, awarded the CIA's Agency Medal of Honor on January 8th, 2015 by Director John Brennan, and then immediately Rumler told Epstein, and then Rumler and Epstein were talking about how Epstein was going to come to Washington so Rumler could show him NSA, CIA, or boy stuff. That's not all, though. In a recorded conversation that was transcribed and reported by Towel earlier today, thanks to one of the Super Towel friends on this channel, we found that Jeffrey Epstein said he spoke to Obama in, I believe it was November or December, right before Christmas of 2011. And then Obama told Mr. Epstein that he didn't need a federal pardon, but he would have given him one if he needed it. And instead, Epstein needed a state pardon from then Governor of Florida, Chris Christ. Epstein did not get that pardon. It was a wild recording of Epstein and a doctor at NYU talking. It involves viruses and gain-of-function research and human cloning and Katie Couric and a number of other ridiculous conversations. You're going to want to read that reporting. But you might be saying, okay, you also, Grant Smith Ellis, have found a connection between Robert Devine, the police officer in Stoughton who was running the Police Explorers program and involved with the Sandra Birchmore murder cover-up, and the Learning for Life charity that was tied to Maxwell and Epstein. Furthermore, you put Epstein in Stoughton on July 8th and 9th when Michael Morrissey and Robert Devine were running a youth basketball camp tied to the Explorers program. And, Towel, I'm pretty sure that you are just on a collision course with exposing a complex
international, multi-generational, decades-old sort of arms trafficking and sex trafficking and children trafficking ring tied to Jamal Khashoggi's father, Adnan Khashoggi, who knew a bunch of like Persian money interest and handed down his like blackmail ring, which financed terrorism against the United States through sex trafficking and drug trafficking to Epstein. And then because of a complex domestic geopolitical situation in Saudi Arabia between 2017 and 2019 that involved a fallout between Mohammed bin Salman and Mohammed bin Zayed, wherein Mohammed bin Salman took control of the crown prince title, the heir apparent to the throne of King Salman. Okay, he managed to take that over and in turn caused like the entire Western intelligence community to fall, and the release of the Epstein files was the result of Epstein thinking that MBS murdering Jamal Khashoggi with a bone saw in Istanbul in the Turkish consulate would be the downfall of MBS. It didn't happen. MBS was able to persevere through that. MBZ was like imprisoned. MBS took over Saudi Arabia. Jeffrey Epstein fell. Okay, that's basically how it happened. Now, you might be saying, what did you just find that's requiring you to make a video towel? Okay, I'll tell you what I just found. It is, ladies and gentlemen, a document from docket number 908 CV 80736 KAM in the United States Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit in Florida. Now, this case caught my attention because it was a Jane Doe number 1 and 2 versus the United States of America, where two lawyers, Roy Black and Marty Weinberg, Karen Reed's appellate attorney between the first and second John O'Keefe trial, related to a very complex issue about double jeopardy and things like that. That issue, okay, it had to do with some case from Arkansas. I used to know it really well. I don't remember it right now. Very fascinating case, and double jeopardy standards and things like that. But anyway, Jeffrey Epstein was represented by Marty Weinberg and Roy G. Black. Epstein's intervening in a case where Jane Doe number 1 and 2 are suing the United States of America regarding Jeffrey Epstein's plea deal that he got in 2008, where he got a non-prosecution agreement along with a bunch of his co-conspirators from the federal government in exchange for Epstein pleading guilty to state charges in Florida, okay, of solicitation of minors for prostitution. Now, you might be saying, why is this such a big deal? Well, it turns out that if you read through this decision, you're going to find out that this lawsuit, and basically any lawsuit, when Epstein signed his non-prosecution agreement with the feds in 2008, he also simultaneously agreed to not challenge any civil liability. So these victims, some smart victims with good lawyers who were not compromised by Epstein's network, brought a lawsuit in the Southern District of Florida. In the context of the lawsuit, they didn't sue Epstein. They sued the United States, and they argued that the Crime Victims' Rights Act, which is 18 U.S.C. 3771, was violated by the United States because the United States did a plea deal with Epstein, did a non-prosecution agreement, didn't tell the victims, withheld it from the victims for 8 months. During those 8 months, told the victims to send the U.S. Attorney's Office more information about why Epstein should be federally charged, despite the fact that that was impossible under the non-prosecution agreement, and in essence, just wantonly and flagrantly violated the Crime Victims' Rights Act. The United States tried to argue that pre-indictment settlement negotiations with a criminal defendant do not satisfy the definition of the crime under the Crime Victims' Rights Act. The lower courts and this appellate court in 2014 found that these women or these victims do satisfy the definition of victim under the Crime Victims' Rights Act, and therefore they have the right not only to get information about Epstein's settlement negotiations, but here's the bombshell: any victim from the 2008 prosecution has a statutory right, I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice, to invalidate the 2008 non-prosecution agreement, which covers Epstein and unnamed co-conspirators, we don't know their names, on the grounds that the U.S. violated 18 U.S.C. 3771 with Alex Acosta engaging in those negotiations on behalf of the U.S. Attorney's Office in Florida. Folks, it's a big deal. It's a big deal. What ended up happening was a lot of these victims sued and then settled with Epstein. If they had actually pushed this all the way, this ruling makes very clear, if you take a look, it's Epstein file ID EFTA 002099632. This document makes clear in particular the section where the judge basically scolds the U.S. attorney, that the consequence of this is that these two victims, and really any victim from 2008 that was subject, there's only so many from the 2008 prosecution, but any one of them has a right to, in essence, invalidate the non-prosecution agreement. Now, Epstein's dead, but this imposes a huge degree of criminal liability on Ghislaine Maxwell and any of the other unnamed and redacted co-conspirators, because it means that rescission of the non-prosecution agreement, despite abutting Epstein's interests, can still occur in a collateral action against the United States. That's a huge deal. So my name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm going to write this up. You can follow me on YouTube, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. You can follow me on x.com, Grant Smith Ellis. You can also support me. I'm an independent journalist. I don't have an institution or an editor or an owner to tell me that I can't do this. I think they got to my own mom. It didn't really work. I just kept doing it. So I'm here. I'm reporting. Support my efforts. Money sign Grant Smith Ellis on Cash App. There's a Venmo @Granny1. Support independent journalism. Support people like Amber Speaks Up and Julie K. Brown and anyone out there doing good work. I'm a towel. Thank you for your support. I'm going to end this recording now. Okay, I'll bring the comments back up. Someone asked that I take the comments down during recordings, so I did. Okay, here we go. Let's continue. I'm going to post that video, then I'm going to bed. And you might be saying, Grant, have you been doing this for 10 hours? You sound like you are having the time of your life. I'm not really having the time of my life, but I want to help people, and it invigorates me to do so. Okay, so let's write this up together. How shall I write? No. According to a document in the Epstein files, the U.S. government, under Alex Acosta, in 2008, violated the Crime Victims' Rights Act, and in turn, Jeffrey Epstein's 2008 non-prosecution agreement, which covers unnamed co-conspirators, can be invalidated. Validated. Can potentially be invalidated. Now I need to do some typo corrections. All right. The U.S. government violated the Crime Victims' Rights Act per the document involving per the court document released in the Epstein files. DOJ prosecutors under Acosta did not tell victims about Epstein's federal non-prosecution agreement before it was signed, or for 8 months following that agreement's ratification. Epstein was allowed to plead guilty to state charges of trafficking minors, but the victims in the federal case never attended those hearings. Instead, without telling the victims about the non-prosecution agreement, the DOJ, under Acosta, asked the victims for more information about why Epstein should be charged with federal crimes, despite the DOJ knowing the non-prosecution agreement was in place by that point with Epstein regarding federal offenses. Oh boy. Bad. Very bad corruption. You want to talk about Michael Morrissey being corrupt?
No, that's some corruption. Straight corruption. I don't know why or how or who. I don't think Alex Acosta was like the main problem here, but that's some brutal corruption. All right. According to a document, the Epstein files, the U.S. government under Alex Acosta violated the Crime Victims' Rights Act. Let me actually spell it right. How does the court spell it? Crime Victims' Rights Act. So there's actually like an apostrophe after that. So let me do it right. Okay. I think I want to have an English muffin tomorrow. It's not really relevant to this. I'm just kind of hungry. Kind of want to eat now. I don't eat very much anymore. I'm under a lot of stress. But I'm very happy and I want to live. 8,000 of you watched this on the X today? Wow. I'm a little towel. Must be doing good things for the world. All right. According to a document in the Epstein files, the U.S. government under Alex Acosta in 2008 violated the Crime Victims' Rights Act. The U.S. government under Alex Acosta violated the Crime Victims' Rights Act and turned Jeffrey Epstein's 2008 non-prosecution agreement, which covers unnamed co-conspirators, which covers secret co-conspirators can potentially be invalidated. Per the court document released in the Epstein files, DOJ prosecutors under Acosta did not tell victims about Epstein's federal non-prosecution agreement before it was signed, or for 8 months following that agreement's ratification. Okay. Epstein was allowed to plead guilty to state charges of trafficking minors, but the victims in the federal case never attended those hearings. Instead, without telling the victims about the non-prosecution agreement, the DOJ under Acosta asked the victims for more information about why Epstein should be charged with federal crimes, despite the DOJ knowing the non-prosecution agreement was in place by that point with Epstein regarding federal offenses. Oh boy, that's a big deal. That's just a big deal. I should go get my reporting from earlier and just throw it in there. Oh, that's what I was going to do. So if you want to like learn how to do a Twitter post, the lead is only what's above the fold. So if you want the lead to like look like this, like I want this siren. I don't think. Yeah, I think this is worthy of a siren, don't you? So you do that, and then you delete all this, right? So I got like 19 more characters. Can potentially be invalidated. Under Alex So, oh yeah, that's right, the siren. So I have room for a siren. I just wanted to put a siren up here. Alright, I think I'll put 2 sirens. Alright, so I'm just showing you how I do it. Alright. Then, I just made a video. Oh, that's what I was going to do. So I want to get some of my reporting from earlier. So click that, save that. Go over here. Still can't believe 8,000 of you are watching this, or watch this on Twitter. Like, that's like 8 times Vinnie Politan's audience. Which, I mean, like, okay. Miss Shorty's talking about the satanic ritual of 9/11. Miss Shorty is, like, very into 9/11 stuff. That is for sure true. Okay, where are we going here? Where are we going? All right, what was I looking for? Oh, right, this one. All right, let's see. Do I want that? Do I want that? No, I think this one's fine. All right, so let me... I still think this is probably like the biggest thing I've broken so far. I don't understand. I think like the media is like afraid to touch this. I mean, frankly, I understand, but also like, who cares? Just do it. If Julie Brown would do it. Just do it. All right. Earlier Saturday, I reported, and it does tie into Obama, because Obama's DOJ was around under Alex Acosta in 2008, violated the Crime Victims' Rights Act, and in turn, Jeffrey Epstein's 2008 prosecution agreement, which covers secret, can potentially be invalidated. All right, I think that's the best way to do it. Okay, how'd I do? That was a good day. I'm glad you were here for me. This is intense material. Remember to take breaks, hug your loved ones. Remember to be a towel. Thank you for your support. if you want to support me, there are lots of ways to do it. Subscribe to the channel. I did my initial goodbye like 7 hours ago, so I think I should just go to bed now. I'm kind of tired. But yeah, support me if you can. Help me. I'll let you know if things get desperate. I think we're doing okay. I'm not making any promises, you know what I'm saying? I'm doing my best. I'm being a little towel. If you can't be a towel, you know, what's the point? So let's watch this upload together, and then as soon as this is done, I'm going to bed. And if I don't go to bed, Prince of Wales is going to be mad at me. I've been streaming for 10.5 hours. Sometimes I stream for so long, like different time zones go to bed and wake up, and they're like, are you still going? I'm like, yeah, I got work to do. I'm trying to help. It's the weekend, though. People kind of relax. And then tomorrow, remember, we're going to do a stream, but we hard stop 5 o'clock so I can watch the Patriots lose the Super Bowl. I know you're all saying, Grant, you're a Patriots fan. You went to the 1997 Super Bowl. How are you saying they're going to lose? Bro, they're going to lose. I'm telling you straight up, they're going to lose. All right? Robert Kraft's not holding that trophy. And the NFL's probably like, we should have the Patriots win just to prove that Grant's wrong. Nope. The other guys in the meeting's going to be like, we cannot let Robert Kraft hold the trophy despite the Epstein stuff to spite Grant. We can't do that. Like, we just have to just ignore him and do what we were going to do. NFL security's probably concerned because they're like, wait a minute. Who did he know on the Patriots in 2008? Who let him down there? And how did he go this long without talking about it? I only started talking about it once I saw like other retired players. Like, I didn't play, but once I saw retired players talking about like the fix was in, I was like, all right, bro, I can talk about it now. I kept that secret for a long time to protect the league and my friend, even though he passed away. I just wanted them to know, like, he was cool. Like, he knew how to pick people who could be around him that wouldn't run their mouth. We had a very interesting life, him and I. He was such a teddy bear. I miss that guy a lot. But I also feel like he was so cool with, like, how he understood. Like, his role was so... He kind of, like... I met so many people through my life who were just, like, very prominent, like, figures who would be like, okay, Grant, like, here's what I do to try to help. And, like, that guy, I won't say what he did, but he would go to Mr. Kraft and be like, okay, like, there's something wrong, and I want you to help. And Mr. Kraft would be like, okay, I'll donate to the charity. Like, he was, like, that kind of guy. He'd be like, here's how you do it. Like, you just, like, do your thing, and then, like, when something comes up that you need to help with, you just help. Like, you build your connections, and then you help. But he was different than me. He had a really cool car. It was, like, an Alpina B7. And he, like, no matter what, he would not... I would, like, have a car, and I'd be like, do you want me to just, like, drive? And, like, no matter what... He'd be like, no, like, it's better to just drive this thing. I think it was, like, bulletproof or something. Like, he always wanted to be in that car. I miss that guy. Or it was the only car that he fit in. Had, like, Dianoia pipes or something. Dianoia, I don't remember. He was cool. I miss him a lot. Just, like, the life was cool. Like, that was just an interesting life to live. Just saw, like, a lot of interesting people. And, like, I found out a lot of secrets about, like, the stadium. I didn't get to hang out with Randy Moss, though. I wanted to smoke a backwoods with him. Maybe one day. I'm going to go up to him and be like, do you remember in 2008 when you played with X, Y, and Z? Okay, so I knew, like, two of them. One of them was my really close friend, and he told me you used to hang out in a trailer and smoke a lot of backwoods. You want to smoke a backwood? He'd be like, bro, how do you know that? Be like, well, I could only know that because I know someone who you played with, so can we smoke a backwood? But like, yeah, that's cool. I mean, seriously, if ESPN's got a problem with it, tell them to screw off. All right, I'm going to bed. I feel like this is appropriate. Oh, no, it's not. I have to fix the formatting. I'm very, very compulsive. Even after like 10 hours, my brain's just like, nope, it needs to be perfect. If it's not perfect, don't do it. I get so mad at myself when I find small typos, but then I justify it by being like, well, at least everyone knows I don't use AI. And then I'm like, Grant, you write your posts on live stream. Everyone knows you don't use AI. They watch you do every single stroke of the keyboard. And everyone knows you write your posts. Katie Couric's probably like, oh my God, this guy thinks I'm a demon. Well, yeah, Katie Couric. Prince Andrew made a joke about headless, armless clones, and apparently you just didn't care. And you didn't tell us. What are you up to? This is actually a really big deal. All right. More of you are still watching. You'll get to 10,000 if I don't go to bed. I'm going to bed. Prince of Wales is going to yell at me. All right. Everyone, have a good night. I'll be back tomorrow. Part 6. All right. I'm tired. I'm exhausted. I've been going for a long time. I think I've gone for 10.5 hours. So God bless you. Be well. Enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy flexing with my 8.2K. But I more just want to go to bed. It's not about that. I'm glad a lot of you are engaged about the files. But I'm more just like, I need to stay. If we're going to do all 5.1 million of these files, I need to stay somewhat like rested to be able to do it every day. All right. God bless. I did my outro earlier. You know what I'm going to say. Help people. Do some good in the world. Towel loves you all. Thank you for watching. God bless. Be well. Until next time. Good night. Enjoy Vermont bread. You got a wrench. You came in at the last moment. Towel loves you all. Try to do a small act of service and kindness. Remember the vulnerable out there. And remember how much I appreciate each and every one of you. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Until tomorrow, stay warm. Be well. Towel loves you. Towel friends on the YouTube, no extra today. I'm tired. I'm going to bed. Thank you for supporting my work. Know how much I love you. I'm going to bed. Until next time.